Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL. It is week 3 of playoffs, which means there's only 5 teams left. By the end of the day, we'll be able to sort out our top 4 on the season. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrox-Beltran. Joining me is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. Cubby, how you doing, man? You liking my new setup out here?
I was about to say, I'm doing great, Desrox, but I got to ask you about where you're at, man. It looks like you got an animated background. What's going on here?
Yeah. I'm currently at Boise State, taking care of some of their production needs over here at the university. So definitely a lot of fun, man. I know you've been here before. I can see you up here. There's actually a picture of you from Seawall up on that wall, man.
Oh, I hope you don't get tired of me. And congrats, man. For those who don't know, Desrox, you're going to be, I believe, a caster in residence, taking classes up there and helping with a lot of the Boise State esports production needs. So I'm excited for you, man. It's a great setup. I've been there, as you can see. So I know that when you were thinking about it, I pitched it as a great town. Definitely hope you get to do some exploring and have fun up there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of fun, man. This is actually the first time I've really announced it publicly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm here at Boise.
Well, I'm glad you're excited about it. I am too, but we got to dive into some NACL action before we get you on all the C-Law stuff later on in the fall at Desrox, because we got a fun matchup today, and honestly, the playoffs have just been absolutely bananas so far in NACL, so we're going to see if it continues.
Yeah. Every single step we've been going through, it kind of shows that best of one round robin really doesn't give you the most concrete picture of how playoffs is going to look. But before we dig too much into that one, let's start talking about our first pro team. We are ready. We got our votes in, so let's go ahead and pull that up right now. I mean, this one is going to be as straight and as simple as it gets. It's basically Luminosity plus a Blaze Olive.
Well, you know, not bad for a 3 seed coming into the playoffs, scoring all the first team scores. Of course, a lot of the votes that we did have were players, so I think it speaks to what the level of Luminosity gaming we're playing at behind the scenes, maybe sometimes outside of those stage games. And also, we have seen them bring that level, most importantly, to the playoffs, as they have looked like an absolute buzzsaw. We've seen a lot of chaos as some of the higher seeds get upset. Luminosity Gaming have distanced themselves from any upset. I think that they've had the most convincing wins you could possibly have from what we've seen so far. We'll say they're challenged by conviction next week, but congrats to these guys. Our LTA rejects, as we lovingly call them, making first teams. And also Blaze Olive coming back in summer. He had a really good split, so congrats to him as well. I feel like that's very well deserved.
Yeah, definitely deserved. It's exciting to see, especially considering that it shows you the consistency that a lot of the members of Luminosity have brought to the NACL. Because every time this roster, at least the core of it's come together, they've won an NACL title, and they just keep dominating. Currently dominating over in the upper bracket. The surprise factor was just Supernova falling down into the lower bracket so early, but still being feisty and fighting their way back up. You know, Blaze Olive, you got to give some credit over there for him having a spectacular regular season and still fighting his way in the lower bracket, as we'll see a little bit later today. But let's go ahead and give a shout out to our socials, by the way. If you want to keep up with everything NACL, be sure to follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL, as well as your viewing platform of choice at NACL on YouTube and at NACL on Twitch. Of course, you can only do the voting on Twitch, though, so don't forget about that. Now, let's recap what happened yesterday, because it was quite the chaotic day. Cubby, yeah. I've never heard you this loud before.
Well, yeah, you know what? I feel like the game really, it brought the best out of me, we might say here, Desrox, as it was a really crazy series. I mean, went to 5. I think that there were so many games that just went the way that I didn't expect. And Blue Water ended up coming out on top. I mean, looking back at this team fight, this really started to change the series. Because Blue Water, for me, had game 1 in the bag. I talked to Samakin after their win, too. He felt the same. And he didn't know how they pulled this game out of the hat, either. But Kyra had some late game heroics. And then game 3 was a really good draft and probably the most one-sided game of the series. And then game 4, I thought Dark Zero played a great game of just scaling back into things in the end. But Blue Water showed a lot of discipline with their poke composition until it got broken. And then Game 5 was the Chaos, Deserux. I know that you were able to finally catch up for that one because you were driving yesterday to get out there. No? So you had to be pretty happy going back through the tape.
No. I was driving back on a Friday, Saturday. I just got my computer set up yesterday.
That was it.
So I actually got to put everything up and watch that one. And my God, some of the pocket picks that we saw from Blue Otter. Morgana in the mid lane. We had Yorick in the top lane being played by Quacker, who, by the way, some of the side laning that we saw, I say side laning, it was directly in the mid lane where he just ran it down, Cubby.
Yeah. Looking back, I think the big game changer of that game, the fact that Dark Zero, they dropped 4 mid waves to contest the Otacon, and that ended up going sour for them as the sustain and the scaling, the poke from Blue Otter overtook them, and that's why Blue Otter continued to move up in the bracket. A top 5 finish, a top 4 finish already, Deserux. That is the best finish in Blue Otter's NACL history, and congrats to especially the core of the staff behind them, and Quacker, Samakin, and Rovex for sticking together and finding better achievements as they really did some scaling this split. Big upset against Dark Zero, who were a favorite to be in that LTA promotion tournament. And we'll see if we can get another upset today, Deserux. We got Dorado versus Supernova, and it's a pretty similar story. Dorado put Dark Zero in the lower bracket, and now they get to go up against the other favorite to get to the LTA promotion tournament in Supernova, and we'll see if they can knock them out of the tournament. Just like Blue Otter did yesterday, who put Supernova here in the first place, faced the other LTA promotion favorite, and put Dark Zero out of the tournament as they moved on.
This is an incredible match to really see coming forward, because for Dorado, story's been a little bit about scaling. You're going against Supernova, a team that is the first seed. It's definitely rough to really try and tell where these teams really do stand because of that best of 1 round robin. So we're seeing a lot of shakeups coming through in the NACL now that we've hit this playoffs point. As you said, Blue Otter have already shown that they're well above where they were placed in that 8th seed, and now it's Dorado's turn to be able to try and prove that against Supernova here today.
And look, if I'm going to draw even more parallels to it, I know from talking with Dark Zero yesterday, they were concerned about some of the pocket picks that Blue Water could throw at them. Not a lot of people are playing Mel and Morgana in the same series mid lane, let alone other players that are able to dig deep into the bag over there. We feel very much the same way about Dorado, and this is a team that has been scaling throughout the split. They feature 3 rookies. And it was a team, I know you talked to them before, Deserux, you know, they've really had a theme of scaling behind the team, something that, as a coach myself in the past, I feel like really fits a roster where you do have 3 rookies and where this is when the matches start to matter.
Yeah, I mean, part of having so many rookies and not that many people with experience, the most experienced was Shochi, means that you're going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what your identity is and how this team does function. And it's definitely taken time for them to find their voice, because there's been a lot of matches where we just haven't seen, you know, the old Shochi that we saw back in 23, or the experience that we're expecting out of Ariana, having played in Ultra Liga over there in the Polish league, really start to shine through. It's taken time. It's been a bit of a slow cooker, but now we're starting to see that, Cubby.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to some of the bags that we can reach into with champions, I think Ariana, his experience being a mid laner in the past, we have seen his Aurora be very deadly in the top lane. And also, even being able to play the Akali into a Gwen. Gwen's been still a power pick. We haven't seen a lot of Akali answers. That was, for me, a big part of their initial win to overcome Dark Zero and take them down, as he had a pop-off Akali game in the playoffs. That's a matchup that not a lot of people are taking, that Ariana's willing to, given his experience. So, has been good to see him scaling up throughout the playoffs.
All right, and their opponents on the Rift, again, Supernova, this is the first seed. If we're talking about rookies and low experience, that completely flips on its head when we start talking about Supernova, because there's a lot of experience here, Hoarder being the least of which. That being said, has shown up absolutely tremendously and has really leveraged a lot of this talent, a lot of experience that comes from Supernova, both with Dardock and Blaze Olive, you know, Breezy, who've been playing for a long time, and even Scary Jerry, who's seen Tier 1 before. And it's great, even with a player like Hoarder, who's been in talks of most valuable prospect, to still be able to shine among these veterans.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for me, Hoarder has been one of the most exciting players this year. I think that with his gameplay, you know, he's had some games where it's like, oh my god, like he's just 1v9, right? He's had some carries, even on Scion, performances like that. I think there are also, though, some tendencies still with a young player that exists for Hoarder. There's some waves he's playing on side lanes that I don't think he can play. The Hoarder thinks he does, then he gets punished. That has led to some of the outplays we've seen, but also definitely an area that I'm looking to see if that becomes a trend in this series, and also something that Hoarder has to work on, because look, like, when it comes to the champs he plays, his ability to lane, the credentials he has in solo queue, this is a very good prospect that people should have on their radar. And he has proved it just with his play on the Rift, not to mention some of the intangibles outside of NACL, as he's had a lot of highlight plays in very few games so far this split. So it's been really fun to see, and it'll be a fun top lane matchup with the two rookies going head-to-head.
Yeah, that's definitely the matchup I'm most excited for. And, seeing the continuation of Hoarder's growth and how he's going to play into a player such as Ariana or Hoarder, I think we really started to see Hoarder shine last year. Again, still a rookie split, rookie year, I should say, for him. Back when he played on Conviction, really started to shine out, and that's what got him the spot that he's on now with Supernova. But let's go ahead and take a look at the last time that these two teams did meet on the Rift, of course, during the regular season, Dorado and Supernova.
Yeah, and this was a very early Dorado. This was, I remember this game, it was pretty much Scary Jerry and Breezy just blasting Sushi in the bot lane, and then Hoarder having a massive Scion game later on. As I know Sushi in the first couple of weeks, he didn't feel like his play, his lane phase was up to par. Definitely worked on that and fixed that throughout the split as well. This was an early Dorado. I expect this series to not be as one-sided today, as Dorado have really showed signs of growth that have been, I think, pretty promising for this team as a whole.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, we did talk to Sushi in one of the post-game interviews where he said, I wasn't playing what is me. I wasn't playing towards my own strengths. It was mostly like what the team needed, and that wasn't bringing out the best in Sushi. As we got towards later in the season, we got to see that more and more. But early on in the season, you could really definitely feel that Dorado was trying to fill out those waters, trying to fill out what made them best. Now we're starting to see Dorado at full power, but it's not to say that Supernova haven't grown as well. We did hear a lot about that loss that they had against Blue Water, and when I talked to Hoarder, he said we learned a lot from it. We basically took that and decided to drop ego and figure out how we can get better to be in good shape for this game.
Yeah, well, I hope it goes better for them than Dark Zero yesterday, because I heard similar sentiments from them. But when we dive into this matchup, of course, Ablaze Olive, that first team All-Pro mid laner, going up to Shochi himself. And Shochi, look, I think both these players have pretty deep champion pools. I thought Ablaze Olive was really solid this split. The stat that's not showing for me is CS. I know that behind the scenes, like when talking about Ablaze Olive, it just always feels like he's able to maximize his econ in the mid lane, which is really, I know it's something we take for granted when we're talking about pro players, but it is something that it feels like he gets a little bit more mileage out of compared to his peers. And we'll see if Shochi can really, find the picks or find the angles that are going to work for him and Dorado today, because he is a pop-off player.
And if we're looking for a lot from Shochi, I mean, in a best-of-5 Fearless scenario, this is where I feel like Shochi starts to thrive. In previous seasons, we've seen Shochi really bring out this massive champion pool of like 20-plus champions in the regular season. And even when I was talking with Ariana, Ariana was excited for the best-of-5 Fearless because you can really play around Shochi and bring out some of these really niche picks, something similar that we saw from Samikin yesterday. But we are getting side selection now. Dorado is going to be on blue side for this first game.
Okay, I think that is... So my other theory when it comes to Fearless, I know yesterday I talked a bit about, we saw red side being picked for games 2 through 5. And I do think that later on, red side, getting the counter picks can be quite nice. But when all the blinds are up, we have seen blue side be the dominant side. So Dorado going to start with that. We're going to get into the games pretty soon. Before we do, we got predictions. Going to have to see what we think up here on the caster desk with everyone else. And we're a little bit more split for this one, Deserex. I got to say, I'm not surprised at all that you're going for the dogs. I was assuming that one. I'm sticking with the 1 seed in Supernova. I think that they did, or hopefully did enough behind the scenes. We'll see when they hit the Rift to make sure that things are going better for themselves today.
I already know Brikachu's in Twitch chat saying, like, why have you betrayed me once more? Always got to bring up that whole pie ordeal that Brikachu has, where if Supernova lose, she does take a pie to the face after all.
It's
but
rather brave.
Now I love this because we're getting much more on the side of Dorado. I'm no longer the only one rooting for this squad. So everyone else is starting to see the light. Let's give a shout out to our sponsor. That's going to be prodiff.gg. Are you bad at League of Legends? No? Well, you're lying to me because I know you are. You're not on the NACL stage. If you want to get better, hey, we got a way to do it. That is prodiff.gg. You can get one-on-one coaching for the pros. And we got players from both the LTA North, we got them from NACL, we got coaches, so on and so forth. Everything you need to improve in League of Legends, get your rank up, and potentially participate in one of our qualifiers and maybe be on this stage here in the future. You can only do that by scanning that QR code and joining us over at prodiff.gg. So always got to love our sponsors and what they bring. But Cubby, I think it's time to start moving on forward. I'm definitely very excited for this one as the draft is now ready for Dorado Gaming versus Supernova.
All right, let's dive on in. Dorado, they've been showing a lot of creativity with what they've been willing to play. It is game one. This is the most stock standard game that we expect, of course. But look, when going into Supernova, I think a big thing, we've seen a lot of junglers taken away in this phase. I would not want to give a Blaze Alvazir. I think that mid-focus is good. I know we talked about how deep Shochi's champion pool is. You got to pick the right game to give a Blaze Alv a few champions. So I think by banning Talia, they're really hoping that Supernova bans Azir themselves, which they do. I would have saved that for ban 3, but one champ that we've seen be really highly contested in this 4-0 in playoffs when he has made his way through draft has actually been the Maokai. So curious where that falls now in draft 2, and if Supernova puts the same priority on that champion and taking that away as pretty much every other team that we've seen so far in playoffs has.
I do want to state that Shochi has been kind of feast or famine so far in playoffs, where we see him perform incredibly well on different champions. We've seen the Orianna and Yone that was pulled out, and he looked absolutely fantastic on that. It was the Zir and Galio games where it was just famine for him coming in. So we'll see how this does shape up. I still believe he has an expansive champion pool that can be played around with. And definitely you do want to utilize as you get into this. One more ban now on Supernova's side. See the Wukong Vi taken away. Akali is going to be the final ban.
Ooh, I think that Hoarder is maybe posturing for an early Gwen here. So if it does end up being a Maokai, I wouldn't be surprised to see Gwen come through for Hoarder. As Corki first pick, this is flexible between Shochi and Sushi. We haven't seen Shochi play it so far, but it's Corki. We haven't seen Sushi play it so far either. There's a bit of a deny towards a Blaze Alv and Scary Jerry, as ABO has been one of the mid-laners that has really been willing to play Corki there, him and Insanity, as that champion. When Marksmen were first making their way towards mid, remember that was being played a lot up there, but okay, ends up actually being the Rumble picked up. So that Akali ban that I thought was being thrown out to maybe set up for a Gwen, not going to be the case, as Varus rounds out the first round for Supernova.
So pretty strong picks coming in from Supernova. You, of course, got the denial from Dorado, but this does allow for a lot of zone control. The Equalizer is always going to be out there for a lot of these choke point fights as well as neutral objective fights. And if we do go for that Varus poke build, which could be potentially the thing to go for, could be a way to try and lower down this Corki well ahead of the time, as well as the Chain of Corruptions that can work out here. Next pick coming in for Dorado is going to be the Maokai.
Yeah, again, that Maokai 4-0, it's been a really high priority champion, so really dropping down the totem pole here as Supernova pick up some early game priority in the Rumble and the Varus. So what's showing so far for me looks like Supernova wants to play fast. As, yep, there's the Gwen. So going to be that Gwen into Rumble matchup. That is a takeaway from Hoarder moving forward. Do think that there's some credence there, as Hoarder has been a really, really strong Gwen player in the top lane. But now as we dive on in, I think you have a choice. Does Dardoch want to take his jungler now? He has played a lot of Mundo into Maokai in particular. So wondering if that's the case, but that is a pretty strong scaling champion. Okay, actually going to be the Skarner. So the Impale setup to help out with the Equalizers and hopefully set up for Varus. That's going to be picked up here for Supernova.
Yeah, it could be very strong to come out from Dardoch, who, I mean, what we've seen from Dardoch throughout the season has been pretty solid, to say the least. He's very aggressive when it comes to invading into the enemy jungle and tracking out where the enemy junglers are, as well as setting up his team for success. He might not have the high skills when it comes to the jungle role, but his kill participation is always going to be up there. His ability to affect the map is always going to be up there. So you have a lot of flexibility in the way you can approach some of these attacks with the Skarner being able to just go ahead and burrow through those walls, hit those impales, and make a champion like Corki or Gwen, who, going to be short range there, have to sweat that impale coming.
Yeah, Ezreal taken away, one of the champions that can get out of that impale early on, as well as the Alistar, as Dorado doesn't want to see that very powerful support just blinded there. Definitely a pick that, honestly, will say I think Breezy's going to need to take some main engage. I think that he has some options. I would almost like to see a Rakan ban come out for Dorado, but do really know they like the Xayah Rakan themselves. So I just don't, like, I think Xayah, I don't love the value for Xayah right now for Scary Jerry, but I think the value for a Rakan for Breezy is quite good. If you can piggyback off the Skarner, really good combos. Also, the Rumble. So I'm looking at that, or maybe a Rel coming in, as that would also be really, really nice to try and set up that big wombo that Supernova was showing early.
Just getting some form of engage support. Nautilus still there as well, so potentially go for it. But the Rel's going to be banned away, so it might force that hand to play towards that potential engage. Well, if you can't find it with the Nautilus or Rakan, Nico is still available as it was hovered a little bit earlier. Lots of bans going over towards Sushi in the bottom lane from Supernova. Supernova look to grab their next pick, hovering over towards the Orianna. It was one of the champions that Shochi did look very, very good on, so taking that away could be a pretty good takeaway from Dorado, but instead it's going to be the Aurora.
That's a takeaway from Orianna, if we're going to be honest. I mean, his Aurora, it's got 3 plays, 2 and 1, and it's been good in every single game. So, interesting to see both teams early on in Fearless. It feels like some of the picks that we have would have a bit higher priority on, like, taking away than actually getting what you're good at. As we see the Bradley Cooper, the Bard, make his way through. In Game 1, this was a game changer yesterday in Game 5 for Rovex.
Yep.
You do have an immobile AD in the Varus, and Aurora has trouble escaping Bard, but this is a very utility-focused bot lane now, as Dorado is really going to try and use their range. If they do lock in this Jhin to try and find picks and set up in the Supernova, but they're pretty much sacking the early game in this. So I know that a theme for Dorado this year has been scaling with the 3 rookies. They're looking to do some scaling on the Rift as well, as Breezy gets his hands on Nico. That's a lot of early game playmaking for Supernova, and I'm pretty worried if Dorado can really hold strong here against everything that Supernova is going to be throwing at them, because it looks to me like they have priority early on across the board.
There's a lot of strong magic damage you can work with, but there's a lot of AoE damage alongside this engage for Supernova. Breezy has been known to take very creative flanks. I always bring up Beatdown's old quote of a flank so deep that King Arthur couldn't pull it out. I just love that up from time to time.
He is an artist,
Yeah, that is the way that Breezy really does work. So being on this Nico, if you can find those angles, that could be absolute devastation for Dorado's composition, especially if these picks are found very early into the game.
Yeah, I think for me, my eyes are on Supernova early on. Skarner's not the best jungler to help this snowball, but Blaze Olive is going to have priority in mid early on. This Varus Nico is going to have priority bot early. Rumble into Gwen. Gwen can fight the first 3 waves, but then Rumble, wins out on that matchup a little bit. So the strength of Supernova early, I'm curious if Dardoch's going to be able to use it to get in the face of Kaido and actually invade. And we're going to have to see if Kaido's able to get off a full clear. If not, I do think that Supernova could really look for a bot invade with the Varus Nico priority down there. And that should be a pretty favorable fight for them. So I think it's really important that Kaido actually starts on that bot side, makes his way up towards top, which isn't great for the Jhin Bard, but I think he needs to really do his best to secure those camps, because they should be under threat early. And that's just going to be how hard can Supernova push the pace of this, because if they don't, the scaling of Gwen, Maokai, Corki on the top side, the range and control that Jhin Bard can bring, it will be dangerous for Supernova. But early game, all the cards should be in their hand.
I mean, I definitely have a lot of worries coming through for Dorado coming into this game. I mean, as usual, Maokai doesn't build as a full tank rather early on. You typically get that Leandries that comes through, so it's going to be hard for Kaido to have to kill out for a lot of these neutral objectives that might be contested here. But off of that note, let us know who you think is going to take the dub for this one. Go ahead and put in hashtag DOGE for Dorado Gaming or hashtag SN for Supernova. Again, this is a matchup of the underdog versus one of the big heads here in the NACL. Number 1 seed and Supernova falling rather early to Blue Otter. And Dorado want to keep that trend of the underdogs prevailing in week number 3.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, I was thinking, Destructs, like in an alternative universe where Meowth is actually a dog, we could see if Supernova could send Dorado blasting off again. You know, there's a galaxy far away.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I mean,
we're trying to play with the multiverse here a little bit.
I was going to go off of something of just focusing on the underdog theme, because what is an otter but a water dog, you know?
That's true. Also, all the purple teams have kind of been losing. If they go up against an animal, they've lost. That's actually holds true in the bracket. If your logo is purple and you're up against an animal, you have lost. That's 100% hit rate there, by the way. NACL,
this
always
is the
special
analysis
here.
we need, man.
Yeah, always special in the NACL.
Well, it appears the Dorado fans are definitely showing up for this one, and I mean, there's definitely a lot of fan favorites out here. I don't have to say much about Shochi. Obviously, I'm a fan of his play and what he's been able to do over the last few years. But of course, Sushi, someone who was highly praised by Doublelift, is here. Did get to play one of those games. I forgot what week it was. It was 1 week where he got to sub in and actually
a couple weeks. He had a playoff match. He made a lot of fans off that. I think it was against Winthrop the first time. Part of that saga that we had last time. But yeah, honestly, I'm glad you're focusing on the bot lane though, Deserex. To not steal your thunder, I think Sushi versus Scary Jerry. Look, Jerry's a fantastic laner. I've always really thought that he's a good laner, and it's funny because, you know, what the archetype of scouting for that role, it has been trying to find the really talented team fighters and you evolve them into the good laner. Jerry, kind of like Yawn, has had to work backwards in that, right? Where he's an outstanding laner. It's like, okay, can I make sure the team fights get executed soundly enough? I think that the first time we saw these two teams meet, he blasted Sushi and Mixture in lane. So want to see if Sushi has leveled up there or if Jerry can get the best of them, because that bot lane is going to be very important early on to set up some of these jungle invades and the snowball.
All right, we are ready for our first game of the day in this series between the underdogs in Dorado Gaming versus the number 1 seed in Supernova.
Yeah, baby, let's go. I mean, I got to say, this bracket has been just absolutely bananas so far. And we're going to have to see if that can continue today with the Dorado win. I will say, coming into the day, I thought that it would be more likely coming into this week that Dorado beats Supernova, then Blue Water actually taking down Dark Zero. Now, Blue Water played a great game yesterday. So do want to see if Dorado can really show up in this game 1, or if the Supernova that we saw for the majority of the split can show up and dominate. Because I thought what they did really well as a team, Deserex, was lane swaps early on. I know from talking with Coach Ren in early weeks, they really tried as a team to drill that down. They were ahead of the curve on that in this league. That gave them a lot of success early. And then Dorado, you know, the theme of scaling, it does feel like they've come together as a team, and these young players have leveled up as the split's going on.
But I think that topic of scaling can be applied to Supernova in some regard. And it's really less about the play and more about the mindset and playing the game. I had brought it up earlier about the Blue Otter loss, and talking with Hoarder, he did say that like it helped them improve a lot. They set their egos aside. They had to talk about their core problems that they've been ignoring since the start of the regular season. I know I heard from a lot of teams that Supernova in scrims was very different from being on stage, and it did feel like that they were just barely able to get it together before they were able to make it onto the stage.
Yeah.
So now this might be a better situation for Supernova, now going through that loss and being much more dialed in, locked in, and serious for this game against Dorado.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Let's take a look at the bot lane here. Scary Jerry, that's a lot of DPM. I know we usually have a little bit more blood in our NACL games than pro games, but 840 is a crazy number. I do think that Jerry's had a pretty solid split. And it has been good to see him really, I mean, obviously, you know, spending time in the pro leagues and coming back down to NACL, not ideal for all, you know, everyone as a player, but I think Jerry's really ran with it and really has used it to improve and try and scale up, as we do see Shochi being very cheesy here. I think he actually might have sniped away a small raptor. As you see, Dardock's at 11, so Shochi, he got a little pupper over there.
Shochi being able to still out some of the EXP from Dardock again. Dardock is very high momentum once he's able to get going. He really does look to influence the map a lot. I want to go back to what you're talking about down in the bottom lane, as I do think this is going to be a pretty exciting matchup. Sushi has shown a lot of promise, especially in playoffs, where we saw him go deathless in that series against Dark Zeros, 14 kills on a Jhin and a Senna. Didn't have as much luck in the game that followed. You know, tough as it be, it's against Luminosity, right? So that's always going to be a very tough one to have to take down against a team of first-team All-Pros.
Yeah, they are a bit of a buzzsaw, but we will see what happens moving forward. Is at the moment, the concern I had for the Maokai clear was actually Dardoch's clear that was interrupted early. So Kaido getting off that first full clear. Good news for Dorado. We'll see if Dardoch can contest the Raptors coming up here, as that should be where both of our teams are looking.
Dardoch now heading into the enemy jungle. The only thing he doesn't realize is the Raptors have been taken away.
They're about to respawn, though. And Ablazeolve, he's going to be able to play this one, whereas Shochi's going to have TP backs. Yeah, CABO.
Yeah.
Maybe sneaking his way over. He's going to try and push the wave, hover down, and here comes the Raptor war.
It's going to be a little vengeful out of Dardoch. Lost some of his chicken nuggets in the hands of Shochi. Will just claim them from Kaido. Now the flash forward, going on to Dardoch. Dardoch has to flash to respond. The pressure applied there by Mixture, roaming up, getting the flash out of Dardoch. Cost of Kaido on his own.
I mean, Kaido gets to continue clearing. I don't know how worth the flash trade is, but at least he got his chickens and gets to continue. Do like the fact that Mixture walked up early, as that was definitely something, again, in draft. Like, you got to play defense on these bot camps. I think it's a good response from Mixture, but we do see a small lead for Scary Jerry, which is about on par with what we expect of the matchup so far in the bot lane. But hey, good work using that TP to make sure he gets down there. No rotations early, though, for Supernova. So my eyes go towards this early Dragon. Again, do think that as this game goes on, heavy scaling from the Gwen, Maokai, and the Corki. Dragon stacking for Supernova going to be important.
All I'm going to say is I really do like it whenever I see a Bard. It's been a lot of fun. You know, we saw it once during the incident, so to say, a few splits ago. But now that it's starting to pick up steam again, especially in this best of 5 Fearless, you know, some of the things that stick out to me is always going to be Magical Journey. It means that if any action is going on rather early on your bot side camps, then you can get there right in a timely way. As Mixture will fall! Scary Jerry gets first blood!
I mean, Scary Jerry just 1v2'd him down there. Mixture not respecting the Varus damage early, and Jerry gets off to a good start in the bot lane. That's going to make that first Dragon a lot easier here for Supernova.
Why'd I talk about Bard, man? It's just instantly cursed him. Sorry, Mixture.
Hey,
that was my bad,
welcome
man.
to Boise, baby. You're a caster in residence. Flexing the curse already. As Mixture, that's 3 procs there of the Blight stacks, and I think an empowered Q to help finish him off. Jerry using that TP to get back and keeping the pressure up with the poke Varus. 1v2s be damned, man. He's got it handled, but I will say, again, this is a great start for Supernova. Very well played by Jerry, but we have seen these poke Varuses fall off. I mean, that was the story of Game 4 yesterday, right? In that Blue Water Dark Zero series. He got changed in the patch to buff up his W, and they nerfed his Q and his E, so buff the on-hit, nerf the poke. This is a great start for Jerry, but again, just more important for Supernova to keep their foot on the gas and to continue to really push this game forward. So we see a swap coming out. Orianna, a little bit behind this top lane matchup against the Rumble. Jerry's going to get up here on time, take the wave, and now Supernova have that strong lane close to the Grubs.
Yeah, very nice for Scary Jerry. Already had his Serrated Dirk earlier, now able to finish off a tier and start getting stacks going on that. And try and keep momentum in the favor of Supernova. You can see right now Dardoch is clearing towards his top side for the time being, while the wave gets shoved in the top side by the bot lane of Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, taking inventory, I think we do have to give Shochi a little bit of credit here. Just being up CS against the Ablazeolve, he's going to get a good reset here. He's up a wave and a half. I think that's pretty nice. Corki, again, a champion that if he gets economy, that guy does a lot of damage. Especially if you're in the mid lane and you get those extra levels compared to bot lane Corki. So, good. I mean, I like where Supernova's at. I think it's just, again, important that they continue to use the strength of their comp now to make plays, because Dorado, the 1k gold lead down, not ideal, but they have some econ in places that you don't want to see if you're Supernova early on.
You can see Dardoch getting a little aggressive on the invade, will be able to meet up with Mixture. And the respect now coming out from the bottom lane. This is going to be a struggle for Sushi and Mixture. Especially now that we got that tier, it means you're going to have more mana, more resources to keep spamming those piercing arrows and chipping away at the health bar of this bot lane of Dorado, which is going to give a lot of priority over to Supernova, and Dardoch's going to utilize that for the grubs.
Yeah, love what Dardoch did there. It just instantly took a grub. Kaido should be able to get one with the Q-Smite and Maokai. It is very tough to contest, but we'll see. Again, I think it's a scary fight for Dorado. Supernova stronger here, but Nature's Grass comes out.
Nature's Grass going to find 2 roots out. Now Dorado looking to play forward as the snare is found. Now Dardoch putting on the Impale, but he's critically low and does not have Flash. Shochi claims the kill on Dardoch.
That root finding 2, big for Dorado. A wee bit unlucky as it got a little bit funky there. Good cooks for Breezy, but is it enough? No, it's not.
Oh!
Shochi gets a double kill, has a red buff, the Corky's butt. It's shaking Scary Jerry. He's got Conquer
He's
stacks.
hunting. Yeah, Scary Jerry has no choice but to burn his flash right there. Shochi on the Corky, getting a double kill and fighting right back against Supernova's priority.
That's really, really big for Dorado. They got 2 grubs, too, and a good play. Again, Supernova so close there. We're going to see the root. Oh, it caught 2. That's set up for the double stun from the Bard. The big play was the root catching 2, because that made the Q from Mixture really easy to hit. And it looked like, I mean, I don't know if they creep blocked each other. It was a little funky there as Breezy throws out a pretty poor E. That helps him go down the Shochi, and Scary Jerry loses his flash thanks to Mixture flashing forward, which is a very good trade from Mixture. Always want to trade flash for flash if you are a Bard, because guess what? That means that you're Tempered Fate. Hard to get out of now if you're Scary Jerry.
Oh yeah, we're going to be watching for that level 6 to come through, so Tempered Fate can come online. Mixture now hovering around as we go back to this bottom side, sending our bot lanes back to where they belong. Definitely a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake coming out of Breezy to push a little bit too far forward there. It's definitely going to feel good for this Corky as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, him being where he's at the moment, Deserex, we're looking at a pre-15-minute Trinity Force, which for Shochi, I mean, when I think of Shochi, I usually think of his Tristana as one of his signature champions if we had to pick any. Him first picking that Corky, again, a bit of a deny pick away from Supernova. Keep in mind, Dorado has not played Corky all year. And or all split, I should say. They're first picking Corky in Game 1 against Supernova. And hey, Shochi making it work out. As, again, good start. I mean, this is a even game. I think that you're very happy being in that game state if you are Dorado. Now for Supernova, next Dragon, still important. They have a lot of strength now on the map. I think it's important they continue to fight this. And with the bot lane HP bars the way they are, this should be the second Dragon going over to Supernova as well.
Spawning in 15 seconds, priority still belongs to Supernova through Scary Jerry and Breezy. Kaido is able to scout this out a little bit. Dardoch will now have his flash back and available if he does need to get aggressive. This is something Dorado should definitely not look to contest too much. Now Scary Jerry and Breezy want to shove one more wave so they can get that positioning on the Dragon.
As long as they keep the pressure up, I mean, Sushi's at half. I really don't think that Dorado should fight this. It's okay to give up 2 dragons. Your game's going to be in a much better spot 5 minutes from now when you get more items. I think that fighting a Varus now is dangerous, but Maokai can win out of a lot of Smite Wars, and a TP is even coming in.
Yeah, right now, Kaido is just steal it away, and there's nothing Supernova can do about it. You don't need to take the fight if you just win the Smite.
Yeah, I mean, the TP investment, Hoarder couldn't match. I think his TP just coming off cooldown now. He just got his TP back. So using that small window, Dorado able to force a numbers advantage, force them off with the Nature's Grasp, and now Shochi has TP top with a 12-minute Trinity Force.
Oh. Just like that, going to block away the Chain of Corruption as Ariana goes aggressive in the bottom lane against Scary Jerry. And it's kind of just a lot of butterfly effects really coming through. I mean, Shochi getting strong early. Like, we remember what happened during the Raptor camp when the flash was burnt from Dardoch to escape. It meant he didn't have the flash to get away from the fight that happened in the top side. And then Kaido being able to play over towards this dragon, just to walk up, realizing that Scary Jerry's flash is down and they can't play as aggressive, will give Dorado a fighting chance to steal away that dragon and keep their momentum in this game.
I mean, this is a good game state for Dorado. Again, them being even right now, I think I view them as ahead on my screen. As a Blazolve goes aggressive on the Shochi, but mixture there with some heals behind him. Him showing face means that Blazolve can't pull that one off. And I mean, first items are in earlier for Dorado, and I think their team fight, the ability to control things as Maokai, Jin, Bard. Just think of your range of engage, guys, between those three champions. Supernova has a hell of a wombo combo if they can close the gap, but they need to close the gap with stuff like a Nico, Skarner, even an Aurora. So I really like the setup that Dorado has later on. I think that Maokai gives you so much control over the terrain between how just filthy broken his ultimate is, and not to mention the saplings in the brush too, Deserex, where, again, Supernova, I think it's harder for them to push this game forward as the game goes on, and the game state we have now is a really nice spot for Dorado.
And I still can't believe that still really went through. I mean, Kaido, he's been on some rough teams, man, that we've seen in the past, especially if you know the team, not the team, but the name City Witty.
Team Liquid first.
Had to fight through. Team Liquid first.
Yeah.
There was another one. There was the AOE team that I think he came in the last 2 weeks of that went winless on the series.
I mean, good for him for trying there. Like he came in and tried to make it.
Yeah. But it feels like now that he's reunited with Shochi, because you don't remember back in the day we used to have the qualifiers for the Proving Grounds. It was Taco Gaming, where Shochi and City were together. Now Kaido. Where they had an impressive performance.
Was it them? I
next.
remember Trickster being in there in a couple splits, but I guess City might have stuck in there too. I just remember he was in that TL tryout that I was a coach in. And
that was the upset game against 100 Thieves next. It was City was in there.
That's right. Wow, that was a big one. He was in the TL tryout that I was a coach in. I helped out, and I know they really liked him, and so I ended up being a TL first, motivated kid. And good to see him with now rocking the Kaido tag, still showing good play in the meta champs, because he was always able to play the non-meta champs really well. I mean, he is a hell of a Hecarim player. He is a hell of a Shyvana player. His Jarvan, I think, is very good, but to see him play Maokai, I mean, look, ult, walk up, Bramble Smash, Smite, take it away. That's pretty textbook Maokai play. It's pretty hard to beat Q Smite, so not too complicated, but hey, still good as Jerry flashes away.
Yeah, we could have the curtain call right now. Still waiting for the angle to find the attack. A Blazolve critically low. Feats of Warfare claimed by Dorado, and it's 2 kills picked up. The dogs are barking tonight, Cubby.
Sushi found Scary Jerry trying to base in the Raptor Brush. That was blind as he hits the snipe. That's going to be Rift Herald, and Dorado continues to push this game forward, and the scaling members continue to get fed.
And this early game, Cubby, it was supposed to belong to Supernova, and somehow Dorado are fighting ahead, man.
It was in a way. I like looking back, I think that Skarner is a good pick with Rumble and Varus, but the full commit to early game, Skarner's not really the best jungler to help you snowball that one forward. And when Dorado was able to neutralize the first couple of plays, again, we're now in the world where the reach of these ultimates is so big. We didn't exactly get to see the setup. Maybe we'll see it now. That was a Tempered Fate. Remember the flash for flash trade? Jerry just got his flash back up. He couldn't flash out of the Tempered Fate. He can flash back now. So Mixture timing that one really well. And then Jerry, he hits the recall. Sushi takes a guess and finds it with a 4th shot.
That's some beautiful stuff coming out of Dorado so far. It gets them a 1.5k gold lead 16 minutes into this. Still not the biggest one, but the big thing is they're picking up resources on the map. They grabbed the Rift Herald earlier, and now they have early positioning on this dragon.
When you have early positioning with a Maokai, the sapling value is very real, and of course, this is kind of the pokey AP Maokai build, right? So the saps have been nerfed a bit, but you still got to walk through them. Really, only Skarner's happy to tank these. Nico Clones can try and find him too, but that's a pretty expensive cooldown to burn, and this is a tough spot for Supernova. I mean, we were just giving this dragon for nothing already, Deserex, and a comp that we've talked about is really needing to try and play fast. This is not the start that Supernova wants.
And given this is Fearless, this is going to take a lot of strong champions off the board. You know, champions that Supernova were expecting to win with, now having their backs against the wall rather early in this game, number 1. See the focus coming out from Shochi as he looks to get a few more shots onto that tower. Order needing to clear the wave because of potential setup looking his way. Kaido walking around in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Hoarder, knowing that he might get dove there under threat, just going to equalize the wave and get himself a nice base. Hoarder has done a nice job of getting resources for himself. He did have the winning matchup as a Blaze Olive. That's funky. Okay.
Almost ping-ponged himself back into the wrong position there.
That would have been a Looney Tunes moment if he was able to not be on that wall. You know, got stuck in the wall, or the wall got pulled out from under him. That's more of a Wile E. Coyote moment, but you know. Fortunately, a Blaze Olive able to get away and doesn't have to say "What's up, Doc" to the two people that were trying to take him down. And
weren't you making Looney Tunes references yesterday too?
Yeah, we're back. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they call you the esports dad for a reason.
Hey, if that means Looney Tunes references, I'll sign up for any title I can make.
Oh boy,
that's timeless right there.
Here we go. Teleport now coming out, looking to attempt to dive. Now looking to bail out. Will be a Blaze Olive. Crash into the tower. Tower's going to go down. Fight happening on the opposite side. Breezy has to bail. And now Kaido hopping right into the Rift Herald. Shochi grabs another kill and will go on a killing spree. Now the charge is found. Dardoch will able to lock down onto Ariana, but Ariana's not taking enough damage. And Mixture steps forward. One falls for Supernova. Dorado get a tower.
Timing too for Dorado. I mean, there's nothing up on the map that Supernova can take away, as they were going to have to reset. Dorado just gets the win again, and this has been a really solid game from Dorado, Deserex. This is a team that, again, we saw the head-to-head before we hopped in. It was one of the early matches. That might have been their first match, as Sushi just got blasted in lane. Dorado were never really in that game, and I remember after the first 3 games, Dorado started off the split 0-3. Yet Sushi putting up on Twitter like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm not playing good enough. This isn't the standard to my play. This is some of the worst competitive games I've ever played. And it feels like, I mean, he really started to step up after that, but now it feels like the rest of Dorado has been stepping up, as Shochi's having a great game. He's been better the past couple weeks. Kaido, I think, has really actually brought some stability to this team, and usually when I think of Kaido in the jungle, it's not stability, it's usually chaos, and it's been good to see him kind of play neutralizer for this squad. And it's been good looks for Dorado as they look to, upset another one of the tournament favorites here.
Telling you, it's the week of the dogs, man. As Clone goes out, Tempered Fate going to be found onto Breezy, but there's not much to really clean up there. Now Scary Jerry caught out of position. He does not have his flash. He will be able to try and bail out, but gets caught by the needlework. And now Blaze Olive a little bit too far forward. Kaido grabs another kill. It's another pickup for Sushi, and Supernova are getting decimated as they'll lose 4 to Dorado.
Take the mid-outer, go take the Otacon, and that's probably game 1, Deserex. The Supernova took an early game comp. I will say, like, Skarner just wasn't able to push the pace of this one. I think the Supernova's team just had some oopsies as a whole, and they're getting blown out of the water in game 1.
Yeah, this is great stuff coming out from Dorado Gaming. Again, a team that we said is scaling. They didn't perform that well in the regular season. Got a few clutch wins every now and then, but now in playoffs, oh boy, they're here.
Yeah, I mean, that play started. I really like Sushi, the W placement. It caught Scary Jerry on the wall. It didn't really have an angle to dodge out there, and Ariana and the rest of Dorado just able to rip through them. As these fights aren't even close, Deserex. It really is just the Corki smashing with the rest of the team. I'm very impressed with what we've seen game 1 from Dorado. I think it's part of the reason why we've seen Malachi get banned a lot. I mean, I'm really glad that everyone's kind of coming around to my theory. I've been talking about how OP Malachi is, feels like for years. Every point, like, first off, his kit's gross. Your R is super OP and on too low of a cooldown. Your E gives you like a vision scout and actually does damage. You have a point and click lockdown that follows up the Q. And you, like, how many champions in League can consistently beat Malachi Q Smite? It's very few. On top of your passive being gross, and every level you get, like if you just hit shift over Malachi's abilities, see what they do, you get everything. Every level's great.
Position gets caught by the deadly flourish, and Shoji will go unstoppable. Equalizer goes down, but nothing can save Dardoch from the dismay headed their way, as Dorado will pick up 2.
Should kill the wave. Just go take the Drake, or they can see someone sending the soul of the Drake. A Blaze Olive had TP up, but he's just committing to trade out the turret and get that objective bounty. Don't blame him for that one, honestly. Supernova are in full sack mode. And yeah, this is just not the game that they wanted, Deserex. It's been all Dorado, and frankly for Supernova, I know that it wasn't exactly the team that we saw, the stage versus scrims, they were pretty public about their scrims not going as well as their stage games were, but this is grim. I need to see a bounce back from this team, right? I feel like a game 2 bounce back would be good. There's some experience on here. I think there are some level heads on this squad, but it's kind of hard sometimes to open up a series where you're just getting, take the early game comp, things don't work out in the first 10 minutes, then you got to spend the next 15 to 20 just getting kind of slapped around in the Rift.
5-0-2, Shochi, scoreline. Absolutely amazing on this Corki so far. I mean, a lot of what we've seen came out very early on into the lanes where he was able to outlane a Blaze Olive and then shows up to the right place, right time to pick up a lot of crucial kills and keep Dorado's momentum going. And you also have to think about how much this game would really mean for Shochi, who hasn't seen top 4 since back, in spring of 23, I believe it was, in that Cincinnati Fear debut roster. That was the last time he was able to be in that top 4. A very competitive season that was. I remember it was like 16 teams in it.
Yeah.
But being able to finally bring back that performance of Shochi of old and really step up to the plate.
It's been great, man. I know that he worked really hard to get back through the OQs. I know a player that, is honestly really exciting to watch because he is a pop-off player, as we like to say. He's like a little Jojo Pyun Light in a way. But probably too high of a compliment, but yeah, that's fine. Shochi can get this one. He puts on the show always. And that Corki, he picked up those first 2 kills, Deserux, and he was really the one that I feel like carried the game with Kaido. The damage this Corki has done has been filthy.
And we are not done. As Tempered Fate goes out to catch his Torter. Along with the Maokai ultimate, it means there's so much zone that you have to respect that's coming through from Dorado when they set up on these towers. Another tower will fall the way of Dorado.
20 seconds till the Baron, and we just get to keep on singing the praises of Dorado here, Deserux. There's really not much else to say for Supernova. Just didn't connect early.
Look at the dogs.
Yeah. I will say that yesterday, I might have had some oopsies when it comes to comp reads. Some of it was oopsies, some of it was, just it happens in League. It's always a science experiment.
How are you going to read a comp that has more York?
True. This
Dardoch
one was
looking
not
for an
oopsies,
angle
I
into
think.
it. Deadly Flourish. Dardoch is just getting punished outright. He will fall. Ejective bounty picked up by Supernova. Dardoch just barely escapes now, but here comes the counterattack as Shochi gets a triple. Shochi gets a quadra kill. He's the whole
They're gonna give it.
damn Shochi pentakill.
10 kills for Shochi. I'd say that's bootyful, given the Corki skin that he's playing. And man, for Shochi, again, that's a B1 Corki. He has not played this all split. Dorado's not played this all split. But the dogs are with Dorado as that Corki is popping off.
A lot of preparation that Dorado have been doing. It's been paying off. I've even heard during the regular season, they kept scrimming in Fearless to be ready for playoffs. And it's definitely showing right here as we take another look at this fight in the mid lane.
And look, Supernova's desperate. They got to look for objective bounties. Talked a lot about how behind they are this game. That Gwen is just doing filthy damage in the middle of this one, as Ariana was able to set up what ended up being a lot of damage for Shochi on this pentakill. That's a classic Corki pentakill where you just kind of walk in, brute force, damage, and it be what it do. He has a Giant's Belt and a Null Magic Mantle. As classic Shochi, he's going. I guess he's just decided that if he doesn't die, he wins. And frankly, I kind of agree with him on that one.
If you got the damage already to get a pentakill, let's just go defensive, man. Why not?
Could be Force of Nature Corki.
It could be.
Maybe.
I'm trying to think of what else can build it.
Respect.
Does Jackshow build out of this?
Yes. Actually, he could go Jackshow. Respect. Callista build. Again, they're so far off. I actually like the luxury items. Like, if we want to talk high level, if you're ahead, defensive items are good. Take away ways that you can lose the game. QSS on Kaido, the person most likely, honestly, to catch a Verivisar. So I think getting out of that one's smart. Not to mention, cool. Everything else they can throw is Dardoch.
All right, Dardoch caught out by Tempered Fade. A lot of crowd control is going to go his
That's
way,
so
and
gross.
Dardoch can do nothing.
That
The
is so
crowd
gross.
control layering is absolutely disgusting. Valkyrie forward, Shochi will go flashing right out of the Pop Blossom and popping heads while he's at it. Dorado looking for more as Hoarder puts on the flamethrower, but it doesn't do a damn thing in the face of Ariana. Base under attack. Nexus Tower number 1 falls. Nexus Tower number 2 falls. And the Hounds will start off this series with a dub.
Report mixture for dying as man, Dorado got big. Shochi got a pentakill, went legendary. Ariana was rather grande on that map, and man, everything clicking there for Dorado as Supernova's early game comp just didn't connect, and yeah, we saw things get out of control.
Yeah, and I want to echo back to some of the sentiment you made during the draft itself. It felt like a lot of things were working the way they should in Supernova's composition. I mean, the bot lane especially, getting that early first blood from Scary Jerry. For the type of player that Dardoch is, it felt like Skarner didn't help out this composition enough, and Dorado just took advantage of that.
I mean, again, like, the full early game draft, I think that you have to be able to push the pace. I gotta say, like, Skarner's just not the champ for that. So if you go Skarner, I feel like trying to round things out a little bit differently, or maybe just like taking Rakan. The Nico from Breezy wasn't really it in that one either. So things didn't connect for Supernova in that game 1. And we can look at the draft, we can look at the picks, but I mean, the bottom line, Deserex, is that they got crushed. And I'm down for teams to take early game drafts. I think that playing early game, for better or worse, is good, but when you get into these playoff games, the tension's there. These are high-stakes matchups. Things tend to slow down just a wee bit between these teams. This isn't scrims, so I think that playing scaling has paid off. I mean, to that logic, now Kai's 5-0. We've seen some good Ivern games, so I'm wondering if Supernova has a different approach for the second game, as whatever happened in game 1 did not work out.
Not indeed. And Dorado, I mean, hey, it's the comfort zone when you're in Fearless. We're going to take a moment right now to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 of Supernova versus Dorado Gaming. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, and what a banger in this game number 1. First seed falls to Dorado rather early, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, I mean, again, Supernova, they needed to get things going early. They did not, and yeah, things got rather out of hand. I mean, Dorado, like, I will say, I thought that the concerns I had for the draft, the fact that it took time to get going, but once it does, like pairing Jhin, Bard, Bot with the Gwen, Maokai, Corki topside, that's a lot of utility to support the damage that you can have on the top side, especially when you do have a Maokai building the way that Maokai does now, right? Which is the Andres and the Bloodletters. So, yeah, it's definitely a pretty strong game 1 for Dorado. And for Supernova, look, I think you can, in a way, somewhat write that one off as, okay, the first 10 minutes didn't go the way we wanted to, and then the game's over, right? Even if the last 20 minutes felt bad. But for Supernova, I'm just curious, do they keep the same approach playing that raw early game, or do they change things up and take a little bit more scaling? I think that scaling is important in playoffs because games slow down. These are not scrims.
Yeah.
And we have seen, I think, scaling be the bread and butter strat for a lot of teams that have had success so far in playoffs. So do want to see more teams kind of opt for that, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
And I will say the comp of Dorado was rather thematic in some way, whereas you have your win condition really set for how you want to take these fights. And you had mentioned it during the game itself, how disgusting it was to have that layering of crowd control that you would have to deal with anytime you get caught. You mentioned it with the Maokai, but how it paired with the Deadly Flourish of the Jhin, with the Tempered Fate, Cosmic Binding of the Bard, it meant that if you got caught by Dorado, there was no escape, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, good luck escaping the Maokai. Good luck escaping Jhin as well. I love Jhin W with pets, by the way. I know the saplings aren't exactly a pet, but that was a combo I've seen a lot when the Fury jungle was a thing, right? Speaking of dogs, as we want to see that one later for Dorado. So, yeah, Shochi doing pretty much twice as much damage as anyone else on Supernova. That seems like the story of the game to me. So, props to Dorado. Good game 1 from them. We'll see if Supernova can bounce back. I know that game was like super one-sided. But for Supernova, once the first 10 minutes don't go your way, that game's pretty cooked. So I'm just curious to see what kind of approach they change coming into the game as they get side select, see if they go blue or red, and where they go from there.
Yeah, I definitely don't think this is over for Supernova. We've seen them be able to adjust in the past. I know the Citadel game was one of those where they lost a lot to Citadel both in the regular season and ACL, but still took them out in the lower bracket. So they're a team with a lot of experience who can really leverage that to try and adjust for this series. But it is definitely scary having a loss of that caliber in game number 1, showing that, maybe they're not as prepared as they think they are for this Dorado series. But here we are, getting ready for a draft of game number 2.
All right, Supernova, you snag the blue side for yourself, too. We'll see if that ends up being the case for most of our teams again. I think the red side actually has some credence later on in these fearless games, especially, like, guys, we're in NACL. These guys don't play the blinds as well as the pros do. I mean, we have some good, very talented players here, but I think that the lower elo you go, the more valuable red side is to get counterpick and play something you're comfortable playing, rather than being forced to blind. So we saw that work out really well yesterday. When it comes to Blue Water, we'll see what happens today as the series continues. At the moment, we're actually opening with an Akali ban. Keep in mind, last game it was a Talia open when it comes to the bans. So curious if Supernova now starts to leave that Talia up to try and first pick that for a Blaze Olive.
Before we get too much into the nitty-gritty of this, all I'm going to say is, does camera make my head look big, or am I tripping out right now, Cody?
I think you look beautiful as ever, Desrex. That's my answer. Your head's about as big as mine right now, and the headset, I will say, the HyperX headset you have, the earmuffs are a little bit bigger,
All right.
Maybe it's that or just the neutral moving background,
It might be that. I was just looking, and I don't know.
It feels like, what are they like? What's Disney using to like shoot all their shows now? It's like they have like a circle, and your green screen like in a full circle, so you can like kind of be in the environment. It looks like you're in that at the moment.
Oh,
I'm blanking. I'm gonna go do some research.
Well, first bans are now out of the way. For Supernova, going to take away that Papianaro as well as the Akali. Talia and Azir getting banned away, so we're taking away a lot of those strong mid lane picks that a Blaze Olive can potentially play towards. You had mentioned it earlier how valuable that Azir could be. One more pick now, one more ban now, I should say, for Dorado.
I didn't know that Boise State had a stagecraft that you're in. It's pretty fancy. That's what they're called. You get the full It's actually
called a
really
stage
cool.
grab.
Yeah, if you have any interest in like how movies or shows are made, it's actually really cool. Actors like it a lot because they feel like they're more immersed now. Pantheon was left up. So Dorado getting over, really, I'd say the #1 jungler at the moment in the Pantheon. Poppy is banned, Wukong is banned, Xin Zhao is often available to play, as I think that's the best matchup you can find in the Pantheon. You do stat check him later on in the game, so wouldn't be surprised if that gets snagged by Dorado. I will say, if this Jax does get picked, okay, I think Kaido can flex that, but it's kind of a poopy matchup in the Pantheon too. Your answers here are either Jarvan or Xin, if I'm Dorado. I think those are the two that make the most sense.
Yeah, I'm looking up the history right now because I believe he played Pantheon sometime earlier. Yeah, he did. That was the Citadel game. Right.
Yep.
Had a pretty good showing right there with the 20.0 KDA. Definitely a very influential champion. I've heard a lot of people just talk about how effective he is on the map because you do have that man drop that you can get there any place, anytime, and really be able to influence that. We're also going to get some more strong picks coming out of Supernova as they look to go for the Jax in the name of Order.
It's a Hoarder special. Bit of a deny from Orianna as well. Hoarder's been very, very good on this champion. As, again, a lot of early game showing. I do like the Jarvan Orianna, though, because the idea in the Pantheon, you can't play as fast, given what used to be the man drops. Now the Grant and Starfalls.
No, it's the man drop. It's always the man drop.
I do miss the man drops. Oh my god, Supernova's playing extremely fast.
Wow.
Wow, Galio picked up, too. Okay, Supernova committing to the early game as... Don't play with my heart like this, Orianna. Okay. It's like Riven and the Galio, really? Probably not. But, man, for Supernova, I feel like with all the melees that they have showing, yeah, a pick like Gragas is great. I mean, you can neutralize the Jax. Your damage is going to be too relevant in the game with Galio Pantheon Jax, but man, like, take stuff that's good into melees. As Supernova showing something that's very melee heavy. If I'm Supernova, I'm taking away Xayah right now. You do not want to play Xayah in the Jarvan Orianna, but you do not want to give Xayah away to Sushi. It's one of his best champions, and I think it would be very valuable into everything that's showing here for Supernova.
I'm going to be very interested in how this map gets played out, because now you don't just have the man drop, I'm still going to call it that, Cody, but you also have the heroic entrance that you have with the Galio, so there's a lot of potential to play the map with this composition so far, but I do like the answers coming out of Dorado. Focus now for Dorado is going to be towards the bot lane and Scary Jerry as they ban away.
Yeah, I mean, I would ban stuff to set up a Xayah, and I would just force them to ban Xayah. As I think an Ezreal ban would be pretty smart here. Jerry's a good Ezreal player, and getting out of J4 Orianna combos sounds quite good to me. As they also took away his Lucian, and Scary Jerry, very good Lucian player. Definitely a pick that might be contested later on. But yeah, I mean, if I'm Supernova, like maybe Jerry wants to sign up for a Kai'Sa Xayah matchup, but I'm still not a giant fan. That Nautilus sets up for, again, Xayah Rakan, not one of the better picks in a Rakan. I really want to ban Xayah if I'm Supernova right now. I think Xayah, Ezreal are the champions that you're a little bit concerned about. I will say that if you leave Ezreal up, you can play Ezreal into Xayah, that's fine, but I think Xayah gets a lot of value here.
We're bound to come through. We're waiting to see if that is going to be the Xayah right now. I definitely do echo that sentiment. It's very crucial to try and take that away. Instead, they're going to deny the Lovers duo, at least. They're not going to allow for the Rakan Xayah combo. What does Sushi want to go for if he really does want to lock in that Xayah or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ezreal is a decent option too, because I don't want to play Xayah into Orianna Jarvan. That's why I was so determined for Supernova to actually take that one away. You can play Ezreal into it, so I think there is some credence for Sushi to actually take that. But then you're probably going to get Kai'Sa. So yeah, okay, they're just gonna take Orianna or Alistar, another ball carrier for the Orianna, and they can threaten the Xayah later on if they want. If it ends up being a Kai'Sa for Scary Jerry, which I do think isn't for sure an option this game, I think it ends up being Xayah here for Sushi, and that's a decent setup. If it ends up being the Ezreal, then I think that Sushi can play his Kai'Sa, a pick that he is very, very good on. So I kind of like it in a way, the trio that Dorado just set up, just because Supernova for sure just cannot play Xayah this game. Playing Xayah in the Jarvan is a problem, because you get Cataclysm, when you go up in the air, you can't escape the terrain, and Orianna makes life really hard because you don't have enough range in Xayah to function. So Ends up being the Ezreal plus the Braum. Like Braum a lot when you have a lot of main engage like Supernova does. That's going to feel really good this game. Also, you can catch the cask from Gragas. It will only knock you back, which is a big interaction. As oh my, we have a Vayne on our screens.
Yeah.
It's good this game. It really is.
Oh my goodness, this completely caught me off guard right there. So what I was expecting the Kai'Sa, because whenever you see an Alistar pairing, very, very good. But instead, just going straight out
Sushi,
for
baby.
the Vayne this time for Sushi. We said, hey, Sushi's a player who needed to play more comfort. We saw that towards the end of the season. Now we're starting to see even more of that in playoffs.
We've seen Viper play the Vayne. I think this is actually a good Vayne angle. You are not concerned about Braum. Condemn is very powerful against Jax, Pantheon, Galio. The biggest problem is that you can only use it on one. And the setup that you have with Gragas, Alistar, Orianna, Jarvan, that's a lot of space creation for Vayne. The other concern that you have with Vayne is that your lane phase sucks. Like, you aren't doing much in lane phase. Look, Ezreal can win that lane, but Ezreal can only, like, win it so hard. You aren't getting permanently jailed under your turret against Ezreal in lanes the way that Vaynes can get jailed in other matchups. So, and then the W you get, how tanky are Jax, Pantheon, Galio, Braum going to be? Like, that's a good Vayne game. I like this pick
just
from
do true
Sushi.
damage, man. Just do true damage.
It's a better matchup, I think, early on than Kai'Sa into this because Vayne deals better with Braum than Kai'Sa. So I like this for Sushi. I think this is actually a good pick. I thought that when we saw Viper playing it, he was picking it at good angles. Vayne is a great pick in Fearless because, well, you keep a lot of the other ADs that Sushi might want later on open. Like, he loves the Senna. He loves the Kai'Sa. He loves the Yunara. So, yeah, I'm kind of here for it. We'll see if Jerry can use his range, the Mystic shots, and some of the strength that Ezreal actually win this lane out early on. This is a winning lane for Ezreal, but I can see the logic from Sushi and Dorado. They talked a lot about scaling, and with that neutralizing Gragas and the duo in J4 Orianna, I think creating a lot of chaos. They're going to hope the Vayne can get going later on.
It feels like a lot of the labor that Dorado have been putting in as a whole is starting to pay off. Because I've heard some of the inner workings. Miliana has been working with a lot of the draft prep and setting that up, and of course Griffin doing his role as the coach, but trying to scout out some of these draft scenarios and give yourself the best foot forward. I love the Vayne as well for one of the things that you had said, being able to save that Kai'Sa, for example, for later games, because it's going to be a big deal once we get deeper into Fearless, especially if Supernova are able to fight back and if we get towards that critical 5-game point in Fearless. But let us know in chat who you think is going to take this victory. Go ahead and type in hashtag SN for Supernova if you want to burn bright, or if you want the Hounds, the underdogs, to take this one, go ahead and type in hashtag DOGE for Dorado.
This is a fun one. I think that we might have a lot of Vayne favor with what Dorado is going to be able to be rocking here. But we'll see if Supernova, again, can play this early game. We did spend a lot of time talking about the Vayne. Strength of Supernova's comp. I mean, when you play a Galio, a lot of the times it's about overwhelming the opponent. I do think that Galio at times can struggle into Jarvan. Ablaze Olive has to be really careful about when and how he uses the Justice Punch against the Flag and Drag. You can sometimes use it creatively to actually get out of the Q damage, which is really big from Jarvan, because obviously the Flag and Drag has the knockup, but the damage comes from the Q. And if you dodge out on that, it can be really big. So that's something I'm looking out for. Porter's Jax has been fantastic all year. That scales really hard. I think that later on in the game, Vayne's going to want to use her Condemn for Jax because it's really tough to deal with a Jax if you are an 80 carry. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting game for sure. But we'll see if Supernova can use that Pantheon Galio, the globals that they're going to be able to set up, or the semi-globals they can set up, to make plays against Dorado, set this Orianna Vayne behind, and have a more successful early game than the last.
And that's going to be very crucial when it comes to syncing up as a team to try and take down this Vayne. You had mentioned, hey, we can condemn away the Jax, but what about the Pantheon? What about the Galio? If they're able to sync up a lot of these attack angles on to Sushi, then maybe there's a chance right there for Supernova to come ahead, because they do have a strong draft to try and pull this one forward. But we are ready for the game. Game number 2, Dorado Gaming, Supernova now hitting the Rift.
Game 1 was, I mean, it's a fun one if you're a Dog fan, not a fun one if you're a Galaxy fan. So we'll see if Supernova can continue, or if this crazy trend of the bracket, which is the animals beating all the purple team logos, continues. You look at the bracket, it is a 100% win rate.
It's the week of the dogs, man. The water dogs and the land dogs, apparently, is a mixture. We get caught out a little bit early. Nothing to be really concerned about. Just Scary Jerry getting some poke in. Yeah, we're hitting the rift right now. I'm definitely curious how this is going to play out as a whole. I mean, Scary Jerry can play at least more on the defensive side. Do you think the Ezreal was a smart pick? Don't get caught into some of the traps that Dorado were putting out, so you can shift out from a lot of these cataclysms that come through.
A bit of a deny, too, right? Ezreal in the Jax, Pantheon, Galio, and that feels good. I do like Ezreal Braum, and I like the fact that Supernova using the Ezreal Braum here to try and get something done as Sushi. And Sushi, you might be a new player, but you are very based, rocking the Dragon Slayer Vayne here with the red chroma. This is just, if you are a true Vayne fan or a true Vayne player, guys, this is what Uzi originally played. This is what Doublelift originally played. I used this skin because Doublelift used this back in Season 2.
It was before the chromas were actually out.
It was before the chromas.
Yeah.
I actually used this chroma, too, because in college, my school was red. And I asked Coach Hatham in my last game to play Vayne because I was subbing in at Marksman, and he wouldn't let me. He forced me on Varus. So that's a bummer, but that's all right. Sushi, he's going to be able to rock it and hopefully play it at the highest level here, as he is a marksman that is a very good team fighter. I think a lot of those skills come naturally to him as a player, and we'll see if he can cash in on the Vayne. Of course, I think a very historical marksman pick. Like,
Oh, yeah.
well, if you want to be a good marksman, is Vayne the strongest champion of the game now? No. But should you be able to play Vayne? Is it good to learn Vayne and a lot of the skills that you will create for you as a marksman player? Absolutely.
I mean, we used to just call it the Vayne mechanics back in the day, going back to Season 2 and everything.
Vayne
and if
spotting.
you couldn't pull out the Vayne mechanics, that was my next point. It becomes Vayne spotting afterwards. A lot of good Vaynes in the history.
Shouldn't trust you. Ruin the
Double
flow
lift.
there. That's on me.
Doublelift Uzi. I remember Hayam Gosu being one of the content creator Vaynes.
I love that
I used to see
stream.
back in the day.
Music only. Imagine a music only stream being as big as Hayam Gosu was like today. That would just never happen.
No.
We'll say one of the perks about
Unless it's the player.
Yeah, true. One of the perks of the Jarvan in the Pantheon matchup, Jarvan does clear faster. So not going to matter because we have mirrored clears, as both of our junglers doing the same camps on opposite sides of the map. So he's going to wrap up on that top side, and we'll see if he can help deal with Hoarder in the top lane. As Hoarder, this matchup, a lot of it is about Gragas being able to freeze. And I say that, quite the CS gap in mid here, Deserux.
Yeah, very early recall coming out from the Blaze Olive. Teleports back, and he's not really going to get anything significant off of that recall as well. I mean, you have your pot, you have your Doran's Ring, and it should be a little bit more efficient on the side of Shochi, who does take that early recall, but comes back with an Amplifying Tome.
Freeze going to be broken here. Orianna's going to try and get this wave in while his jungler is up top. And Hoarder has dropped 2 wards, so very aware what's going on with Kaido. As now Hoarder's going to try and freeze that lane in front of his turret. So that he can kind of harass Gragas, but it looks like Orianna is going to take the base. As it is stopped top, which is very good from Hoarder, so he will slingshot his way back into that one. Hoarder playing that matchup decently well. Orianna's low on mana, so going to be tricky for the Gragas to deal with that on the top side, whereas Hoarder using the D-Shield, second win of the Biscuits to be A-OK.
And freeing up that wave at a good time. Dardoch did just take his recall after his full clear. It will leave him present over towards this top side.
Yeah, this is tough.
Ariana,
I really think that Kaido needed to get involved to make sure that Orianna could get that wave in, because now Orianna, yeah, you're just forced to take a bad base and TP back. But of course, Gragas, you're the weak side, so not as concerned about the resources on the Gragas. You're still going to be Gragas later on in the game. We'll see if Orianna can use those 2 years of mid lane experience to play that mage up there decently well.
See, one of the worst case scenarios that can come out here with Orianna taking the teleport back. I mean, Dardoch again, still towards this quadrant of the map. Looks like he's going to play downwards instead. I'm going to say if Dardoch did attack over towards that top side, it could put Orianna in a position where they absolutely need to bail and walk back instead. But Dardoch getting his attention pulled towards the mid lane, where Kaido makes an attempt but doesn't find ABO.
I think ABO's got to take another reset here. He's done a decent job. At least falling back into that lane. He was down very, very early on. As we see Hoarder cleaning up the rest of his lane. I like what Hoarder's done here too. So something, I mean, I talked about this yesterday with Renekton, but spacing out your TP timers, you can get item advantages up here. The base for Orianna is not very good, whereas this base for Hoarder should be much better. Yeah, he has the full Merc Treads, very important in this matchup. Try and neutralize some of that damage, and will be useful this game against some of the CC that's going to come out. So, good pick up here for Hoarder, as that's good that you can start the lane off with that item. Very important in this matchup.
A lot of that coming off of the fact that you did have a situation over there, but actually got to hold that thought a little bit. Dardoch looking for an angle in, finds a Mixture. Not going to be eating beef today, Mixture. The simple headbutt away. We'll still have the information on where Dardoch is, but that's priority to Supernova in the bot lane, and it will set them up for Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, for SN so far, I mean, this comp, they want to get off to the races. I think if it goes late, I mean, I wouldn't love that scenario going up against Vayne Orianna, but it's not as aggressive of a scaling curve as we saw in the last game. So, do like Supernova. I mean, one thing, of course, they had to snowball the last game. They didn't do so 100% cleanly. They will get this dragon, but there might be a fight afterwards. We'll see if they can navigate this. Mixture, great engage.
Oh, beautiful headbutt pulverized, followed by the shockwave. Heroic entrance comes in. ABO showing up late, but the health bars are low for Supernova. And Sushi getting ready to clean up. Will flash over the wall, follows Dardoch. One more auto, first blood for the Vayne.
Like how we even looked to see if Jerry was wrapping around. Jerry's going to have to base and get out. And these early objectives for Supernova, like, they've secured them, but it's been really expensive in terms of slowing the game down here. Because they want to get these cleanly. And what a great engage from Mixture. Again, Dorado, I think one of the kudos that we've given them in the last few weeks is they have played better, as it feels like this is a team on the same page. Mixture and Shochi syncing up there very much on the same page, as it started off with a flash combo from Alistar into a shockwave, and they got Supernova so low from that and the dragon being taken by them that they pretty much were able to wipe the fight, or at least get a kill afterwards. The fact that one went down is okay. You want to give Jerry some credit. He arcane shifted out. Sushi was channeling the Condemn. So if he doesn't get over the wall, would have been stuck on the wall, would have went down. So good from Jerry to get out. That Condemn wasn't able to be used by Sushi, but did pick up first blood. And that Vayne in an okay spot, down a little bit, but with first blood and Greaves and a recurve bow, that Vayne's in a decent spot for what could be another fight.
The more attacks you get, the more you can capitalize on those bolts. And now here it comes. Cataclysm able to lock down two. Supernova. It's lambs to the slaughter as stunned up is Dardoch and dead is Dardoch. Dorado claim a fight around the grubs, and they're looking for more.
I mean, Supernova are just outnumbered here, as there really isn't a way for them to like have the initial fight. They're going to try a secondary fight.
You're still going. Feats of Warfare now belong to Dorado as Supernova step up. Mixture looking to bail out. Critically low. ABO will grab the kill, but what is it going to cost him? Because Sushi is hunting down the Galio. Another kill for Sushi, going 2-0. Still Dardoch able to get enough time to rejoin. Will hop right onto the back of Shochi. Here comes Hoarder, but Hoarder is low. Can he take down Sushi in time? It's a double kill for Sushi. Now Dardoch has janitorial duties to do. Wants to find Kaido, can get it with the jump forward from Scary Jerry as Supernova clap back.
That was a good fight from Jerry, as at least the fight went long enough for Dardoch to rejoin with that Grand Starfall. But again, the opening, Supernova forcing the objective, down numbers. They lose out in the initial fight. They bounce back. They're going to pick up the last grub, but the two were taken by Dorado. So that's another step towards feats, as they already secured the Feats of Warfare.
And a great move from Dorado to really try and push for this fight. I mean, you're outnumbered, as you had mentioned.
Yeah, there was no Galio ult from the last fight. Shockwave's not even up yet, but I think Dorado really intelligent in taking that fight. Hoarder was pushed out by Sushi. Jerry wasn't there yet, and they managed to take this fight. And yeah, I mean, Supernova kind of answers back at the end, but Gragas doesn't push as hard on the bot side, but at least Orianna was able to kind of catch back up, get back into the game a little bit on this Gragas, which is a pick that does scale decently hard. So, kudos to Supernova on this re-engage, but still the initial setup and fight concerns me a little bit, as I think it's been a worrying trend in the series so far for Supernova.
I mean, I understand how important these grubs were for Supernova, especially for someone like Hoarder. He's going to play those side lanes a lot if he can get ahead, and using those grubs to take down structures would be huge. But forcing it at this level where you're outnumbered is a huge slip up to come out of them, and especially considering that you now have Sushi accelerated 3-1-0.
Yeah, we'll see. He is 3-1-0, but the ex-pro here in Scary Jerry did kind of pro-diff that last fight. Speaking of which, shout out to our sponsor in prodiff.gg. Scan the QR code, head on over there to make sure you get one-on-one coaching from the pros. Pros only available to coach on prodiff.gg, so you can make sure you're getting help with the people that get paid to do it. As Jerry did play that fight out really nicely on the Ezreal, so do have both marksmen in a decent spot. We'll see if Jerry and or Sushi can carry the game for their team. Both in a good position this game.
And one more time, scan that QR code. If you want coaching, one-on-one from the pros. A great early start for Dorado once again. And I want to echo back to something you had said earlier, Cubby, and it's that this team is learning how to play together. And they're also learning when their opportunities really are, because what we saw in the regular season out of Dorado was oftentimes they would get way too aggressive on fights and chase too far. Now they're very intelligent about where they're taking these, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, it's for sure been good to see. As we do see Orianna actually push Hoarder out. He has a level up on Hoarder now. That's part of the price of that last fight we saw Supernova take, right? As Orianna got some free time. Enough to actually Foxy a wave as Gragas. You don't see this every day.
Oh, power of Orianna getting those early CS. Being pretty solid when it comes to his respawn timers. Those teleport timers as well.
Look at Mixture.
Dorado.
He's ghosting. What an angle.
Up. Here comes Mixture. Mixture, a triple knockup once again with the Pulverize, and Sushi jumps right on in. 2 flashes burnt as Sushi wants more. Scary Jerry will return fire, but Summoner's burnt left and right off of the flank of Mixture.
And it doesn't lead to kills, but it will lead to the neutral objective being secured by Dorado as a great angle from Mixture, man. And again, I mean, this is a player where he was on the respawn team with Sushi for the first OQ. They weren't able to make it through, but both Sushi and Mixture were out in LA. Can they combine the condemn?
Yeah, they're going to get it right now. Scary Jerry just tries to get revenge, but Dorado coming in at a good time with the man drop. Now the focus over into the top lane. Here comes the heroic entrance. Ariana's able to flash out, but will knock Hoarder right back under the tower and make it a 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Well played, Orianna. Supernova do get the successful dive while Dorado fails. They do have to reset, so the Dragon goes over. Supernova, in the end, answer back. But well played by Orianna to make sure that's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was a great placement on the explosive cast to pull Hoarder right back underneath that tower at the same time that he was trying to drop that aggro.
Yeah.
It will give ABO some time to grab these plates. Only 2 going to get picked up off of that push.
All right, back to Sushi and Mixture. Kraken Slayer now down on the Bane, too. So these guys were out here in LA in the FlyQuest facility with Parth, the old GM for TSM, running Sido in that boot camp. They sent people to Korea, which was really cool. Really big opportunity. It is kind of neat to see these two guys as rookies sync up. I thought Mixture as a support. It's funny, there's a community member, Quest, coaches some OQ teams. He made a sheet asking for the top 10 prospects. I filled it out. I was the only person that had Mixture on the list. I was shocked. This guy, like, he was playing Skarner support, Quay support on the ladder. He showed that he had some mechanics, and now to see him, honestly, putting together 2 good games. I mean, first it's the Bard, and now the game sense on the Alistar to find some of these big engages and just link up with his teammates. Good to see Mixture playing like this.
I think this goes back to a point you were talking about earlier about how much melee you have on Supernova. So this allows Dorado, and especially Mixture, to find these 3-man headbutt pulverizes. He's found like 2 or 3 so far in this game, which is absolutely insane. And it's great to see this from Mixture. You had mentioned the teams he was being on in the past, trying to qualify into the NACL. It was 2 years of attempts that came out from Mixture before he finally made it in. And with Dorado, we're finally seeing this beast of a support really start to shine.
Well, we do have another neutral objective spawning here, Desrex, so we may get to talk about the game a little bit more instead of these guys giving it their all on the Rift. We do have Rift Herald up and Dorado on the objective on spawn. So Hoarder is basing, does not have the TP yet. So he will be late to this fight. Orianna has walked. And Orianna at level 11 is, I mean, I don't think this is really a great fight for Supernova. I see 11 on Gragas and Orianna. And I think this might be a tough win for SN.
Yeah, still going to be able to grab the steal is Dardoch. Pretty big there to try and get some control of the map back, but here comes Mixture once again. Headbutt Pulverize only finds one. Will have to burn that ultimate. Dardoch looking to bail out, but he's caught by Sushi. He's caught by the crowd control. Can he claim him in time? The answer is no. Sushi grabs the kill, and Sushi now dancing around. Headbutt comes out, knocks away Hoarder, but at the cost of Mixture falling. Now Shochi on the wrong side of the map puts down the shockwave, but he gets stunned up. Will be able to flash right back over. Justice Punch lands, and Hoarder claims Shochi as Supernova. They find the fight they're looking for as Dardoch gets the steal.
I really thought that was going to be a tough fight because Dorado had some leads in the levels and the inventories, but Supernova pulls it off. Jerry with the Triforce was able to do a lot of damage in the back half, and a Blaze Olive actually went for the Rocket Belt Rush on Galio. Also very effective in this fight. I don't usually see the Rocket Belt.
And definitely a good move to come out of Dardoch to be able to get the steal. I mean, the eye was pointed in his direction, so being able to use that alongside the smite did give him an advantage to find that steal. And of course, Hoarder jumping in on the back end of the fight will be able to secure the eye for himself. Does give a lot of presence on the map that you can use, especially in the mid lane, because we'll have a dragon in about a minute.
I mean, big pickup and good fight from Supernova. As I think they needed that one. A little bit surprised they contested, but they ended up finding a good one. As we'll see if it can continue for SN. Looking at the members, it really is a Blaze Olive. Got some big pickups off that one. I am very curious to see what item Sushi is going for next, though, because I'm wondering if this is the experimental Hexblade build on the Vayne, where when you pop R, you pop the Hexblade and you just get to be really big in those fights early on.
I'm actually surprised to hear you talk about that and not Phantom Dancer. Every time Vayne's been picked, that's been one of your go-to points.
That's a good one. I mean, if PD isn't being built by Vayne, then I don't know, that item is just not strong enough. It was built yesterday by Ray, and it did quite well.
I'm still going to argue as Garen being the #1 PD user.
It's a good argument. It is. I will say that experimental Hexblade on some of the websites that help us with a little analytics has the highest win rate for second item build. We'll see if that is call. Mixture eating a Bramalt.
He's not going to be stunned though. He didn't even have to use his ultimate. He got out pretty easily. Order focusing onto this tower. Getting bonked away. We'll be able to claim that brick. Its first brick coming in now. Man drop. Finding the angle to come through onto Shochi. Shochi has no summoner spells. He'll get caught by the heroic entrance. Another headbutt pulverize from Mixture, but now the numbers are not in the favor as Ariana grabs the kill against Hoarder. Mixture able to flash on out. Now Sushi in a terrible spot with no flash will be claimed by a Blaze Olive, and the kills go even.
That was a good condemn, just not enough from Sushi, as he didn't have summoner spells available, and that fight was unwarranted by Dorado. I do think that we're seeing the Ezreal be far more effective in these mid-game fights as Vayne's in a bit of a power trough, so we'll see if Sushi can kind of bounce back into this game with more items. As that fight, it just doesn't feel like there's enough gas in the tank yet for this Vayne to really get through some of these tanks, and Supernova pull off a good fight. A Blaze Olive had a really nice engagement on a flashless Shochi, but we have maybe a fight? Really?
Oh. Kaido is looking for the steal right there, but here comes Mixture. We'll find the headbutt pulverize, and yeah, we're getting a fight. It's Dardoch falling to Kaido, and another explosive cast from Ariana will pull Breezy into damnation. Ariana goes on a killing spree.
I love that contest from Dorado. I was kind of scratching my head at the start, but a lot of tools were used in Supernova on the initial engage, and Dorado's not letting them take any of these objectives for free this game, Deserex. That's a good punish. They get to play out the side lanes. They buy Shochi a lot of time top, who is flashless right now, by the way. He gets to get some free waves and actually gets to play the game while he's down flash. Is actually going to throw a TP up here and make sure they pick up this tower. It's a Mixture TP, so maybe they're looking for a play on a Blaze Olive.
Yeah, Blaze Olive going forward, but Mixture is right there. Headbutt pulverize, putting a little bit of delay on the pulverize because the wall's right there, gets you a little bit more crowd control. Now Shochi still wanting to push in that wave to claim the tower.
I don't know why Ariana's flashing the tent, as I will say Ariana at level 13 right now. The Jax will win this matchup like late game. Gragas just can't stop Jax, but being up 2 levels at the moment is really big for Ariana, who's actually playing this 1v1 well. That Q did catch the Jax, did not space that, but can continue the play. It's
always a little frustrating going against a Gragas because that health bar is not truly what you're facing against. You have to consider the passive that keeps coming through. Gives him a lot of heal, but with the miss of the Q, explosive cast goes out. Ariana goes in, but gets caught by the bonk right before the body slam lands.
Q miss was the difference. Well played by Hoarder as he finds the 1v1 on his Jax. A very good pick for Hoarder. And that was a clutch 1v1 too, because he gets to drop the Herald, and that's the turret falling. There is no answer available for Dorado. As they're focused on the top side of the Otacon, Hoarder can base and TP back to this. Oriana's no TP, so the Otacon is being played as a 5v4.
The base coming out, teleport now coming out. Knock up onto Breezy. Breezy taking a good chunk of damage.
Shochi.
Still waiting for more as the flank onto Shochi. Shockwave going to be found, looking to claim Dardoch. Here comes Kaido. Mixture grabs the kill. Cataclysm comes out. It's able to find one lockdown, forcing out Scary Jerry to Arcane Shift away. Too low is Mixture. He needs to get out of this. Flag and drag to escape. Oh, and a nice taunt from ABO will lock down Dorado. Flash is burnt left and right, and there are no tools for the dogs to contest with.
There aren't. I will say Dorado getting them off the Otacon when it was a 5v4 like that, I think is a pretty big win. They traded up. I mean, they took down Dardoch, who was a little bit too far off. I think you can live with that if you are Dorado, because you made sure they didn't get the objective. But a lot was burned there, specifically the flash and cleanse of Sushi, the flash of Shochi. Those are things that Supernova can use to overwhelm and punish them.
Look at right now, Ariana being disrespectful, kind of chasing away the members of Supernova to delay these back timers as much as possible. Ariana will still grab a tower off of that. But yeah, at the end of the day, that exchange still working out. I mean, it still goes even, but as you said, the bigger thing there was just getting them off of the Otacon. And this is a Vayne. Otacon can get melted by a Vayne pretty quickly. They are starting it up.
At Jerry going to use this to scout. I see the Hexploit now completed on Sushi. I'm not sure if this is going to be enough. He has no sums this fight. I think that's really dangerous, but they're going to look for Hoarder. Has a great counter-strike to prevent the combo from going through from Mixture. That stun was wonderfully timed as Hoarder continues to show his prowess on the Jax.
Shockwave goes out. One major tool now down for Dorado. It did get some decent damage.
The map's on fire. Yeah, like look at the waves for Supernova. They crashed bot, they crashed mid. They're really down to just neutralize it here. Well played by Supernova.
Be a lot of waves that are going to be missed out for Dorado. And this allows, again, Supernova to continue playing around this Otacon. Scary Jerry just going to leash it, but gets called off by the rest of Supernova, who look for mid control.
I think the big difference right now is Jerry at these 2 items versus Vayne at 2 items. Jerry has been able to play a much better game. It really has been his damage, I think, that's been the big difference maker in this one. As Sushi just not yet big enough on this Vayne. I do think that he's going to need some vamp eventually in the build. I think he took it in... He might have taken it in the runes, given that he went the Kraken build. Sometimes you can sneak in lifesteal. Of course, attack speed is a big rune, though, for Vayne. It doesn't look like he has it.
Oh, all right. Ariana looking for another angle. There's been a good few catches of the explosive cask, but this is not going to be one. It does put some pressure on the ABO.
It was a nice Rocket Belt response by ABO, in fairness, so just a trade cooldowns, but I would say losing the cast cooldown a little bit bigger than losing the Rocket Belt. As Oriana not going to have that one for the Dragon Spawn, and I think that really encourages Dorado to try and play this one slow, which is dangerous against an Ezreal.
Order has the flank.
Oh!
The last planet catch out onto Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry's not dead yet. He is burning. Will he survive? Yes, he's just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. But Breezy, the same can't be said for him, as Sushi will claim another 3 HP was the number for Scary Jerry's escape.
The Locket was clutched from Breezy, but it's not going to be enough for the Dragon as Breezy still goes down and the play continues. Red buff stolen. Dardoch
we're not done.
Condemned.
We're not done. Condemn into the wall. And now look who's joining the fight as another one going to be found. It's split at the moment. ABO on one side, Hoarder on the other. Scary Jerry looking to rejoin the fray. Kaido taking a few pokes from that Mystic shot, but it's not going to do a damn thing as Dorado can just go ahead and claim this Drake.
Yeah, Jerry poking around that wall. He got low from a QW from Shochi, and that really started the play. That ward you see right over that bot side embankment rush for mid, the red ward, that gave the chunk on the Jerry, gave the engage over to Breezy, and gave control of that 4th dragon of the game to Dorado, who are now up 1k gold.
6-2-0 on this Vayne as well. 2 items now completed. We're working towards our 3rd. There's so much econ really being found, even with the CS being behind and in favor of Scary Jerry. You are farming people now. when you're on Vayne. And I really do like the way this comp has been playing out. All the crowd control you have, all the knockbacks that you have. You know, there are some good answers to try and jump on this Vayne, but there's a lot of protection to keep Sushi in this.
There is. You know what I really like too? I did mention Kaido's Jarvan being a good one before. You know what's a sign of a good Jarvan player? Buying some Frozen Hearts. It's a great item on Jarvan. It gives you a lot of ability haste. And that, the passive that decreases the attack speed, that's pretty effective against the Jax Panth Ezreal. Where in a game, especially where there's not a ton of magic damage, and you're already going Merc Treads to deal with the Galio and the Brahms. So I like that decision from Kaido. I think since he's finished that, you can't really tell what the power of Frozen Heart is. Like, it doesn't show in stats, but they have won the last 2 fights. And that definitely has an impact on the ability for Hoarder, Dardoch, and Jerry to DPS if Kaido's thrown himself in there and you're in the range of the Frozen Heart pass.
More than anything, I just want Hoarder to stop attacking me if I'm an ADC. So yeah, I'm going to give all the credit in the world to Kaido as another Headbutt Pulverize. I think Mixture's really been on top of this game, finding great Headbutt Pulverize combos. And not just one man, they're typically multi-man combos.
And especially when you're carrying the ball on top of you, like Mixture has been for a lot of the game, those multi-man combos pack quite the punch when there's a shockwave to go along with it. So definitely been good looks here for Dorado. As at the moment, Hoarder has TP. Dorado has pulled the Otacon. Supernova should be aware of this. They are now. We'll see if Hoarder rips the TP.
Yeah, still trying to hold the line. They should be able to claim this. Dardoch's not going to be there in time. He's trying to flash forward. He's trying to jump forward, but Mixture will punt him away. And he gets claimed. Otacon belongs to Dorado, but does the fight belong to Supernova? Yes. Sushi finds the kiting. True Shot Barrage goes out. Hoarder will just flash forward and claim Shochi, but Sushi still able to grab one. A double kill found by Hoarder over the wall with the Blast Plant, but the chase will be successful by Supernova as they claim 3, and Dorado get the Otacon.
That's going to be Baron on the back half, though, for Supernova. They did play out a very good fight. The setup for Dorado in that fight was difficult from the Otacon. Mixture burned everything he had early to keep Dardoch out of the pit. And there wasn't enough gas in the tank to really have a fight after that.
And the award is the Big Purple Worm, picked up by Supernova. So this is going to help a lot with their side laning, especially if Hoarder can get out there. He's still getting stronger, as you can see. He's willing to flash in, get those bonks, took down Shochi in that last one. So a lot of lane push now going the way of Supernova.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the replay and see when Sushi fired off the Condemn, because I don't know if it canceled the lead strike or not. Everyone ended up getting catching the counter strike anyway. As yeah, the East charged. It wasn't during the Q, so he was still able to QE on the Sushi, who that's kind of a game you got to play with that counter strike, because I mean, he played it well, right? Like the Condemn on the Jax who had the flank, that's a valuable tool, but the counter strike lasts long enough where after the Condemn, he was still able to get on the Sushi, got his cleanse out, and ended up having a winning fight for his team, even if he fell. So great TP and angle from Hoarder to really help set that one up, and a good fight from the rest of Supernova to cash in on, you know, Dorado being in a poor position and debuffed after trying to take the Otacon.
I mean, we talked about Sushi a little bit earlier in the scoreline that he's getting, but now we're starting to see the same thing from ABO, the same thing from Hoarder. The solo laners of Supernova are online. They're doing a lot of work to hold down these key units, such as the Orianna and Vayne.
I think Jerry's done a sneaky amount of damage, too, on this Ezreal, as he's yet to go down, and was ahead of the curve earlier on in this game. Of course, Sushi has been a big benefactor of a lot of these kills, so that Rage Blade in his inventory, that's going to be quite dangerous. Keep in mind, you get that one pumping. Those winners, or the winner's bite, the Silver Bolts, there we go. That's going to proc every other auto attack instead of every third once you get the Rage Blade. We got it. I had to get out of Braum Brain, you know? I get stuck there a lot.
I mean, I understand. Because your like natural state of being before you were a caster.
Yes, big noob. And we're still a big noob. We just do a better job of hiding it now.
Hey man, I'm straight up retired, so I cannot say
Good for you.
Kaido coming in will be able to put down the Cataclysm. It sets up the Shockwave, but there's no damage to really be found on the side of Dorado.
I will say this Orianna Gragas build too. Like, I'm used to seeing a tankier Gragas. He has gone full damage, and I'm a bit surprised it's full damage into a Jax, Pantheon, Galio, and Braum. Because usually you can win this matchup, and he's not.
All right, he'll get the body slam. It's a 1-for-1 trade. No, the hourglass. Are there any minions? Are there any minions? Oh, he will still fall a shutdown for Ariana in the 1-for-1.
Yeah, but again, like, usually Galio versus Gragas is very Gragas favored. If you're going for the Leandries, if you're going for, like, the Roa Seraphs, we don't have any of those items on this Gragas, right? He went for the Cosmic Drive, the Rocket Belt, and the Zanyas. And this is the Blippo-pilled Gragas. We're looking for the one-shots, you know? So we'll see if he can find him with the help of the tower. That last shot of the tower found the shot on the ABO, but hey, it's still a lot of gold going over to Supernova. I don't think they got as much out of the Baron as they wanted to, but still getting Soul Point with the Cloud Soul, very powerful for them. I think Cloud Soul insanely valuable in a game that has a lot of melees, just for both teams. It is the highest win rate Soul, as we like to say, and the LCK favorite.
And in that position will be Supernova. I mean, 4 minutes, 30 seconds before we get the next Drake up. And that will give them, you know, a lot of potential to set up around that and take a fight around that. Because, again, you do have so many ways of getting onto this backline, so many threats that are looking to take down Shochi, that are looking to take down Sushi. You only have so many knockbacks, and while they've been super effective so far, now we're getting into the late stages where this Jax is really painful. Hoarder is fantastic on this champion.
It doesn't say in the scoreline, but I feel like Hoarder's had a very strong game. As we will see. I like the fact that Scary Jerry picked up a little bit of Vamp, just in case he takes any harass from the Orianna again. Can heal that one back up. We don't see that quite yet on the Sushi, as I'm curious to see what he ends up going for his last item here, or next item, I should say. As he's got some options. I mean, I really like building defensively on Vayne, because the damage comes from the true damage of your W, right? So if you're able to live and just keep on getting autos off, like, that's big. So I kind of like the Kalista approach of going Jacques Show later on. Curious if that ends up being the case for Sushi. He does need some Vamp. I would not be surprised if it's a Blade of the Ruin King, but usually when you go Bork, it's a little bit earlier on in the game. So having that fourth would be a little interesting.
And this is where things get really rough for Orianna, because as you mentioned, full AP, so you're very susceptible to some of these ganks that Supernova are trying to set up. Unfortunately for Orianna, this one not going to work out. Body Slime comes out, but the stun is going to be found immediately after. Now having to use the Hourglass, there's not going to be enough time. Hopping through his Hoarder, will have to flash forward. Now in the face of Shochi, Shockwave does come out, as well as the Condemn. A beautiful use of the Pulverize will stop the momentum coming through. But now look at this. Kaido gets low. Pressure from Supernova, doesn't find a response. A one-for-one trade and a big shutdown, as you mentioned, Cubby.
I think it's going to be a Terminus for Sushi, as he's got to be careful, because Dardoch's lying in wait, but Mixture, Sushi would love to fight right now. He didn't see Dardoch. He does have sums up. So you can see him posturing aggressively, trying to use the power of the Vayne. No ult, so no access to the Hexblade, but once he shops, I mean, that was 700 gold given over to the Vayne, so that one-for-one from Hoarder, not exactly worth it.
Yeah, big shutdown. And we're going to see what that cashes into. I mean, Sushi now taking the recall immediately. Take advantage of that. Now just one more item away from a full build, 33 minutes into this for Sushi.
And I mean, honestly, at least for Supernova, look, like, I want to return to some of what you were saying after this game one. They're still playing out objectives, I think, a little bit fast, but they have played better. I think the team fights have just been much better. Game one, they looked really disconnected, Deserex, and obviously, I mean, things got out of control rather fast. They've done a much better job in this game, I think, of syncing up and having some good angles. That order, or the angle that Porter had around the Otacon was fantastic. Scary Jerry, great shift out. You can see the Shockwave cooldown is down. They tried to combo on him there. Good reaction from Jerry, and that's a big cooldown missing now for Dorado.
This means Dorado is going to have to play pretty passively right now. If you really do look at how this goes, right, Shochi does bring some decent damage, but a lot of it is going to be front-loaded on that Shockwave combo, and then you're relying on Sushi to be able to take down anyone else who might have fallen low enough. While it's good, there still is a lot of time given over to Supernova's comp to try and work its magic, and so we've been seeing time and time again. So once these tools are down, Dorado need to play back.
No, I think that's the right call there, Deserex. I mean, I think the biggest win here for Dorado is the fact that Vayne's scary on these later items, and I really feel like Sushi's going to go for a defensive item last or some Vamp last. So he just dropped his control ward. I'm curious if it ends up being like a Vamp Scepter or a Giant's Belt. I feel like it's going to be a Jock Show or a... I mean, you could go Scimitar, actually, if you want. Cleanse might not be enough against the Galio, the Jax, the Pantheon. I think Scimitar would be a pretty reasonable item for Sushi, too. He has to keep on autoing these fights, right?
That's always a tough task now.
Oh,
that
they're on it.
The game we are.
They're on it. This is spotted. There's a very sneaky ward you can see around the edge there, so Dorado knows.
Yeah. Dorado
they're sending it?
They're just going to look for the fight outright. I mean,
That's
Shockwave is
good.
back and available, but here we go. Now coming in, able to find it onto the backline, but doesn't get Scary Jerry, who's still popping off. Dardoch gets critically low. True Shot Barrage goes
Jerry's
out.
so
Shochi has
big.
to bail out, and now Sushi able to grab 1 kill. Mixture still trying to play that defense. Guardian Angel now going to be popped away as Sushi hiding back, spacing beautifully, looking for more kills. Kaido jumps in, a double kill for Sushi. Scary Jerry will put down Sushi, and all the damage is gone for Dorado as Supernova steps up to the plate, and Scary Jerry will hit a home run.
Oh man, Sushi in the middle of the fight when he ramped up. I thought he could do it, but Jerry had such a solid fight throughout. He cleans up on the Ezreal, picks the right time to shift in, and that's a huge win before the Dragon. Because now Dardoch's porting in. That's going to be Dragon Soul secured for Supernova as Kaido's going to finish the base. And that might be enough, giving them enough power to make sure they're able to overcome Dorado and even this one up, as that's a very powerful buff secured.
All the credit to Scary Jerry right here, who targets beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, I know the R missed as everyone from Dorado walked down, but he was able to pressure Shochi so hard throughout this fight. Good kiting there from Border to help him open up. This shift in, proc on Orianna was big, and then you can see those mystic shots. Sushi sidesteps the first, but he weaved in a W that hit the Bane, flashes over, forces the Zhonya's out of Shochi, and goes against the control ward, too, to deny some vision against the Orianna. I know that you didn't probably need that, but that's a good mechanical play by Scary Jerry just to make sure there was no vision on him. As he cleaned that one up, played a really nice fight there as the janitor on Ezreal. And now, I mean, Sushi still has the flash up, but no cleanse. That's dangerous. He did go for the giant spell, so he's tankier. As Kaido wants another fight.
Yeah, Kaido
Sushi's
looking for this one. Here it comes, and you don't have Sushi doing damage right now. Heroic Entrance comes in. Mixer's still able to tank him quite a bit. Cataclysm goes out, looking to protect this backline, but Blaze Olive is right on top of it, and the dogs are getting put down. One more kill for Sushi, but you're not escaping Hoarder. It's an ace for Supernova.
He couldn't auto attack, and man, I think the player of the game here has got to be Scary Jerry on that Ezreal. Was a really, really solid game from him as Jerry made sure that he was slightly ahead. I think that the mid-game, Dorado took too many fights before Vayne got her items and started the ramp back up. That was the point of the game where Jerry was a big difference maker and making sure that Supernova could find some of those wins, snowball them throughout, and yeah, they got Cloud Soul. Quick fight from Dorado didn't hit. Supernova take the game.
As the saying goes, we have a series on our hands, 1-1 apiece as Supernova claim game number 2.
Yeah, and, I mean, for SN, obviously, what happened in that first game, you can, I think, kind of write off. I mean, the first 10 minutes didn't go their way, and I got to give Supernova some credit there, too, because they struggled around the first couple objectives. I think that it was still on them to play a quicker game, and those objectives, keep in mind, they were getting objectives and they were losing members. It was some good punishing going on from Dorado to make sure that those objectives were not taken for free. So the fact that Supernova were able to hold strong, hold tight, make sure that they could find that late game win, and the fact that Jerry had such a big game off the back half of that, got to be a confidence builder for them. The series is evened up. It's got a best of 3 now, and Supernova's not going to, mentally boom their way out. Not that I expect to see that from this roster, but still good to see that grit after game 1, and especially in that game 2, as that was a very close game from start to finish.
Yeah, that was a solid game coming out from Supernova. Hoarders, Jax, pretty spot on right there, but more than anything, Scary Jerry on that Ezreal, his target selection, his ability to space and get away from some of these traps laid by Dorado, going to give Supernova that victory. We're going to take a moment to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get into game 3, as it's now a series. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. Game number 2 just finished, and it shows you that the veterans can bite back.
Yeah, and I know that we did a lot of talking about the angles that Hoarders Jax had. Scary Jerry, who was the MVP of the game and was a super-duper team fighter. But producer Jetski wanted to make sure that we mentioned the Ablaze Olive Galio. I know it's a one-for-one here, but that Galio, the Rocket Bell, I think did some serious work in those fights and just locking down and creating some good entrances for Supernova and making sure that Scary Jerry could have a big one on this Ezreal.
It gave a lot of threats that Sushi had to reply to. And again, after that front-loaded burst, that was all up to Sushi to be able to clutch out. But in fights like this, where Scary Jerry spaces back beautifully, finds his angle when it matters the most and gets into the face of Sushi, that's what's able to put it down at the end of the day. Scary Jerry had an absolutely fantastic performance in the high-pressure fights.
I think I saw Ezreal's Vayne's condemn animation on Scary Jerry when he went in. Look, I thought Sushi put that fight really well. It was really only eating the Mystic shot from Scary Jerry that allowed for him to take that one down. But Scary Jerry played the fight just a bit better, as both of our marksmen at times felt like they were showing up and showing out this game. Just Jerry and the team of Supernova able to get the better, and Sushi doing his best to auto attack, but that front line just not quite big enough. Again, I think that Gragas build, you don't need one-shot Gragas when you have Orianna Vayne in the back pocket. I know Orianna did have an okay game, but it did feel like as that game went on, the Gragas kind of ran out of steam. And once Jerry, got a lot of levels, picked up the BT, got big, that the Gragas just didn't pack the same punch.
And it was a little bit disappointing on the way Dorado played that final fight because Sushi wasn't even in position. Same thing for Shochi right there, where they decided to take an engage onto Supernova. And it's moments like that that kind of brings you back to, how young this roster is in terms of playing together and the experience that they have. And Supernova just being able to clean that up really puts the emphasis that this is one of the top dogs going against dog themselves. As we take a look at the post-game stats, you can see just how much damage was brought by Scary Jerry.
Yeah, I mean, we said a couple times during this one that we thought that the damage numbers from Scary Jerry would be sneaky high. Yeah, it turns out they were sneaky high in that one. Honestly, a lot less sneaky after the last few fights where we saw him doing work. But good for Jerry. I feel like his best play in LTA North was a Ezreal base defense, where a lot of people were, like Jerry could pack a punch, even though they dropped that game. And hey, even though that time didn't go the way that Jerry wanted to, I give him a lot of props for getting on this team, playing hard and bringing a lot behind the scenes. From talking with the coaches and some of his teammates, like when you go from an LTA North team to here, at the start, it's a giant cheat code because your knowledge pool from playing in those games, in those scrims is so high. I said that Jerry was really able to bring a lot to the team early on, and good to see him also with his play show off some of the hands that we know that Jerry has and put together some big team fights and clutch moments. So his team created a lot of space for him. He cashed in. I felt like that was the story of Game 2. Now we have to dive into Game 3 as Dorado find themselves yet again on the blue side, the side that is 2-0 in this series.
Expanding a little bit more on that Jerry point, what we've seen from Jerry, his ability to adapt and grow has been phenomenal, especially split to split. We had the debut split of Maryville. Maryville didn't look that good when they came into the NACL. Very next season, they're dominating everyone, and Scary Jerry is suddenly in the conversation of being one of the best ADCs. So it's great stuff to see. Got promoted to LTA North. It would be great if he's able to make it to another finals and get back into the LTA North, taking down Disguise. But to do that, you have to take down Dorado first as we head into the draft in game number 3.
That's on me. I threw you off early on SRX. We'll say that Talia going to still be denied away from Ablaze Olive, but when Talia gets banned, oftentimes you see that as your response, as that's a handshake that a lot of people are willing to play, but if one gets taken away, they're not willing to give away the other, and frankly, both those champions are kind of in pretty OP states right now. Rise being taken away, actually, by Dorado. It is a Supernova and an ABO champ, but has really fallen off in priority throughout the playoffs. So I'm curious if they're setting up for maybe a blind mid here for Shochi. We know that he loves the Yone. That could be something where if they take away something like an Akali here, a band that has been consistent, at least for Supernova, we could see a Yone opener potentially for Shochi.
I mean, it does make sense that as we get towards the later stages, we're going to start taking away some of those comfort picks that, you know, even though they're lower priority in the earlier stages of the draft, they become more and more up there as more champions are taken away. Again, this is Fearless, so when you play those champions in a series, they are no longer available for the draft. Next man comes in, it's going to be Senna, so targeting Sushi there, some of the comfort that Sushi has. More ban away from Dorado. It's Vi that's taken away. Inara follows. We head into the B1 for Dorado.
I see Wukong and Xin Zhao up. Going to be a Wukong picked up for Kaido. See if Dardoch wants to respond with a Xin Zhao or with Poppy, as we're starting to get down the jungle train. Then again, Dardoch always willing to play a few bonus picks in the jungle that are unique to him. Specifically the Mundo. He waits for certain matchups for that one, specifically the Maokai matchup. But Wukong was his most played throughout the split. It was 5 games of Wukong, 5 games of Trundle, and then 1 game of everything else for Dardoch coming into the series. So Trundle, of course, in a little bit of a nerf state. Don't expect to see that one locked in here, as Wukong definitely a champion you can play into Trundle. But curious what the choice is for Supernova, as they have some options. And I will say for Mixture, a sneaky Poppy game when a Rakan's already showing it might be an option.
Oh!
Win now. He has a new splash.
We're getting Xin Zhao. Yeah, that threw me off for a second. I was like, it's Darius.
It threw me off so much yesterday that I forgot he was already picked. I forgot he was, I was mentioning him like in game 4, and then Jetski was like, he was picked in game 1, Cubby, and I was like, great, I'm trolling. Yeah, it is the new splash.
Just from my screen, I see the little like tinge of white, and it made me think Darius. I'm like, wait. Did Supernova play that? But no. I got to get up to date with the new splash arts, man.
He's been an old champ, He's got some gray hairs now after all he's been through on the Rift. But,
your call out.
Yeah, Annie going to be paired up with that Wukong, and of course the Poppy. Definitely an option with Rakan. And Xin Zhao showing that Steadfast Presence can already get value. Keeper's Verdict to control the numbers. I think this pick is played best and at a different level by a lot of our LCK teams. But no, not going to be the pickup. Actually, just going to be a lot of strength in the top side for Orianna. That Renekton, that for me, I mean, looking at LPL games, Renekton has been a really dominant pick in some later games in the series. So I actually like the pickup here. As Victor locked down as a Blaze Olive, that's a slow pick, scaling pick in the mid lane. But of course, that laser and the Qs, they have some value later on, as he's going to outrange what's showing right now for Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about LPL. I know you do a lot of casting for that, but can we talk about NACL? Can we talk about Quacker? His last play of the Renekton, that was pretty spot on right there. But yeah, getting into the second phase, that Poppy not being picked in phase number 1, Supernova instantly going to look to ban that away. As you mentioned, high value in the Steadfast Presence, not going to allow Dorado to play that.
Oh man, well, yeah, Quack Attack. I mean, the Poppy takeaway from Supernova, definitely like that. And yeah, I think Sion and Ornn are going to hit the ban list here, as those are 2 of the best matchups into Renekton. I mean, honestly, the third is an older one, the Gragas. It's not as good in this season, but still something that you can use to kind of neutralize Renekton. And I'm kind of curious what the decision is here for Hoarder, because I'd be shocked if Ornn's not banned here. If Ornn isn't banned here, then I think you slam it if you are Hoarder, as they take away the Xayah instead. Okay.
So that does leave that on the table for Supernova, but so far their attention put over towards the Kai'Sa. Taking that away from Sushi, it's one of his biggest comfort picks. When we started to see Dorado win again, it was off of Sushi playing that Kai'Sa, the magical champions for him, so Scary Jerry's not going to allow that champion in his hands.
I kind of like that takeaway, actually. It makes for a lot of damage, too, on Supernova's side. Because I know that Ornn's coming through on 5. I'm shocked if Ornn does not come through here on 5. So, I think we have a decision for Sushi. Sushi is a good Tristana player. It is a good matchup into Kai'Sa. I would actually really like to see him play this. I think this makes for a lot of late game security. And the rocket jump buffers aren't exactly going to be super apparent for Sushi outside of the Ornn, but we'll see if he can do it. As, this is a good matchup. This is kind of forgotten about, but there was an entire meta of Tristana versus Kai'Sa that Gala owned, going back to a couple MSIs that he was able to win with RNG. So we'll see who's ready and willing to play this matchup, because I'm fully expecting Ornn to be locked in here, and we'll go from there. This is the only other option. Okay. Cassante, a little bit less engaged now. And you do sign up for a losing lane against the Renekton, which is why I was expecting Ornn, because Ornn's laning phase is better than Cassante's after a lot of the changes that went down.
So that's interesting to see how it does shape up. It really does put the engage more focused onto Breezy to land it with the con and get through, as well as Dardoch, you mentioned. So I'm definitely going to be curious how that plays out, because the engage definitely is in favor of Dorado. Wukong already brings that. Nautilus always brings that. And even Annie, if you're able to get these pick scenarios where you can get mission control and just drop a Tibbers on someone, you can catch Supernova by surprise.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm looking out for when it comes to Breezy's Recon. I like the fact that you bring out more onus on him to engage. It's going to be Cassante, not the Ornn. I think Ornn might bring too much match damage. Might have been their thinking. You can play this matchup, but the Recon, like, you want to piggyback off the Xin and the Cassante, but there's a lot of things that can interrupt and stymie you with the Nautilus, thinking about Annie stuns, thinking about Wukong knockups, even a Buster Shot from Tristana, or a stun from Renekton, which we did see yesterday in the game, where Zyko's Recon was kind of eaten up alive at times by Quacker's Renekton. So I want to look out for Breezy. I think that he has to be very careful about when he picks the time to go in, because if not, I can see him being locked down.
Yeah, he can get locked down pretty easily. I mean, especially if you spot it out as he tries to make an engage. For an Annie, you don't even need to burn Tibbers to that regard. You can just go ahead and pop the Q as long as you have the stun primered. So there's a lot of ways for this Recon to get stuck trying to jump forward for an engage. And I think there's also a lot of respect that has to be played towards the fact that, I mentioned it earlier, but just the hard engage that you have from a Wukong. The fact that it can get onto your backline or even your front line if you're diving a little bit too far forward with Scary Jerry. Jerry's going to have to be very well timed with a lot of these killer instincts, whether it be to get away from the Wukong or to try and clean up some of the backline fights when you have a Tristana getting away. But let us know who you think will take the dub today. And I shouldn't say today. We're going game by game by game. In this game right here, whose draft do you like a little bit more? Is it hashtag DOGE for Dorado, hashtag SN for Supernova?
With the dogs, we're going to go blasting off again with Supernova too, you know? That could be the other option. I think for
It's
SN...
gonna make me smile every time.
Yeah, Victor and Kaisa going to be a little bit slower this game. Going to have to, you know, get their items going. I want to see if the Annie Wukong can really get this game going, and then what Dardoch can do on the Xin Zhao to, I think, slow things down. This is the first game where it feels like Dorado, in a way, have more early game, showing the Renekton plus the Annie. Whereas we have seen a lot of early game being picked and drafted for Supernova in the first few games. So with the roles kind of switched or flipped around, I want to see if Dorado can consistently play fast enough to make plays into the Victor. Because the Victor is a really strong champion, but we have seen Victor be a pick that is just a little bit too slow at times in the mid lane. Doesn't get going fast enough. So there is an onus on Shochi and Kaido to make plays, and I want to see if they can do so and really break the map and start snowballing things forward for Dorado. Because if they do that, Tristana is one of the safest late game carries that you can have in your back pocket. And in the hands of Sushi, it's a champion that he's always played and been comfortable on. So we'll see if he's able to do it.
I really do want to see Dorado get towards that late game. I do think it is going to be a tough task to ask from Dorado, because Supernova, at least in the regular season, have had pretty spot-on early games. And for Dorado, a lot of their power has been around team fighting in specific, not really around the laning. Ariana, Shochi, they don't exactly have the best laning stats when it comes to the league. But when they do team fight, that's when you start to see the damage numbers go up, the kill participation go up. They fight like a team very, very well, but the early execution is definitely going to be a question mark for me to see how they can bring this all together.
Yeah, and again, I find it interesting, like, as a series continues, and especially with Fearless, you're really forced to play different comps, like, play different looks. I mean, quite literally with the fact that you can't play, you know, champions twice, but also just, you know, sometimes you can't sign up to be a late game scaling team. Like, I think Fearless is kind of taking away team identities because you are forced to play everything. So we'll see if Dorado can play this early game comp and sync up.
Dorado Gaming, Supernova, 1-1 apiece. Now getting into that game 3, only a best of 3 between these teams remain to continue forward into the top 4.
Yeah, and of course, Dorado trying to mirror what Blue Water has been able to do in the bracket. Just take down both Dark Zero and Supernova, just switching up the order here. And when they take them down, and well, that was almost pretty good scouting here by Mixture. He will get that Q back up pretty soon. He could flash auto and then guarantee a Q if he wants to.
Or just wait for the cooldown itself. Ariana not going to go for the Ruthless Predator early. Definitely needs that Q for the landing phase, so there will be no layering of CC to follow up that stun, but just a little bit of pressure onto Breezy. We'll take the recalls.
Get some wards down. We'll see if Breezy can snuff those out, because the sweeper's already been used here by Dardoch. But expecting, looks like Dardoch going to start invisible on the Wolves. That means he's making his way up towards the top side, so another game of mirrored clears.
And with Dardoch on a champion that has at least more agency, I'm definitely excited to see him on this in-show, because when he can make a lot of early plays, he can typically snowball a lot of these. He knows how to play around his teammates. He's not very selfish in that regard. And I think that's pretty much reflected on what we've seen throughout his years in Tier 2 and CLOL for that. You know, a lot of that is a lot of praise from different players who have talked about him, saying that, yeah, he's a really good team leader and he's really good at teaching a lot of his teammates, you know, these windows of opportunity and how to make the best of them.
Always love to see, I mean, players, whether you're a rookie or a vet, leveling up your team. That always makes for a good teammate, someone you want to have on the squad, and definitely always good to hear that coming out from our camps we have here with the teams. In NACL, as we have a lot of trading going on, Mixture hooked in, eats the Kaisa passive proc, level 1 to 2 diff. That's not exactly a win. In the bot side is this Rakan with the Kaisa, helping making sure Scary Jerry is topped off with those Qs, and should be a decent lane phase here for the Kaisa. We'll say that as time goes on, again, just a very safe late game carry. Breezy didn't have to flash. Do we have... Okay, I thought we were going to see a flash W from Sushi. Maybe that would have been too deep. Instead, pops the barrier to eat the Kaisa passive proc and get some Summoner spells out of Breezy.
And before the engage, the exhaust was already burnt. So I believe that's the reason why Mixtures thought this was a good angle to really go for. Hey, and it worked out pretty well. I mean, it got the flash out of Breezy, something that, you know, can be attended to later on to try and set up this bottom lane.
Yeah, the Nautilus into Rakan is a matchup that I definitely like, because you can stymie and interrupt Rakan. Sometimes, like depth charges or dredge lines, if you're able to prevent a grand entrance or a quickness combo from getting into the back line, can be really big. As we do see Ariana actually camping this crab using that early priority. It has, Boyzov did for this top side, and we do have Kaido actually looking to cross, maybe have a fight. Ariana can flash.
Flash forward, double stun coming out. Shochi preps one, and now a Blaze Olive. He can't flash away. He knows he doesn't have a chance, so he won't even try. First blood to Kaido.
That is a really cool opener from Dorado as Ariana drops a wave, given the push. I mean, he's only going to lose one creep, or 2 creeps, to make that play. That's well worth it to take down a Blaze Olive who didn't even flash, just knowing that he was going down. So Kaido not going to be able to secure a double crab, as he's going to reset, and the response from Supernova is to lane swap.
Lane swap called right away. And that first blood going over to Kaido on top of it. Going to be nice. He gets a Sheen right off his recall.
They should get Ariana's TP for this to go match the Cassante, so it will be TP advantage on the Cassante, which is not bad, but a good chain from Dorado. And yeah, Blizzolve, knowing his fate, going to save his flash. I think that's the right call on Victor. If you burn your flash, you're going to ask to be the target again. So the fact that he preserves that one, I think, was the right call. But first blood given over off of a nice timer from Ariana.
I mean, at least the Blaze Olive knew he was in Florida. These croc-infested waters, he's not getting away from them. So still saving up that flash will be something nice for him and his benefit. But yeah, still got to like it for Dorado to be able to grab that first blood and try and set behind a Blaze Olive who, you know, is going to be CSing quite well so far in these early stages. Yeah,
I will say that also the Renekton burning TP, this is really good for Hoarder. The breakpoint you really want to find as Renekton into Cassante in this matchup is you want to have Phage into Bramblevest. I know that Phage is more expensive, but as Renekton, usually early on, you can find a little bit more economy. And that's a good breakpoint where you can actually threaten then at 6. that is not going to be available, and Hoarder will have the TP back. Should probably pick up a Bramble Vest, and we'll be in a decently happy spot in the bot lane. So I think it's a really nice play from Orianna. I like the fact they're targeting the Victor, but Ablaze Olive not flashing there, I think is very key. Because how easy is it for any Wukong to set up on a Victor if you do burn flash? So I do think that him saving that before he goes down is good.
It's going to be a pretty easy grab. I mean, Orianna has positioning down in the bottom lane. Even with the Scuttle, it's not even going to reveal Kaido, who took the clone right over the wall to get to the dragon. So first strike belongs to Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, good pickup here. Again, that strength of the anti-Wukong. Kaido making sure that he's able to take this one. I don't think there's really an option for Supernova to contest yet. As we will see, actually, another swap coming out. As Hoarder does burn that TP into the top side. Going to pick up a nice fat wave for himself. And Scary Jerry able to walk down and pick up the majority of the bot lane. Now, with these spell books, we do already have a TP in the inventory of Breezy, and I expect to see one grab by Mixture. Why? Because that's what you use to play the grub fight. We've pretty much seen TP grabs globally and exclusively at this timer to make sure that you can secure those grubs. And we're going to have to see if Supernova actually wants to take that fight. Because again, fighting into Wukong Annie at that timer is very scary.
See when the grubs do come up. One of the things I do got to point out, if Dorado can play this pretty fast, you know, one of the benefits of having that Tristana is how quickly she can take down structures. Being able to apply that E, given enough free time, and given a good grub fight where you are able to claim the majority of the grubs, it could give Dorado a lot of early gold if they can claim those structures.
Yeah, at the moment, we do have Supernova swapping their bot lane up top to maybe give themselves a window to fight this. Is everyone from Dorado walking towards mid. Keep in mind, Orianna's no TP. So if he goes here, there is no response to this bot wave that Hoarder is going to get in. So this looks like it's going to be a sack by Supernova if Orianna does actually show. It should just be a grub take here on time. But this is expensive. I mean, Orianna's going to lose quite a bit bot for this.
Trying to find Breezy. Breezy will be able to dash out. We'll have to burn his flash to fully escape this. Now, Dorado do have positioning onto these grubs, so we'll get to work taking them.
Yeah, I just find it really interesting, like, how Orianna is using a lot of his timers to just play for the team. Whether it's the 3-wave crash or even this one, like sacking waves. Because, again, I think that Renekton, early on in this matchup, you should get ahead, and then you can use your econ to win. But if you fall behind, and Cassante goes for the earlier Frozen Fist, it can be dangerous.
Nice.
So, the fact that Hoarder is up like this early on is, I actually think, could be a bit of a problem later on for Orianna on this Renekton, but we're just going to have to see.
It's a lot that we've seen from Orianna, especially throughout, you know, a lot of the games that we've had from Dorado. Orianna has the low CSM for a reason, and that is Orianna separates from the lane to go and try and influence the team more than anything else. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, you know, we got to see how much value they really do find out of these grubs, but Orianna, definitely a team player to that regard.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, they got something out of the timer, right? I'm just curious how this impacts the individual matchup later on. As we do have another swap coming back, and this will give the 2v2s and the 1v1s over. So Dorado actually able to find the match here. I will say I'm not exactly sure what Dorado wants with all these swaps. It has been Supernova initiating the vast majority of them. I thought the one where Hoarder gets a TP advantage over Orianna made sense. This one being matched, I do think that the Kaisa Rakan, like at this point, there's a little bit of an advantage over for Jerry. But I think that you just want to play this lane long, because the Quills can really help sustain. Both junglers are making their way down, and Mixture might be looking for a play. Breezy did just hit 6.
Gonna pop the ultimate right there. He doesn't have his flash, so he can't really look for a counter engage. Ooh. And I don't believe
Mixture's hiding 6 in the
brush.
brush. Yeah, he hit 6 in the brush, was hiding it, didn't know he was on a ward. Cute attempt on Mixture, but not the case. That was a fake W from Orianna. He's going to have the Empowered Stun. I think he wins this.
Yeah, you're seeing how strong the skater can be in the early phases. Ooh. As Hoarder forced to burn his flash to get away from Orianna.
I think the Unstoppable actually might have caught the stun. I couldn't exactly tell. I thought he bluffed it. because I didn't see it go through. But we
Depth
have another
charge.
engage coming in, depth charge. But Dardoch has
go.
ult. So
Teleport coming out. Now they're crowding around this next teleport of ABO. ABO has to flash back to be able to escape. Dorado still looking for the disengage right now. Is jumping forward to Scary Jerry. Tibbers goes down. The damage is onto Scary Jerry. There's no flash for Shochi. There's no way out of the Dragon Pit. Supernova will grab the kill.
yeah, good read there from Jerry. Just knowing that Annie didn't have flash. Good presence of mind. Even snipes the cannon minion as Jerry's locked in for this one on the Kaisa. Good play from him. So we'll go to mid while ABO cleans up the bot lane. And now we're going to see what Supernova can do. They have a little bit of a small lead right now. I would love to see them use this to kind of bridge the victor into the game because he has Roa, so this is his power trough. But ABO picking up a lot of those resources a little bit ahead of the curve here, Deserux. And Dorado behind. They haven't been able to push this game as far or as quickly as I think they wanted to, despite some nice timers and roams coming out from Orianna.
They tried their best to push it, and they were able to at least pick up neutral objectives off of it. Again, 3 grubs isn't nothing. Having the first Infernal Drake isn't nothing. But then with the way the fights have been going, Blaze Olive teleporting in, it seemed like it was going to be a bad move. But guess what? He still had his flash available, so allowing him to be able to back out does give these fights over to Supernova, as you had mentioned, being on top of a lot of those timers. And now Mixture going down is giving even more to Supernova.
No Aftershock on the Nautilus. You can be quite squishy. Didn't exactly see how that one started off, but we do see Nautilus going underwater into the gray screen for a few seconds. The second dragon will now go over to Supernova.
And more pressure coming out from Supernova. You can see Scary Jerry stepping up into the face of Sushi. Wave now underneath his tower. Dragon will be claimed by Supernova. 1-1 apiece when it comes to the dragons, and so far, Supernova having control of the map. Ooh, ultimate now
Actually,
coming
not
out
bad. This is good for
ABO.
Shochi. They can set up on this.
Now here comes Kaido.
Yeah,
Kaido
down.
now jumping in, gets caught by the Cyclone. Tibbers goes down, and so does ABO.
That's actually a really good play by Dorado. Like, they're down a little bit right now, but they saw Xin Zhao take the Drake. They saw 2 mid. They set that one up and made sure to cash it in. So well played. Mixture that's aggressive.
Here we go. Hook comes out. It is going to force out the Crescent Guard at least, but Dardoch is there to defend the tower.
Well played. That should be it. Okay, we're gonna see how Mixture went down. Well, was fishing for Scary Jerry, and again, no Aftershock even able to be procced. This Mixture just gets 1 shot. Good set up there by Breezy.
So quick pick. This means the kills now evened up, but the gold slightly in favor of Supernova. Some of that coming from Scary Jerry, who's been able to out-farm Sushi. The same thing in the mid lane. It's kind of an advantage that you have with ABO being on his victor. There's great wave clear that you can work with, and you have more range against the Annie. And so far, so good, as Supernova still look to grow that lead. And if you want to grow your skills in League of Legends, guess what? I got the website for you. Go to prodiff.gg, where you can learn from some of the pros. A lot of people out there from the LTA North, from NACL, who can teach you how to be better at League. Stop sucking, press that QR code. I say press it, you gotta scan it. There we go, that's the word I'm looking for. And go to prodiff.gg.
Yeah, Breezy in our game right now, available to be found on the website for coaching, and we might have just caster cursed him. As good attempt there on the dredge line actually from Mixture. Firing off where Breezy was headed. Not quite able to find him as that Rakan slinks on out, but I don't think Breezy can slink on out of a responsibility if you go over to prodiff.gg and book a coaching session with him.
Plenty of players that you can try and utilize over there. Plenty within the NACL and plenty on this map on top of it. Well, speaking of top, we're going over to the top lane as Shochi looking for some control over here. Flash is still down for ABO, but that's not going to be the angle right now. Rift Herald is spawning pretty soon. So getting first position and control the river of this top side going to be the angle for Dorado.
Really curious to see. I mean, Kaido is at least a little bit in a decent spot on this Wukong. He has gotten a couple kills, has that early Trinity Force. Just kind of curious to see how they can use his. Ariana's going to have to pop the R. Does have the Hearthstone though.
Going in. Now, so far, looking for that Crescent Guard. No, not going to be able to find it. Ariana getting a lot of healing from the Q, but here comes the counter engage from Dorado. Cyclone goes out, but it's not looking good for Kaido as he'll fall to ABO. Now the chase of Hoarder. Q3 doesn't land. Shochi critically low, and he's got a Xin Zhao on his back. ABO will find a double kill with Hoarder getting critically low. Sushi cannot finish off the job. Breezy's going to survive as well. Hook lands onto nothing, jumping over the wall. A flashback from Sushi. Will be able to find the shutdown, but he's got a bail, and a Blaze Olive will not allow him to escape. An ace for Supernova.
Big win for them. Ariana lost so much of his health early on in the fight. The Renekton was not able to be that beefcake in the middle. And Supernova with a big fight. That on top of Sushi just not having the damage yet. He's double 9. He only has the Yuntals, but Ariana was forced out very early. He's wrapped up. He's not a super effective fight as the Renekton. A Blaze Olive is so tanky. He's just tanking up Mixture and Sushi the entire time as Shochi can't get on a priority target. He melts to everything that Supernova throws at him. And then the re-engage here, and Sushi's getting as many autos off as he can. Good sidestep there on the Q3. Breezy hops in, the heal, the quills, everything to make sure that he's topped off. And then Dorado, Sushi's seeing a couple kills on his screen going in. Couldn't only find one. Breezy leveled up. He lived. Great baits coming out from Breezy there on the Rakan. And now Mixture, oh boy, he's in Narnia. No depth charge, he's dead.
He's all by his lonesome. He will go down, and Supernova have accelerated this game. So much credit to Breezy. Really, when he saw the Gator go in, Ariana using the slice and dice and popping the entire combo, you can't fight anymore, and Breezy recognized that. So a great engage to jump onto Ariana, chunk him out, and make sure he can't do anything in that fight. Such an early ace coming out for Supernova is going to give them a lot of control of this map and a lot of economy.
And I mean, Sushi's really far behind the curve now compared to where Scary Jerry is at. Look at him with both built Coles. Sushi sold his, but oh boy, TP coming in. Can they find Hoarder? See if he can buffer.
Waiting for the Ruthless Predator. Hoarder able to dash forward. Tibbers goes down. Gets the stun onto Hoarder, but Hoarder will take no prisoners! He gets a double kill in the top lane!
He buffered. It's going to be the Wukong that makes sure he goes down, but the damage is already done as he finds 2 kills in the 1v3. Drake goes over to Dardoch and Supernova. A Blaze Olive is sieging on the bot lane, and things are coming apart here for Dorado.
We've had a lot of discussions about most valuable prospect. I know between both of us, we've gone for Hoarder. There's a good reason for this. This man is having a spectacular year so far. It all started off with conviction and what they were able to do, taking out some of the top dogs, and now Hoarder being in that position to go ahead and take control when it matters the most. It's showing you why this man is so damn good.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think that voting for most valuable prospect off of 9 best of ones was one of the hardest things I've ever done.
Oh, yeah.
But I felt okay voting for Hoarder. I really feel like Hoarder has had a great year. Definitely someone that I'm looking out for in the top lane. I thought him and Sajed were the 2 front runners for me. That was a tough choice there. But Hoarder, and some of the highlight plays that he's been able to make, that one was very, far less impressive than everything else we've seen from him this split. Because he has had some very impressive outplays. Thinking back to some Scion plays, the presence of mind this guy has in fights is actually really impressive. As we're going to see Mixture try to spider on his way out of there, but Xin Zhao has a knack to follow.
Yeah, Mixture has to learn that that side of the map doesn't belong to him, because it's been so many times caught out on that specific brush. And that's his 4th death of the game so far. 5K lead now over to Supernova.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit too big to surmount here, especially given the scaling that Supernova has. This is a very large and in-charge victor in the hands of ABO. And I'm not exactly sure, the Renekton didn't get a lead and wasn't able to force into the Cassante. Ariana did use a lot of his timers to help the team, but Shochi and Kaido were not really able to get enough off this Annie-Wukong pairing in. I think it's another game in a row where Sushi, he doesn't scale up as fast as the opposing AD. And I feel like Dorado are really forcing fights at timers that aren't great for Sushi and are better for Scary Jerry. As Kaido has a nice escape there with the blast gun. It's going to take away the quickness cooldown from Breezy, so small win there for Dorado, but that's really all they can find in the map right now.
And earlier on, we had put the onus onto Breezy to find these engages. He is looking cubby. Left, right, and center. He keeps finding ways to get on to Dorado this time. You know, it's going to go awry, but it shows you how many attempts he's making to get the ball rolling for Supernova.
Yeah, and again, Breezy, I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and he felt like this was his best year of play. And I got to agree. Like, I think the story for Breezy, it's always been, you know, Breezy's a good support, but why would I go Breezy when I could go Busio, when I could go Ayla, when I could take Chime, right? Or Diamond. And that's the decision that a lot of the orgs made in the LCS at the time. Now, Breezy is one of the top supports. He was on my All-Pro list. I think that he's had a really nice split, and he feels like he's playing well, and I agree with him. So it's been good to see him and Jerry each kind of have their own little resurgence, whether it's, you know, Jerry trying to bounce back after the time at Disguise didn't go the way he wanted to, or Breezy just trying to prove that he's not just a good support, he's one of the best supports that we have in the league. It's been cool to see them work together and build each other up here. I think it's been honestly good for each of them on the Supernova squad.
It was a great point to bring up. I mean, everything we've seen from Breezy, he's always been in that top conversation, but never.
He's always been solid. Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, now really showing that he can step up. You know, he does have the capabilities to be a definitive engage. He does have the experience to know how to maneuver around fights and set up flanks. So I love this from Breezy. I think this is one of the best takes that we've had throughout the entirety of his career. Looks very comfortable around Scary Cherry. Supernova setting up around the river to get some vision control deep into the jungle of Dorado. You can see Breezy still hunting for more ways to get the fight started.
I'm just so concerned about this front line for Dorado, because I'm looking at the items between Cassante, Xin Zhao, and Renekton Wukong. And it's tough. That's a great reaction from Kaido.
Yeah, nice from Kaido. We'll find the Cyclone. Now Breezy trying to escape, gets caught out by another hit of the Cyclone. Sushi grabs the first kill onto Breezy. ABO returns it onto the jungle. But there is the ultimate from a Blaze Olive. It's doing so much work as Scary Cherry falls. Blast Flat back over the wall. 2 for 1. It is in favor of Dorado, but Dorado are the ones suffering on the health bars.
Mixture has made a few oopsies this game, but that dredge line forgave quite a few of those sins. It found Jerry in the back line. It's still going to be the Otacon going over as Supernova went out of the health bar war. So, yeah, they aren't going to be here in time for that. That's a little bit of a bummer here. If you are
Two teleports.
Yeah, I mean, a TP, they can look for the fight, but the conditions are not great.
Okay, here we go. Still low health for Ariana. And with that Bramble Vest, you're not going to get that much healing out from your Q-Pop. Now Shochi trying to bail out of this, realizing he bit off more than he can chew. Porter takes a good chunk of damage. Now jumping in is going to be Sushi. Sushi has the angle right here. Jumps onto a Blaze Olive, doesn't find too much. Breezy now able to rejoin the fray. Dardoch over the wall, looking for the wind becomes lightning. Will dash in with the audacious charge. A Blaze Olive goes unstoppable. And now the dogs on retreat as Supernova will run them down. A double kill for ABO. Otacon picked up the whole map belongs to Supernova.
Yeah, again, I think Dorado, like, they won out on the numbers, but the conditions were not theirs. The health bars were so low from the Victor damage that was able to come through throughout that fight, and I can, like, part of me understands why they forced, because you don't want to give away Otacon like that. If you win that, you get Otacon and Dragon, and that's a real way you can slingshot back into the game, but the conditions were just never there for Dorado to actually find the setup. And it was a really nice fight from Dardoch, who was low. He canceled the rocket jump from Sushi when he was trying to escape. And without the ultimates for that secondary fight, Dorado, it's not nearly enough gas in the tank to try and take that one against SN. So good hook from Mixture. It was a good initial engage in a play, but just the deficit they have, too much.
Donkey getting a little bit scared. We'll hop away. Saw Scary Jerry. Frightening he be. And not choose to contest any bit of that because he doesn't know what is right behind that marksman. So far, what a lead coming out from Supernova, about 7K separating these teams in the favor of Supernova. And as I said, the map is really in their favor. 3 grubs don't really mean much when you can't get to structures to take them down anymore. But you know what does matter a lot? 3 dragons, 1 more away from Dragon Soul.
Oh boy, Shochi's down 4 levels to the border.
Yeah, that's a nice Q3. Shochi's going to go down. No, he's able to back out in time. Sushi gets the kill on the Breezy. A little bit of over-aggression coming through means that Dardoch falls as well. The hook finds its mark, depth charge going through, but look at how damage ABO How much damage? ABO is able to get through. Scary Jerry will be able to find the snipe onto the monkey. Now Suchi trying to step up for more. Mixture looking for an angle in, looks for the hook, lands it, but it's onto the Cassante, and Hoarder will just buffer right on through that. And now it's all crumbling at the seams as Supernova chase down Dorado and find a 4-for-1, 4-for-2. They'll get Baron as well.
Well, it was a bit of a sloppy start as I saw a 4-level difference from Hoarder onto Shochi, but he finds the engage, and with no jungler, I mean, that long fight against Dorado just pushing a little bit too hard on the back half, Desirux. It feels like Supernova, they haven't played this one out the cleanest, but Dorado, the pushes that they can find, it's just not close to being enough to actually, you know, change the tides of this game. Supernova keep on cleaning up, doing a credit to Hoarder, coming back and catching that dredge line. Pretty much ensured they could win the fight. So sometimes it's just the small things, but yeah, Supernova, I think that with that Baron, that pretty much is going to decide the game in their favor, and looks like we're going to a game 4 with Supernova up a game.
Yeah, this is too strong a lead for Dorado to overcome, and a lot of this really does feel like the Dorado that we saw in the regular season, where they kept going for fights and they would chase way too long into something that was ultimately not in their hands. And we kind of saw that. They were underneath the tower, they got 2 kills, they felt like they could have got more, so they chased down Supernova. Now Shochi, being low, caught out once more by Breezy. Scary Jerry just goes on a rampage.
I think some of the fear, or like what makes Supernova a good team, again, I was kind of curious why they were playing so quickly, or like drafting fast comps the first few games.
Oh, well, that's interesting pick right there, but Killer Instinct means you can bail out, no problem. Dardoch steps up, steps forward. Ariana getting so much damage from that Victor ultimate. And focus the siege coming out from Supernova.
That's still pretty expensive. Scary Jerry did burn both Cleanse and Flash to get out. Still gonna take a miracle from Sushi and the rest to try and find this one, but yeah, I mean, Supernova, like their ability to play scaling or just play with a Blaze Olive, who again is so good at just getting econ on himself and you know, putting it to use. He was the first team All-Pro mid that we revealed earlier in the day, and it does feel like this Victor pick. We have seen Victor be at times too slow, but the all-out.
That was such a good bait coming in, and the all-out really does sink into Fangs, but it's not Ariana's, it's Hoarder's as he grabs the kill.
Yeah, it is good to see Supernova kind of play this other style, and for me, this is one that I think that they almost have to lean on if they want to beat Luminosity Gaming, or at least contest that. Obviously, the goal is to make top 2 first, because if you're in finals, then you're in the LTA promotion tournament, and that's what everyone's looking to compete for. But we got to think about, you know, who's going to topple LG at this point. Supernova definitely a favorite to do so, but that team looks so crisp and so solid, and if you make any early game mistakes against them, I think it's really tough. So it's funny. I feel like against Luminosity Gaming, you almost have to force them to play early game and just hope that you can outscale them, because I think if they get scaling, it's pretty doomed. And good to see Supernova show they can play some scaling here. It has been a good look for them.
I mean, Luminosity literally has a winning streak in NACL when it comes to championships. They tend to take the entire tournament, so Supernova, they got to get themselves in peak form. They're going to be able to contest right there. Still, you know, the series is not over. Dorado, definitely big contenders right now, as they showed what they can do in that game number 1, but we're starting to see the tides really start to turn, as now Hoarder caught out in a 2v1. Will go unstoppable for just a moment, but still chasing through Isushi. He doesn't have that much damage, so it's taken him a long time to take down Hoarder. Hoarder's not even going to fall. The chase comes through from Breezy, able to interrupt a lot of the engage from Dorado as Ariana is split from the team. Still looking to hop in. Dardoch gets pulled. Over the wall he goes, but he will not fall. Turns on to Raptors instead.
Jerry
puts his attention onto Shochi as Jerry jumps forward. A double kill. Complete annihilation. Supernova will take game number 3.
Giving Dorado some of a taste of their own medicine, given what happened in game 1 with that Dorado win, but Supernova, they turned the early to mid-game plays very quickly and managed to find a solid win.
Dorado Gaming backs against the wall. Supernova go to match point.
And hey, for SN, I mean, that's a solid win. Again, this was a team that you said from talking with them, Desirux, you know, that loss they had early in the playoff bracket was a bit of a wake-up call. It feels like that Game 1 loss was also a bit of a wake-up call for Supernovas. They played much better in the last couple of games. Game 2 was tightly contested, but SN were able to overcome in this game. All SN early on, once they were able to turn around the first couple of plays. I think the Grub fight, or the Rift fight, sorry, was where things really shifted in their favor, and Dorado just could not bounce back from that.
And I still feel the struggles with Dorado when it comes to the early game. Again, a lot of your solo laners don't have the best laning stats. They're not the best at playing towards the lane. They're better at playing towards the team fights. So when you ask them to try and accelerate in early game, it does really set up a lot of questions to me as to how effective they're going to be when it's basically Supernova's territory to get the tempo rolling. And with that, Supernova, hey, they make it to match point. We're going to throw it over to short break when we return. Again, match point for Supernova. Dorado got to show up. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the NACL playoffs. Dorado versus Supernova. And man, Supernova are finding their stride as they take an absolute dominating victory against Dorado.
Yeah, and I think that in the tape, I mean, you don't see where the gold's at. Dorado's behind in these scenarios, so they're going to be fishing and overextending to try and make some plays.
That buffer.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really good from Horder. I mean, remember, guys, when you're on the tank, it's your job to catch, not dodge. You know, as I think Patches O'Houlihan would have been proud with that catch of Horder. I mean, catches are technically more effective in dodgeball than they are than dodges. You know,
yeah,
you get someone back in the fight. You got two teammates back in the fight by catching that dredge line.
And now it seems like Supernova kind of got their mojo back in the fight, as what we've been seeing is just a team that's getting better and better with every single game. Sure, they lost that game number 1, but they looked good. Game number 2, it was competitive. And now here, game 3, they take what was pretty much one of the most dominating victories we've seen in the entire series.
Yeah, I mean, I think that both teams have a dominating victory now, right? Pretty safe to say, given what happened in Game 1 and Game 3. So we'll see. I think that, yesterday, that Blue Water Dark Zero series, we did have a lot of close games throughout. It feels like 2 out of the 3 games have been pretty one-sided so far. So we'll see what happens in Game 4 as Dorado backs up against the wall. They got to win 2 games in a row if they want to keep those LTA promotion hopes alive. And hey, I will say Dorado, I mean, like where I had them finishing was like in my tier list was right here. I had them at 5th, 6th, right? As a team with 3 rookies, I think that they deserve some credit. They've definitely scaled throughout the split, but it's about wins and losses in the end, and we'll see if Dorado can pull off a little bit of a surprise. Again, I thought it was higher odds they would actually beat Supernova than Blue Otter beating Dark Zero yesterday. So we'll see if they can, with their backs now up against the wall, dig deep and find a couple of wins here. And if they want to find a win, they're going to have to do so thanks to our producer Jet Skis from the blue side, as that's what they've picked up for this game.
I think one thing to throw out there is how important this game win is, especially in the context of Fearless, because this means if you do lose in that game number 4, you will have side selection for the final game, so it allows you to at least shape up a little bit better with your draft going forward. So it is something at least bought by Supernova, but hey, you don't even have to worry about that if you just win game number 4 and go ahead and advanced over into the bracket. Again, who awaits them is going to be who we saw yesterday take a victory in Blue Otter. But definitely still one more task to do for Supernova if they want to proceed in that bracket.
Damn, you almost sound like both Dark Zero and Supernova saying like, hey, losing early helped us, lock in, give us a buff.
Yeah.
If we lose this game, we still get blue side, guys. It's fine. We got our choice of champ coming up.
It's like the filling out phase in boxing when you're just throwing like the weaker punches to just kind of gauge the distance and whatnot.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. We definitely saw a little bit of that in Game 2, and now we'll see if Dorado wants to play fast or play slow. As they have to take a draft they have confidence in, as they're going to try and pull whatever they can, put it on the Rift, and see if it's enough to take down Supernova, as the last couple of games have been getting a little bit more and more convincing in Supernova's favor.
Yeah, Supernova are making a great argument as the series goes on, but I do want to see what Dorado can bring in these games, these late stages of Fearless. This is where having an expansive champion pool is really going to start to matter much more, and we know players like Shochi are able to have a champion galaxy that they can tap into.
Okay. Well, I like everything you're putting down here, Deserex. I'm just curious, on the blue side, you still have to be careful about the answers that could be up. We did see Supernova has some good answers in that last draft. As we do see Lucian taken away in the first phase, Deserex. Wondering if we get maybe an earlier Senna. Senna was banned away by Sushi. I will say a lot of the good Senna pairings are gone. Thinking of the Braum and the Nautilus in particular. But we still have Rel up and available. As it's not the priority Senna pairing, but I think still playable in the bot side. I know Senna's a big champ here for Sushi, as he has played. It's the second most played throughout the split, but it's going to be an Ambessa for Oriana to kick things off.
Yeah, Oriana can go on the more aggressive route here with that Ambessa. Always great to see what Ambessa can do as she dashes around. You catch a good public execution. Sometimes that's all you need. The lockdown you got to find to clean up some of these fights. I see the hover. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I do.
I don't, you do? You think this is going to be
I think it's a repeat of yesterday.
Oh, we got Yorick now.
It's a good matchup.
Woohoo! Okay, no, it's exciting to me because we just have not seen this champion within the meta, and then it gets pulled out yesterday for one of the most beastly games we've ever seen, and here we go once again.
That is an early Sivir for Scary Jerry. Look, when I see Sivir, I always talk about, is Sivir able to auto-attack or not? Because if Sivir is able to auto-attack, I mean, the ricochets, she does so much damage in the game, but she is only a 500 range AD. And yes, you have the ult, you have the spell shield, you have tools to try and get you to auto-attack, but if you can find a game where you're not able to auto-attack, it's quite good. I know Sushi's very comfortable on this Jinx. We did see the Jinx win against the Sivir yesterday in that throwback. So a bit of dueling fates that we have here so far, as Jinx did beat Sivir from the blue side yesterday in our Game 3, but York did beat the Ambessa from the red side yesterday in our Game 5. So we'll see if Sushi can position well enough and use the range advantage that he has against Scary Jerry to make things happen.
All right, and we finally get our engage coming out from Dorado. It's the Rel. It's going to be locked in right there.
That's
and
good. Poppy
yeah.
level.
Yeah, if we take this Poppy right now, it could stop a lot of those dashes and attacks that you're looking
Flexible
for both
too.
Ampessa and the Rel. As you said, a flexible pick to grab. Going to be pretty tanky to that regard, so it's going to make it even that much harder to get this Jinx excited for Sushi to take control.
I like this Poppy pick. I think that it actually throws quite the conundrum at Dorado now for the next phase of draft, because there are pairings with Sivir that are still up. I think Sivir plus Enchantress is actually still playable. I mean, they nerfed Yuumi, thank God, this patch, or else I think Yuumi would be sneaking in here. You can play the Poppy bot lane into the Rel, that's fine, but you're pretty vulnerable to the Jinx if you're not careful between the Zaps, the Chompers, and what Rel can set up with the chain. I mean, you only need a Q to kind of try and set that up. Is that Kazakhstan, if you're scratching your head, Kaido is a long-time Kazakhstan player, so... but yeah, I think that right now, you can really play around with that flexibility, and that should throw quite the wrench at Dorado. I think there's going to ban out mids here to make sure that their bans land.
Yeah. Again, Rai is a really good champion in the hands of Blaze Olive, something he's brought a lot of success with in the regular season thus far.
I like the Nocturne ban a lot.
Doing their homework to take that away, Nocturne banned away. It's going to be tough to ban out someone like Shochi, so they're not even going to really focus too much other than that Azir that came through. So Shochi's still having a lot of champions in the wheelhouse to take out here. One more ban for Dorado before we head into that phase 2.
I'm going to throw something at your Desperate, but just give me the Nocturne ban. Do we see a Twisted Fate from the Blaze Olive? I can definitely see those gold cards with a Sivir that buys a lot of space. You can play to York, just dominate the side lanes if you take something like a TF this game. He's played it once, so I'm curious if that ends up being a potential pickup.
I personally like it. And I think if Supernova are playing to the sidelines, it really is towards one of their strengths, especially if you're able to back up Porter in some regard, or just pull Dorado apart. We'll see soon enough, because it's going to be a jungle lock-in coming out from Supernova. Having that Trundle to play with right here does make it very difficult to be a tank.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky for Shochi, because you want to find something now that you can kind of navigate around the pillar, but some of those options are gone or is not good. Like I don't like Silas this game. I think Silas gets really punished this game. You might have to take something like a Syndra and hope that your scatters are really on point, or this would be a creative way to actually find a way around the pillar. You have the Satchel Charge for the Ziggs. This is a long time pick and play for Shochi. Your ability to melt turrets with this comp is very real, and that is a pretty short-range composition on Supernova, so Ziggs has some real value, but as a Blaze Olive now, what can you find to beat up on the Ziggs? Are you willing to play something like a LeBlanc and try and blow this thing up, even if you're playing into an Ivern? Or is it going to be something else for a Blaze Olive? I think Syndra value is still somewhat exists, but something like a TF, I think it's still playable, but tricky. Play is a good pick. I think that you can just kind of match clearing the waves, and yeah, you have ways to play off the pillar. You bring a lot of utility in, so gonna be interesting. I will say the Satchel Charges from Shochi, gonna have to keep an eye out for those, because are you gonna use it on yourself to get around this pillar? You're gonna use it to maybe set up the bouncing bombs. Of course, you can guarantee the lockdown there, but he has been playing Ziggs for a while. This is a pick that we know that Shochi can play, as he's sticking deep. Was one of the old bans against Cincy Fear that was quite common.
And it's important to remember why that was a common ban to happen, because that was back when Shochi was paired with Minui, and they would literally swap champions between each other so many times. Veigar was one of those champions they used to swap with Ziggs, again, another big one. So kind of the old school Shochi we're going to see on the Rift this time. I really like the Wave pick from ABO. I think this is a pretty good answer. Both for the wave clear, as you had mentioned, you can just pop that with the Q combo, or a lot of the crowd control that comes through, especially if you're able to get that E combo in, it can stop the Investa from really chasing you down. Alongside that pillar, there's a lot of value that I feel like ABO has from having this way.
Yeah, I mean, also the Sivir, I mean, buffing up the move speed of a Yorick Trundle Poppy is very real. It really is, so... Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Sivir's ability to auto-attack. I do think that Ivern Jinx is a really solid core. Ziggs can slow things down. But we have seen Supernova, I think, play 2 really solid games. The Trundle can... I've talked about the pillar with, like, the back line. You can also really mess with Rel engages as Trundle with those pillars. Your pillar can interrupt Rel W if you're on point, so... That's going to be something to look out for, too. Definitely going to be a tricky rel game for Mixture. As between that, the Poppy, even the fears from Hui, have to be careful about when and where you pick your spots.
And it's going to be a kind of terrifying game for Sushi, I feel like. If he ever burns this flash, I'm going to be sweating for Dorado. There's a lot of ways to really get onto him, but, you know, the pillar you had already mentioned. I think one of the big one is when you put down the little battle arena that you get with Yorick. Could also lock you down right there or make it a difficult task for Sushi to find his way out of some of these fights. So I do like a little bit more what Supernova are bringing, but if we can get the scaling going for Dorado, and especially on this Jinx, and not allow, as you said, Sivir to auto-attack, then there might be a chance right here for Dorado to take us to a Game 5 in a series. Let us know if you think we're going to a Game 5 or not. Go ahead and type in Twitch chat, hashtag DOG for Dorado Gaming, hashtag SN for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of the fans be Dorado fans in the chat, but I think Supernova's been playing better the last couple of games. They are our 1 seed from the bracket and our favorite coming into the day. And I see ways that both comps can win. I think one of the hardest parts about this upcoming one is just going to be Shochi on the Ziggs. Ziggs' damage is, and it's all skill shots, right? It's pretty conditional. So is there going to be enough setup or lockdown where he can make sure that he's effective, or can you find angles? Like a Sivir ult with a Trundle Yorick running at you, a Poppy as well. The Sivir ult can, you know, kind of help Poppy find the right angles to get those wall bangs or just get a good Keeper's Verdict off. The Shochi and the rest of Dorado are going to be able to navigate that. It's that backline of the Super Mega Inferno Bomb and the Super Mega Death Rocket, and those two can be quite big, but if they aren't able to, you know, get set up or the gap is closed upon them, it could be tricky. So I can see ways that both teams can play this one out. I will say the side lanes are probably going to be owned by Supernova, so that it does make when Dorado groups all that much more important going up against this squad.
I mean, those groupings are going to have to be critical in terms of just finding the right fights and not allowing that over-aggression that we used to see in the regular season. Because what we saw from Dorado was they would go for a dive. Hey, we're going to get a kill off this dive. They flashed. Oh, no, we're still going to chase them anyway. Ended up losing fights. I felt like we got pieces of that old Dorado back in game number 3. One of the reasons I do like this comp is, you know, a lot of the poke that has to come through from Dorado, it's not going to be as fast, so to say, right? It's going to be more focused on a lot of this wave clear, and you can play something that is at least a bit more passive for Dorado to just clear waves, get that poke in, find those bouncing bombs, and potentially set up that Jinx to get excited. But they're going to have to do it because it's their last chance to really get through right here. If they lose one more, they are out. Supernova versus Dorado Gaming, game number 4 now underway.
All right, let's see if Dorado play a little bit better for this one, bounce back in, or if Supernova can shut them down, as it has been, it feels like Dorado running out of steam a little bit here, Desrex, and I know that you want to see a little bit more of the Shochi play. Let's see if we can get a little bit better games coming out of Dorado here.
I mean, you don't got to say much more after that, man. I've always been a fan of Shochi's play.
Always thumbed the Shochi. Did go first strike on the Ziggs. I will say that if Ziggs gets ahead, gets accelerated in games, if he's ahead of the item curve, he does filthy damage. So I do like this pickup for Shochi. We're going to have to see if he can cash in on some of these first strike procs and maybe get to 2 items or 3 items first.
I mean, I will say, even though I am, I consider myself, oh, apparently we're having a tech pause, but I can still go on with the point. Even though I've always been a big fan of Shochi's play, and I consider myself a fan of Dorado, I'm still a fan of NACL and whoever's able to develop here, make the most of it. That's why my most valuable prospect is still Hoarder at the end of the day. And that's why I still see Supernova as one of the most potent teams of making it into that top 2 spot to participate in that promotion to the LTA North.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, I was popping off for Quacker yesterday, and Quacker has never, you know, won NACL or been considered the best top laner, but I've always thought that he's a better top laner than where we're at. So, yeah, man, it's actually pretty, you know, crazy to think that, at least for Dorado again, this is like where we expect them to be in a sense, but I also feel like we've seen some more positives out of them. Again, like the 3 rookies were pretty highly allotted, especially Sushi, who made a lot of fans before. Ariana, I think, was a part of Supernova's top lane tryouts, or at least in the conversation there. He was getting a lot of good reviews this past offseason in terms of what team he'd end up on. I know that Supernova said that whoever Ariana ends up, like, he's going to be a good player when they scouted him. So definitely have seen some of that today. But yeah, it's been fun to see at least how competitive some of our teams that we didn't expect to be at the top of the standings at least make things interesting, like Blue Water and Dorado throughout this playoff run. But we'll see if Dorado can get the job done the way that Blue Water did yesterday. As Blue Water, I mean, really, for me, like I said it a lot in the cast yesterday, but like that was their coming out party. There have been so many times where they've been close to being a top half team, but they haven't, right? And now, like the Otters, I mean, it's like, hey, like we're a real team in NACL. Like you have to get through us, you have to compete against us. I feel like that was always something that the top teams were kind of able to handle them while they were very competitive. But we'll see if Dorado can kind of do the same today, as it is their first split of NACL, and I think they've been a really positive org to have a part of the league. It definitely was fun to see them get promoted and put together a good team, and they've been competing at a high level.
I mean, for Blue Water, just calling it Black Girl Summer now. We saw what they did last summer.
It is fun. It is pretty funny.
Made it to 5th place. Making it into 4th place here shows that they have improved and advanced, especially with the score that they have. But for Dorado, Shochi and the boys, for Shochi, he hasn't seen that success that he had back on that 23 Cincinnati Fear roster. So winning this would put him back into that position.
Yeah.
And I really do want to emphasize how critical that year was, because Fear took out FlyQuest Challengers. That was a team that had Masu. Yeah. And they almost took out Team Liquid Challengers. That was a team that had APA. So for Shochi to get back into that form, and especially do that with this squad, it would be a pretty immaculate thing in return to form.
Yeah, that was a really fun split of NACL when we had the 16 teams rocking.
16 teams, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty extreme. Level 2 hit early on for Mixture, but I think he took a little bit more damage than he wanted to on that trade. Sushi wasn't exactly in range to follow up, and Mixture quite low now. That's a pretty big mistake. I mean, Breezy could sincerely look for a flash wallbang to sync up with the Boomerang blade. Is Mixture going to do his best to get his HP back?
Kind of surprised he did. Breezy's usually real snappy on some of these engages, but this has been kind of a reoccurring thing that we've seen so far. It's just Mixture. It's very high risk on the level 1 to level 2. And it doesn't always work out for him, like we saw in the Bard game where he got poked out right away and killed by Scary Jerry. Almost a similar result right there in the bottom lane.
Well played there from Kaido, using some Vern mechanics to beat that 305 clear. You can do sub 3 if you're good. Well played on the queue, as now Kaido is going to be able to get involved in that top lane. We'll say this is a decent matchup for the York. So definitely need a little bit of help as the Mbessa early. Mbessa, I think the goal is you got to kind of use your AoE, or the whirly birds we like to say, to deal with the ghouls, but eventually York damage kind of overtakes, and it's tough for Mbessa. He has a lot of sustained in the 1v1 with that Q, so curious to see how Ariana's going to be able to manage that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you got a name for Ivern. We already heard the Bradley Cooper angle for the Bard. Where's the
it's the Vern. Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. See if Hoarder can like it. We're going both sides. Hoarder, burn flash, top side.
It dives in both directions now. Dardoch looking for the angle in. Breezy trying to get the wall bang off of the pillar! Beautiful use of synergy. Breezy survives. Dardoch will grab the kill onto Sushi, and Hoarder will live. Ariana dies over on the top side. We might have another one, as looking to pick up some scraps is Mixture. An absolute disaster for Dorado.
Oriana goes down, Sushi goes down, Supernova up 1k gold. I'm curious what happened in the top dive. You called it, Deserex, the pillar into the wall bang from Breezy. Beautifully managed by those two, as that's a free kill early on for the Trundle. But Hoarder, another dive goes Hoarder's way, man. What can this guy not do?
He takes pressure, and he knows how to keep a calm head and come out ahead. As now it's a bad spot for Oriana. We do have another tech pause coming in, unfortunately, but what a start for Supernova.
And that, oh boy, that's not the start you wanted to Dorado, man.
No.
Both dives come through, and neither go your way. That is disastrous. As Sushi now behind. I mean, I will say a lot of that, the Sushi dying, was, I think, from Mixture mismanaging that early trade with a level 2-1. So yeah, that was, man, that's a pretty rough start. I know that we're going to pause real quick, but while we're here, just shout out to prodiff.gg. Scan the QR code. It's going to show up on your screen here in a sec. You get the best coaching available from the pros, one-on-one. Shout out to prodiff.gg, featuring a lot of our NACL players available for coaching there at, I will say, pretty reasonable prices, considering that you're getting professional advice. So definitely go check it out if you want to level up in League. Shout out to prodiff.gg for supporting the NACL and powering us through the playoffs.
Always great to give good love to our sponsors, especially considering one of the co-founders, someone who's played here for quite a while.
Was in those Cincy Fear series. Yeah.
Yeah. And always great to see that he's trying to grow the space and making the most of it with prodiff.gg. One coaching for the pros. QR code already gone, but it doesn't matter. You can scan it because it's up there now. Oh, wrong direction. Here, hold on. There we go. I wasn't used to the camera.
You're in a new setup, you know?
So one of the things I was very impressed with was that synergy that we had in the bottom lane, the pillar and the poppy wall bang. And especially using it next to the tower means that there's a lot of terrain that Breezy can utilize to set that up, and that was spot on, man.
Yeah, it was pretty tough for Sushi to deal with, that's for sure. So, well played, and definitely something we're going to have to look out for. We didn't bring that one up in draft, but a play that is available, part of the fun of the Poppy Trundle, and we'll see what else our players can pull off. So we're diving back into the Rift here, Desrex.
All right, back onto the Rift and back to an early lead for Supernova. Getting kills as above, so below. Again, Hoarder handling everything under pressure with no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, if possible, I would love to see that top dive. See Hoarder pull off yet. Okay.
See it.
Yes, thank you, production, right on cue. Great flash away from the Q, and then Ariana. Oh, that's a pretty hefty tower shot. Ghouls following Hoarder. And he flashed at the right time. Well managed from him. And that's a pretty big lead now for the Yorick. Again, the sustain that this guy has in the matchup, if he gets ahead, it's really tough for the Ambessa. You can see, Ariana, yes, you went out on that trade, but now Hoarder, with the green tree, with the grasp, like, the Q especially, you just out-sustain, because that Q gives you so much health whenever you're going to use it.
And Hoarder, you know, having the reins this early is going to be quite well. We see now that it's Shochi who's having the problem with his internet. Fortunately, still able to play this out, stay here for Dorado. But it's exciting to see. And if we do get something similar for Hoarder, as we saw Quacker, we know how this Yorick can play in the side lanes. I would expect to see some pretty high pressure onto Grubs to try and set up Hoarder for some side lane domination. First Drake going over to Supernova.
And you're giving early Drakes over to a Sivir comp too, where that's kind of like your late game insurance, right? And yeah, I think that's a good call, Tesserux, because of course the Jinx and the Ziggs, you can siege really quickly with these two. I mean, the turret taking potential you have is very massive between Jinx's attack speed steroid on the Q, the Ziggs' passive and the satchel charge, of course. But Yorick being that side lane threat, I don't think he can be matched this game if he gets big. So I like the fact that Supernova really trying to set Hoarder up for success. They put him bot lane. He has the Maiden, and now, I mean, it's a slow push for Sushi and Mixture. This should be like Hoarder catching everything, and if Supernova is playing this correctly, they should start pressuring Oriana off the top wave on the other side, whereas Hoarder is so much harder to dive with the Maiden just being Yorick.
And you can see already setting up on that top side is Supernova. They're grabbing the Scuttle Crab. Ariana going to be well aware of this. I believe some vision to spot out Breezy. But
here we go.
Who cares right now for Supernova? They have a dive to do. They have pressure to apply. Kaido coming up to try and relieve some of that from Ariana.
Yeah, good hover here from Kaido, but Ariana honestly does a really nice job of cleaning up that entire wave. He got the soak everything. Hoarder did as well. The tricky part is that now that we get out of the swap, they're putting Sushi up top. He has a BF sword, but Hoarder is going to be able to get this entire wave in. We'll get another plate to himself. Ariana doesn't have a TP. So if he walks back here, keep in mind this opens up a window where Hoarder could walk up to try and pressure the Grubs. I don't think he needs to. He's just going to stick it to the bot lane and get a plate and just keep on following himself. And well, if you were watching yesterday, you saw what a Yorick funneled can do. So we'll see if Hoarder, I mean, the person that we've been allotting as our pick for most valuable prospect, can do the same.
I'd like to get the angle on the camera down to the bottom lane because I want to see how many plates Hoarder was able to take. He had a lot of time.
Oh, he got 3. There's, well, I should say 2, because 1 plate fell to the dive, right? But there are only 2 plates left on that bot turret, so... Yeah, I mean, can't pan down there. We got a grub fight real quick here, Desterux. Mixture does not have 6 yet. Breezy does. That's big.
And Kaido just lost Daisy. So another tool down for Dorado. It means he can't really contest right here. Your only hope is to really smite one away, maybe be able to stop the 3 grubs from Supernova. But the line is being held, and Breezy is right there to do that heroic charge and kick out any other members. Now Dorado finally pushing forward.
And Oriana hovered up. That's why they're giving. Look at Oriana. He gave another plate and more resources to York. I don't know if I agree with this. I mean, I do think the grubs are important for the Jinx and the Ziggs, but this York is just going to be out of control big. I'm kind of surprised that Oriana has an XP advantage, honestly, after that dive went Hoarder's way. Okay, there it is. But yeah, this is tough. As good maiden play, but now Oriana, he's got help coming.
Down, but
good
Kaido's
bait
coming up. Public execution popped onto Hoarder. Hoarder still looking to bring the pain, but doesn't have too much to work with here because the shields adding up onto Oriana prevents that damage and takes down the Gravekeeper.
Doesn't burn the flash. Really nice roam there by Kaido, who's going to pick up that cannon minion for himself. Some emoting as well. And Hoarder, at least is set behind a little bit. So he's got a TP back up top if he has it available when he spawns. That TP evolves here in 10 seconds, so I think he's going to wait to TP top. He will be able to get that. Should get the cooldown back once it evolves. But, yeah, that's at least York set behind a little bit.
I mean, set behind is subjective right now when you're collecting that many plates. Scary Jerry now has a tower that is incredibly low that he can cash in. Try and get first brick over the name of Supernova. I shake my hand right there. I just fed my ADC. And now he's taking all my stuff. I deserve that tower, but Scary Jerry's still pushing in that pressure. And look at the vision on the bottom side. Well, 45 seconds before that Mountain Drake spawns. Looks
like we're going to have some differing items there. As, of course, with Saber, you have the option to go the Essence Reaver or the Unitals. It's going to be Essence Reaver for Scary Jerry. I kind of prefer the Essence Reaver. I think, especially in a game where you have any difficulties auto-attacking, which against Ziggs, Jinx, you do. I'll take the ability haste, more boomerang blades and ricochets, so... yeah, see what he can get done, whereas the Unitals will be coming in on the Jinx, and we'll see how big Sushi can get.
Ariana doing some nice footwork right there to chip damage on the Hoarder. Hoarder still has that Phage and Sheen completed, so every time those Q lands, get a little bit more bonus damage. And Ariana definitely has to respect that as the wave crashing into the bot lane, priority over to Supernova in the bot lane. This means Dragon is free for the taking.
All right. I don't think this is contestable, especially with Sushi and Mixture currently in the port's back. So 2 Drakes to a Sivir comp. That's quite dangerous. Good CS lead for ABO in the mid lane too. Desterux is we haven't really recognized that one yet, but it's been too quiet farming from each, and it looks like the strength of the play early on is cashing in. So we'll see what Shoji can do. Did go for that Ludens, so going for the max damage Ziggs build, as he's looking to make sure that he packs a punch.
And those bouncing bombs could be pretty crucial. I mean, when you're falling behind and you're able to land a poke, you know, that could be the great equalizer that Dorado need to actually get into a team fight phase. Not that far behind, given the current state of things. You know, the gold, only about 500 separating these two teams. Part of that, being able to kill Hoarder and not allow him to just hyperscale, as he's done so far. And another part of that, still keeping up with CS, both in the top lane as well as the ADC role. So Dorado, they still have a lot of fight really left in them. Still rather early into this game, so we'll see what they can do. Ariana jumps forward just to harass Scary Jerry a little bit.
See if we can get another plate. We have Kaido once again wrapping around to try and protect from the dive. Dardock's here, but I don't think they can pull this off once the Ivern shows. Just gonna play for the plate, yeah.
Play Wolfball minions, just barely able to grab it before Ariana clears out those minions.
And that's we're in another play pattern though, where we already saw this. Like Kaido's on the hover for the dive. Ariana has no TP. That's a great base cancel by Scary Jerry, because that means that Ariana even further delayed to getting to the bot wave, where again Hoarder is taking plates for free. And that turret's going to fall in favor of Supernova. So that is Feats of Warfare secured.
And a reminder, Supernova did pick up 2 grubs that they were able to aggress on. So Hoarder,
that's it.
He takes these towers down pretty fast. The Maiden's up. Now Kaido for an angle here. Out comes the public execution. Mega Inferno Bomb goes through, and Hoarder is pretty dead to rights right now. Yeah. He's still collecting structures, but now his head gets collected by Ariana.
I mean, that's one for Hoarder. Did mention free shows. Sushi good sidestep against the boys all there. Still more friends coming in. Mixture.
Oh, man. 4 versus 2. Mixture slammed against the wall, stunned up and destroyed by Blaze Olive. Now Mixture trying to survive, but there's no chance in hell. A double kill for ABO.
All right, well, I'd say it's worth Hoarder going down for that, even if Hoarder didn't have to die on that wave. The play was over. He got the turret, which is the point. Sometimes he's going to back off, but hey. Supernova no backing off there. Love the flash from Breezy. Sushi not able to react to that. That's a tricky one if you're going to get flashed by Poppy. Sushi couldn't get out of that, and that's going to mean a second turret, now that plates are down, falls in favor of Supernova and Scary Jerry. So this game already, Deserex, the 2K gold lead on a Sivir comp is quite deadly.
Already, the Essence Reaver now going to be done by Scary Jerry off of the fruits of the labor that were done through grabbing that top lane tower. We'll have his tier 2 boots on top of that, along with the crit cloak. So this, the Sivir starting to come online. Same thing with Hoarder, who finished his Trinity for us. A lot of big pickups here for Supernova.
And for Dorado, I mean, like, where do you get into this game, right? We've seen a couple positive plays against Hoarder, but later on, Yorick's still going to be big in the side lane. I think setting it behind only buys you so much time, right? And the Ziggs Jinx, you know, we want to see them be able to get river control like this. I mean, use the poke, use the range advantage to try and get some stuff done. If you fall behind, you aren't able to get the setups off, and that takes a lot of the power of your composition away. So we do see Dorado grouping with both Shochi and Sushi here. I do think that we're going to have to see, now that outers are down, them sack some waves to try and make these plays. Because when they're grouped up with the Ivern, it can be quite good.
Ivor will negate a lot of that damage, provided the crowd control. Daisy gonna come down. We're looking for priority in the mid lane now for Dorado. We want to keep those waves shoved and keep the pressure on. Scary Jerry getting chunked out by the Mega Inferno Bomb. Looking for an angle in. ABO not going to find the Whirling Despair. Now clearing the wave as Herald was pulled. Ariana now stepping up. Mid lane controlled by Dorado. And they're going to try and transition this into a tower.
They have Satchel Charge, so they should be able to get this one down.
There goes.
See if they go for, I mean, I think that they sneak in resets here. It's a little bit tricky. Hoarder has a lot of push, but on TP coming back. Again, I don't know if Hoarder has to play this wave. He's going to choose to play it anyway, and they're going to collapse onto him. He's got to get out, though, because I think Dragon, it should be the play here for Supernova. So, okay, Hoarder able to sneak out early enough. It's Krug's time, though. Okay, I guess Hoarder's going to play as disrespectfully as possible on the Yorick, which I appreciate.
You learned from Quacker.
It's been a little bit too much, but let's be honest. You got to play this champ a little bit disrespectfully if you want to get the max value out of him.
I did like that setup from Dorado to claim the mid lane tower. You know, they're finally utilizing a lot of this poke that they have, where they don't need to really full engage. They just need to get the health bars low to push away Supernova. So it was solid right there, but now trying to grab the Dragon. Supernova are looking to contest.
Again, this is the good setup for Dorado. They want to use the Ziggs Jinx and hold some space. Supernova trying to break it. They could afford to give this one out. Oak War is not good for them.
All right, Mixture now gone from the fight. And when you're trying to get in, I mean, right here, it is the choke point. And it's easier to land skill shots from a choke point. Shochi is showing that with the bouncing bombs. So Dorado, they're not out just yet. They'll grab themselves the Drake.
I think it was right to give that one, as the poke coming in from Shochi was quite good. And Supernova, again, if you just play sides, Hoarder wasn't in a side lane there. I think you just got to put Hoarder away from the objective and let him cook. So, was on the bot side for that Dragon. Wasn't able to get as much done, but now with the Rift Herald being the next objective up top, opportunity to get a lot done on the bot side if he goes unanswered. We have seen Dorado try and remove this Yorick from the map and then play from there, but I think Dorado's ideal play pattern is what we just saw, right? Set up the Iron, Ziggs, Jinx together, and Supernova can't really answer the poke. Whereas if you are Dorado, you can't really answer the Yorick, which they've done so far, but eventually, again, that Yorick's going to hit critical mass. So a little bit of a game of cat and mouse here. We're going to see how Dorado have to balance it, still being behind about 1.5K to 2K gold.
With the Trinity Force already done, that makes me terrified of the Yorick. I don't like this champion. He's after me. He hunts me down. He takes down my side lanes. He's taking everything, wife, kids, and dog on top of it.
He just needs to get a few more levels until he hits, the main stage and truly becomes the Undertaker, right?
That's supposed to be my references, Cubby.
That's why I threw it at you, Deserex. I need to get a chuckle every here and there.
Oh, we'll see if he can keep his streak alive and keep this run going. Or Supernova as Rift Herald now getting...
How sick would a skin be if...
Undertaker Yorick?
Undertaker Yorick. You bring out the urn as the maiden.
Oh man, Dardoch might end up in a urn as he gets pulled right back, fails the flash over the wall. He's still alive, but he gets stunned, he gets rooted, he gets shut down by Shochi.
All right, we saw the redemption, we saw the subjugate, we saw Trundle do his best to try and survive that as he's actually got a Sundered Sky this game. And not the Trinity Force. That's a little interesting, but yeah, not enough. Dardoch falls, does take the Herald with him, so the objective was secured by Supernova, but the hunt's on for Dorado. They're up a number on the map. Mixture's here early. TP coming in. This is a lot. They don't really have the wave. It's going to take a while until they can actually pull off this dive. Otacon does spawn here in 10 seconds, though. That might be the play, but it's not.
Might be the angle to go for. I really don't think, yeah.
All right.
So they have to make some value of that TP, but yeah, Ariana just showing up late with the wave not there means that Ariana is just using this to now hold top lane.
Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer because, again, that's now a TP that you can't answer the Yorick with. So if Ariana is going to show bot to answer Yorick, it's numbers advantage for the Otacon for Supernova.
And definitely Hoarder will be side laning like he does.
Yeah, I mean, they got Ziggs answering him, right? So, going to try and delete the waves. I will say, Yorick can't do a ton of the Ziggs, but now you don't have Ziggs mid where he really thrives.
Shochi does have his teleport, though, so I think that's the biggest idea right here.
Yep.
Anything with Otacon goes on, or if you need Shochi to move on the map to meet the rest of the team, if Ariana's down, kind of don't have a choice. It has to be Shochi to answer.
Oh, 100% agree, Deserex. And I know that, of course, stakes are high here for Dorado. Backs up against the wall, have to win 2 maps in a row here in order to stay alive with their hopes of promoting to the LTA North. So far, been a slower game for sure, but I think we have started to see at least the ideas of the two compositions clash a bit. Like, we saw a couple sequences where the Ziggs, Jinx, Ivern together is really tough for Supernova to break, and then we're starting to see this Yorick just apply a lot of soft pressure on the map that Supernova can work with.
Okay. I'll just take away Scary Jerry's driver's license. Not going to find any crash into the tower. That the Rift Herald just going to go down, and I'm not even going to find a charge on top of that, so it definitely hurts right now as the public execution goes out and lands onto Breezy. Breezy looking to bail out as Ariana continues to chase through, but going very deep right now. Breezy's still alive. He flashes out. He survives. Counterattack by Supernova. Scary Jerry claims Ariana. Spiraling Despair goes out, and Mixture has to bail. Shochi's caught out. Blaze Olive will go on a killing spree, and things are looking grim for Dorado as Supernova continue the chase. It's Dardoch chomping on the Mixture. He wants to eat horse today, get all that protein and bring the pain to Dorado Gaming. But here's Sushi getting in those missiles, getting in those rockets, trying to find a Blaze Olive. Can't clean it up. Dorado are empty-handed and Supernova are taking everything.
Yeah, I just don't think that sending it like under the turret for the Poppy is the right answer, and that TP from Shochi was far too deep for a Ziggs. So it puts Dorado in a really poor scenario off of what was a good play to start.
And now Supernova, they see the Drake. It's going to be Dragon Soul point for Supernova, and not much Dorado can really do about it. Kaido can attempt something with Daisy over the wall. Maybe look for some kind of steal. He does have Flash available, but that would be a very high value one. Oh my God! Sushi will steal away the Drake.
What a snipe from Dorado. That's a big one. Honestly, kind of saves them in this game. I mean, Ocean Dragons are pretty valuable for Supernova to try and survive the poke of the Ziggs Jinx and keep up with the sustain of the Ivern. That's a huge steal.
Public execution, and out comes the Mega Inferno Bomb! ABO's low, but the Steadfast Presence will defend him. Ultimate goes wide, Mixture's looking for an angle in, will pop the ultimate, jumps on ABO. ABO's still alive though, will not collapse, and Supernova hold the line!
Oh, Mixture was one auto away from finding the way. I don't think they have enough health bar to get the Otacon as ABO walks out with 8 HP. Dorado, I mean, some good attempts here, some good grit from them, but it still is Supernova, outside of losing the Dragon, staying ahead of the curve in this game.
What will it take for Dorado to get a kill? How many members of Supernova will survive by the skin of their teeth? This has got to be so frustrating for Dorado. Supernova now having a 2K lead into their hands, and they will not fall.
All right, a lot of chaos there at SRX. If we return to the break that we were just in, looking at some of the inventories, I think a Blaze Olive is going to be scary as this game continues. Is important, though, the Moonstone Renewer on the Ivern. I really feel I've been clamoring for a couple more Enchantress supports.
I heard you yesterday about it.
I know they play slow, but the Moonstone is a pretty powerful item, and you get the win of having it on the Vern coming out of the jungle and get to keep the engage of the Rel. So we'll see how much mileage the Moonstone can find for Dorado, because in these scenarios, these standoffs, I really favor their comp, and I'm surprised Supernova is kind of giving them these angles to be standoffish, because the Hui just can't match the poke in the range of the Ziggs and the Jinx.
Yeah, the Bouncing Bomb has a very low cooldown. Shochi's throwing it out all the time. The Minefield as well makes it hard to advance onto Dorado's positioning.
And then
I know, Dorado just not finding the fights they want, though, and that's the tricky part.
Yeah, the burn sustain, doing some extra mileage now, too. I do think that heal cut is going to be pretty important here for Supernova to pick up. It should be in the pockets of either a Blaze Olive or Scary Jerry. Honestly, I could see a world where they both grab some just to make sure that it's applied, because, again, the Moonstone Redemption healing is going to be a problem, if we're going to be honest. So, yeah, this game, a little bit chaotic. I still think the saving grace for Supernova is that Hoarder is immovable in the side lane. If he has his Maiden up, I don't think he can be attacked. He's getting close to 16. A huge buff for the Maiden, and I like the setup that Supernova has now. Hoarder's TP is about to come off cooldown, so we can start to look at the Otacon to threaten.
Otacon started up. Kings are now coming out from Dorado. Breezy holding the line, makes sure you're able to stun him up. Boomerang found by Scary Jerry, now still with the chase. Dorado are going to find nothing, but now they're the ones on top of the Otacon as they look to reset it.
Bit of a game of cat and mouse here. Orianna, I don't think he can TP first. If he does, Hoarder's just going to rip through that bot lane. So, like, the ideal scenario there for Supernova is honestly to pull Orianna's TP and then not have Hoarder match, so that turret goes down and then he opens up the map more. That said, again, the standoff for Dorado, they're going to win out on the HP war, just given they have the Ivern and the Jinx Ziggs poke. So Supernova have to start to find ways to kind of break this. I think the biggest thing they can do is to try and fish for Orianna's TP.
That still up. Redemption going to go over towards the top end. Hoarder in a bad way right now as he gets caught by the public execution. Orianna looking for the solo kill. I guess it's not solo when he got an assist from the Redemption, and down goes Hoarder.
I was not expecting to see him just get destroyed like that. I know the Redemption did a lot of work there, but I think regardless of Redemption or not, Hoarder falls in that 1v1. Just got destroyed, and that's going to be a bot turret likely for Orianna. Good setup for the Dragon too, as Dorado can try and find the reset and fight for that soul point. Again, I think obviously Ocean Drakes are helpful, but denying that from Supernova also very big, because they would love to have an Ocean Soul into the Ivern Ziggs Jinx comp. It actually has a lot of worth this game.
I mean, Ocean Soul against a poke comp, I'll take it any day. And that's something Supernova would definitely love to have. Now, with the minions there, bot tower gonna fall. So more gold going over to Dorado. They're still not in the green just yet, at a deficit of 2K. But now utilizing that support teleport thanks to Spellbook, getting towards the top side. That's where the attention is gonna be when Otacon's up.
Choice option here for Supernova. You can see them actually posturing around that Otacon to try and pull them away from the Dragon. So far it's working. They're at least gonna play the mid wave, as in Dorado, and then we'll go from there. But 3 monster objectives up. Definitely the damage in the inventories of both teams here to threaten burning an Otacon or burning a Dragon if a team doesn't properly respond. So We'll see. I think this is the Dragon Wave, though, for Dorado. It's just, is it enough for, like, do they pull up for Otacon? Because, yeah, it was the Dragon Wave, so Supernova instantly hitting this. And, yep, sure enough, Dorado pulled to respond. That's a Hoarder TP.
Teleport going to be used. Mixture does have eyes on it. We'll see if the miracle still can happen one more time for Dorado, because it's very hard to get in there.
Keeper's Verdict, too.
So right now they're blocking a lot. Shochi stepping up. Shochi's low health, so there's no way this is going to get taken. Otacon belongs to Supernova.
That's a pretty valuable Keeper's Verdict. Honestly, not a lot of tools burned there for Supernova. They could think about contesting this Dragon, too, as it's Otacon for nothing. And, well, Otacon's a very powerful buff, Deserex. We have seen this really warp games in terms of XP. Not to mention the buff you get when you get takedowns.
They did delay a Blaze Olive's recall. Mega Inferno Bomb was used topside. But what is it really going to get them right now is going to be the big question here. They want priority on the mid-wave to transfer that over towards the river. Teleport's now coming out. Blaze Olive does join in time. Shochi looking to get into the fray as well. Daisy goes down. So that extra soak of health as well as the knockup not going to be available for Dorado.
That's big. We have seen Daisy die early in a couple of these standoffs. Definitely very valuable pickups for Supernova. As Daisy, those knockups could be very annoying. The Sivir answering the waves, and we'll see what Dorado can do. They're starting to get a little bit feisty. They do have good control here. They killed off a control ward, and they've kept control of that mid-embankment rush. They do see the ward that came down from Supernova. They know that they're going to be spotted. They're out and around here. But I think it's got to be a Mixture pulling the trigger, and then we'll see how much Ziggs Poke connects before. They should do this before Keeper's Verdict comes off cooldown.
Yeah, they're trying to rush it down, and Dardoch is there, so this is going to be a flip, and it's won by Dorado. Now the fight breaks out. Mixture trying to get out, but he's got Spiraling Despair on top of him. Redemption finds a heal onto Mixture, and unpunished goes Dorado.
I mean, it's Otacon for Drake, but it still is a soul point. I think Otacon pickup's still okay for Supernova. We kind of come out of that with at least wins for both teams in the complete standoff, and the chaos continues. I'm starting to question here, Deserex. You know, is there going to be enough damage to actually get through the Ivern comp? Because Sivir does have the damage, but again, it depends on if Sivir is able to auto-attack. The Ziggs, Jinx, Rel definitely present some challenges for Scary Jerry to have a clean fight. I think he's going to need Summoner spells up for sure to help him do so. So this, like, the gold lead right now, it's pretty null and void, right? We're just kind of looking at items and inventories. This is a very close game with clashing play patterns. We have seen Dorado when they group up. I think the Ivern, Ziggs, Jinx is just a much more stable grouping. Whereas we haven't been able to see Hoarder really break the side lane. And the last time he tried, he got one-shot pretty much by Orianna. So this is, I feel like right now, even with the gold being close, I mean, it could go either way. But Dorado have the better grouping for sure, as Mixture's going to send it.
Yeah, Mixture just going in. Steadfast Presence used. Dardoch takes some damage. Daisy goes down on top of it. Redemption to heal Supernova back up. It was an interesting take right there. That was the ultimate burnt from Mixture.
Subjugate
on top of that, not too much to really be fought over. Baron is still available. I'm going to be watching more towards that 3 minutes when we do get that Dragon Soul available for Dorado.
I do like Dorado. I mean, they've had Jinx Ziggs mid for a lot of the game, but keeping up that mid outer is actually very important for a Ziggs comp. It just prevents a lot of the angles that you can find around this core, so we are starting to see a war for that mid outer to be wrapped up. I think the fact it's up at 30 minutes is definitely a big win for Dorado. As, yeah, that Mixture Dardoch ult trade doesn't lead to anything. And we're just going to be picking up farm and continue to scale. As this is going to be a very tense one here, Deserex. This is, I mean, 32 minutes, and we're looking at the scoreboard and thinking this one can go either way, sincerely.
I want to ask again how you feel about the Sivir as we get later and later, because obviously Sivir can scale up to have a lot of damage, and you know, a lot of those bouncing boomerangs landing onto the back end of the team can be huge. But it's the question you've asked time and time again, Cubby. Can the Sivir auto-attack?
I mean, we're going to have to see. I think so far Jerry's done a decent job. Like, he hasn't gone down. He's got a lot of farm. He's just answering these mid-waves. But, yeah, I mean, there are minefields to get through. Rel's threatening. Ivern, especially with Daisy's up, you know, eating those auto-attacks can be dangerous. You've seen Orianna, if he's able to get in the back line. I mean, he's level 16 with a Sereldas now. That's tough tough for Sivir to deal with, so Jerry's going to be careful about the spell shields and hopefully enough sidesteps to get around some of these big things. I think the biggest thing that can help a auto attack, honestly, Desrex, is the Keeper's Verdict from Breezy. If you can get a numbers advantage with that, like that's the big difference for me with LCK poppies versus global poppies, is the discipline of the objective setup in that region, and then the creation of numbers advantages with Keeper's Verdicts off like the back of that. It does make Poppy feel really broken in that region, so we gonna have to see if Breezy can do the same. We have seen him. I think he's had a couple of really nice escapes using the E just to get out of stuff, and also the Keeper's Verdict pretty much just secured them the Otacon for free. So we'll see if Breezy can keep that up.
Side lane set up for Hoarder once more. As the Maiden goes down, this is going to be the name of the game for Hoarder. Just play it to the side lanes, keep those waves shoved, and try and utilize that teleport. See Dardoch clear out some of that vision. Here's another thing that can happen right here. I mean, Sivir pretty strong as she scales up, but if you're not auto-attacking champions, maybe there's an angle to try and surprise the macro of Dorado and look to take an objective like Baron, for example.
Yeah, again, like Hoarder
might be on Dragon.
Oh, Breezy's up.
All right, here we go. Breezy in a bad way. He's looking to escape. Throws out the Keeper's Verdict. Gets blocked out by the public execution. Jumping forward is Mixture. Able to find the ultimate. It comes out from ABO as well. Spiraling Despair will claim the support. But now Excited is going to be Sushi as Ariana goes on a killing spree. And Dorado are able to get the kills to set them up for Dragon Soul.
At Ocean Soul, I mean, it's going to be so impossible to break the comp now if you are Supernova. This is a 4 Ocean Dragon Ocean Soul for Dorado. We've seen the Ziggs Jinx really not be able to be broken with the Ivern 2. Daisy found a huge knock-up there to actually pick up the kill on Hoarder. And just a slight misstep from Breezy was all Dorado needed to find the Dragon and crack this game open, as Ocean Soul feels like the first big advantage we've seen in this extraordinarily tense Game 4.
How do you stop this team, man? I mean, Breezy completely out of position, and look how Ariana uses the public execution to get past the Keeper's Verdict.
Breezy even fired the ult backwards, maybe, is what it looks like, but the unstoppable from the public execution was big, and then we fighting in a choke. I mean, Blazeal was doing his best. Like, that E did serious work, but Ariana gets through. Daisy found the knockup. He was able to find the kill off the back of that, and Ziggs damage, Jinx damage in that choke, the AoE from those two big carries was more than enough to make sure that Dorado won out on that fight. The gold lead doesn't matter anymore. They have an Ocean Soul. Their conditions are pretty much always going to be better on the map. What Dorado needs to do now is make sure the fights that they play are slow. The worst thing that can happen, obviously, is they lose a member. They always have the option now to reset, step back, and reset a fight. Blazeal and Scary Jerry do have heal cut. Ocean Soul, you could be worse souls that you face down, but we have seen Dorado with the comp. I mean, Jinx, Ziggs, Ivern. It feels like this is a great game for them to have Ocean Soul. It's kind of overkill in terms of the sustain they have. But again, I don't know how Supernova is able to break this outside of just finding an explosive team fight. And they don't exactly have the engage tools to create that.
I mean, bigger than anything, getting every single Ocean Drake, it might not be the most effective for Dorado, but it's super effective for Supernova, and they don't have a single one of them to deal with this poke. So Dorado being on top of that, it's huge, and so is this Mega Inferno Bomb as it lands on to Hoarder, but Hoarder will escape. Ariana not going to go down as well. The Maiden now under attack, and Ariana doesn't have to take a recall because now you can use that Ocean Soul.
Plus 131, plus 55 is what I saw on my screen. That's pretty filthy, as he's going to heal right back on up. Again, the bursty fight's going to be necessary. Scary Jerry actually just eats a zap and pops the ult himself. As we're starting to see conditions go Dorado's way. And again, Dorado just have to stay disciplined. I mean, they can still lose. A bursty fight, Ocean Soul doesn't matter at times. It can be a state of mind. So Dorado has to make sure that they're continuing to stay disciplined. Don't take anything that's too long of a fight, because you have the poke advantage and the sustain advantage in this game. So just have to make sure that you continue to play this one out cleanly. And honestly, I mean, we're going to see what the Sivir can do later on, because I know Jinx is a hell of a carry, but also Sivir is going to be playing base defense this game. And Dorado doesn't exactly have the huge engage tools themselves to guarantee they can break a base too. So we might be here for another 10-15 minutes, Desrex. It really doesn't feel like this one's going... it feels like we're going to at least one Elder. We'll see if it goes to 2.
I mean, you mentioned it in the previous games, Cubby. If we're talking base defense, Scary Jerry is the guy to do it. Pulled it off really well on the Ezreal. Now has the Sivir to clear wave after wave after wave in the blink of an eye. But the big problem here is just the fights, how snappy they have to be for Supernova, and how quick they have to be to not allow for this Ocean Soul to be a big factor.
This is going to be, I mean, potentially a crazy game 5. It's just been bananas what's been going on in NACL so far. As okay, we are late game Yorick. This is winnable.
Okay, trying to escape, but yeah, this is completely locked down for Ariana. Hoarder's able to grab the kill, and down a member will be Dorado.
Hell of a start. That's bursty. Again, you have to find the bursty fights to make sure that Ocean Soul doesn't work and clock in overtime. So that's a good find. Again, Hoarder, the score line that he has now, we're in the late game, it doesn't matter. If Yorick finds himself in those scenarios, he's going to be big. With the help of Breezy, making sure that things are A-okay. Breezy doesn't know he's on a ward right now. I will say there could be some poke over the wall. Sushi going to continue to manage the wave. I mean, mid-outer is still yet to fall. And Dorado are just kind of ignoring the Yorick on the bot side. I think at some point, Shochi's going to have to at least ult that wave. Because Supernova, I mean, we're... Okay, Shochi based. He's not ulting the wave. And that is just 5 seconds of free time and a inhibitor turret gone. And Baron now started.
This is so smart for Supernova. You got to pull Dorado thin. You know they're down a member right now. Shochi getting caught out. We'll use that teleport, but this leaves Hoarder alone inside of the base. Ariana will be responding soon to try and deal with it.
Sushi,
health remains. Talon comes down, and out goes the Baron. It belongs to Supernova. As Dardoch will flash out, Sushi gets the kill on Breezy, but the big purple worm belongs to SN.
Okay, so that's an expensive death from Ariana. Supernova do take a Baron. They're still up against the Ocean Soul, so... I think that Dorado can manage the waves here pretty well. I mean, it looks like Sushi might even get this turret for himself. If he gets it, he resets, by the way, which, yep, there it is. He's going to cruise his way on out of there. Now, and the biggest thing for Supernova, they do have the Baron buff to set up for this Elder Dragon that does spawn in a minute. So, easier for them to make sure the waves are in their favor. But is that going to be enough to break the Ocean Soul and the poke comp that Dorado has?
I mean, they're making some intelligent decisions in not allowing Dorado to play towards that strength, right? Hoarder going into the side lane, constantly putting pressure over there. We know Yorick is so good at hitting those side lanes, at split pushing, at trying to find a backdoor, and it's resulted in an inhibitor going down thanks to Hoarder's pressure. If they can continue that and especially stop Ariana, take down Ariana in those side lane plays, then more success can be found Supernova's way.
Utter chaos, man, in this last game. And again, how tense is this? 41 minutes in, only 15 kills total between both teams. We've seen so many standoffs. Mind your Bio-Wixers, guys. As Sushi, good sidestep. That's a risky take there from a Blazeolve. Honestly, he was blind, though. So, it's not going to be up for Elder Dragon. And again, the Ocean Soul with the Ivern, any and all poke that's taken by Dorado instantly reset, whereas Breezy, he's stuck at half HP. And we'll see if he sneaks in a recall. If he bases, that's rather dangerous.
And that's really nice from Sochi. You can see how well that Ludens really does help out when it tanks out Scary Jerry, but here comes Ariana versus Hoarder. Hoarder looking for the long chase right here. Ariana trying to find the outplay. Will step away from the Coliseum. Still looking to get down Hoarder, but Hoarder's Q is healing, and he's killing. And now Dorado are forced to take the fight as Mixture falls. Scary Jerry claims the kill. Oh my God, Elder Drake belongs to Supernova, and everything is falling apart. Scary Jerry collapses. A kill to Shochi. A kill to Sushi. Teleport comes out. Hoarder teleporting over to the top base. But now the zap lands onto Dardoch. Dardoch is dead. It's chaos on the Rift coming.
A Nexus turret fell. I think if Hoarder actually TP'd in, he could have won the game there. They still aren't back. Think of the damage we saw from Yorick earlier on. Hoarder makes the safer play.
That's another Nexus tower.
It is. It's both. It's an open Nexus. Hoarder has no TP, though, as that was utter chaos. And Supernova, despite being down Ocean Soul, thanks to Hoarder, I mean, creating numbers advantages just from these 1v1s and a good standoff they actually had there. The Sivir's big. I mean, this game, it doesn't feel like it's over yet. And I know Ocean Soul, like we said, I mean, again, it's overkill. It's still doing a lot of work, but it feels like Dorado, just with Supernova brute forcing these objectives, they're kind of forced to play these fast. And so far, I mean, they played things okay, but it still feels like we're going to at least another Baron and maybe another Elder Deathstrike. This game's not ending anytime soon.
We're in for the long haul, Cubby, and goddamn, what a game it's been so far. I mean, the pressure that Hoarder's been able to apply in the side lanes, I keep mentioning it, but killing Ariana, the numbers advantage you had mentioned, and of course, sniping away that Elder Drake, pushing away Dorado. You can still see the power that Dorado have as they were still netting in kills by the end of that, but a huge breath for Supernova to continue forward.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is crazy. Wow,
Breezy.
Oh, Breezy, he's dead. He's
Breezy,
dead.
he's
dead.
going to go down, yeah. This is going to be an easy pickup. One more auto. Looking to find it, and yeah, the zap will clean it up. Down a member is going to be Supernova.
Okay, well, that hurts. 40 seconds on the support. I mean, you're still up against Yorick that's been terrifying. You can almost use this numbers advantage just to ensure that your map's okay before you kind of go for the setup that you want to go for in terms of finding these turrets. Now, the top outer turret is still standing as well. I'm not exactly sure what Dorado wants to do here, because I think it's just going to come down to the better Baron setup. I do like that Supernova. I mean, they all hit B. They're just going to make sure that their waves are okay and not put Hoarder at any risk. I think the worst thing that can happen for them at this point is Hoarder going down. Because Hoarder in that Sideland matchup, I mean, Orianna, I will say, he went Maw this game. I'm a little bit surprised by that, the fact that it's Maw and not a Sterix or a Death Stance, because he has been getting destroyed by this Yorick, and the magic resist is exactly helping you in that scenario. So I think it really is important for Supernova at this point. They got to use the Yorick again, that side advantage they have. That's where they want to start their plays. They want to start with Hoarder creating a numbers advantage, whether it's him drawing 1, 2, or finding solo kills the way that he's been doing. They can play the map from there. Whereas Dog, with this core they have, it's going to be better to go into Supernova. As Shochi's ult did negative damage to Dardoch, and fortunately is on a short cooldown. So we'll see if they can get some Baron control, because there is quite the gap between that and Elder Spawn.
The possibility of a backdoor is real. Hoarder is shoving in that bottom lane, and it's very difficult for Ariana to be the one to respond to it. So if that inhibitor goes down once more, and if we're looking at the teleport timers as well, I mean, Hoarder's going to have his up quite soon. This is giving so much map pressure over to Supernova. Hoarder can continue pushing that bottom lane, and if Dorado make one slip up, Hoarder is backdooring your Nexus.
The inhibitor's up, and the Nexus turrets do spawn respawn rather quickly. So I think that will be enough defense, hopefully, if you are a Dorado fan, to at least slow down this Yorick. But at the moment, they aren't sending any more members over there, and Hoarder still has that item advantage. I mean, I just don't think that Ariana can deal with him. But Shochi coming to help out might be able to, as the Redemption's burned. And they locked him
teleport
up
for Shochi, so Hoarder's going to go down. Shochi goes on a killing spree.
Baron,
There's no more Hoarder on the map, so here we go. It's time for Baron. Dorado getting to work. Supernova on the opposite side. Big Purple Worm falling down to 13k health, and the ball is in Dorado's court to make the play. Daisy under attack, will get taken down. Dardoch able to claim that, and AK health remains on the Baron. Dorado still looking to clean this up.
They can play this as soul as they want with Ocean Soul. They don't have to flip this if they don't want to. You can see them kind of keeping the health where it's at. They're waiting to find Dardoch, see what they can do. Is Keeper's Verdict coming out?
Keeper's Verdict. Who are you looking for? Instead, it will time out. That does shorten up the timer a little bit there. Shochi a little bit too far forward. Whirly Despair will take him down. It's all on the Baron flip. It is claimed by Dorado. What fight is left? Shochi has to bring it all. Sushi stepping up the rockets, landing flush on the Dardoch. He'll flash over the wall, but Ariana gets his head. Baron to Dorado.
Order is about to spawn. Dorado will reset to ensure the Yorick cannot TP backdoor. They're going to fix the bot lane and go play for the Elder, as Shochi is going to be late to be on the map, but they took Dardoch down. So 15 seconds where Elder's up, and there is no smite available for Supernova.
Big plays right now. Big plays right now. Every moment is critical. 47 minutes into this one. We are so deep into this. Dardoch is not going to be on the map. You get Ocean on a poke comp. You get Elder on top of that would be huge. And now going right after that Maiden, not allowing the slip push to come out from Hoarder. The Maiden drop is not opportune. Just one more zap and the Maiden's gone. Now Elder on the map, Cubby.
Yeah, and Dardoch's not up. Dorado should burst this. It's a numbers advantage for them. Shochi does not have the TP, but can interact with the ultimate. And Supernova, they can't fight as fine. They can't walk into this core. Double buffs for Dorado. Backs up against the wall for game 4. It's been slow, it's been steady, but it's been winning for the Dogs as they're trying to push us to a game 5.
Purple now worn alongside that Elder buff. Shochi looking to control the mid wave all for the time being, not going to allow Hoarder to get this split push going, and you're seeing how quickly these structures do fall. Now that you have a late game Jinx wailing away at them.
I don't see a way the Supernova can overcome Ocean Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron buff, and these towers melt to the Jinx and the Ziggs. I said it was slow and steady. It was a little bit chaotic in there. I think Supernova actually did a decent job of throwing some wrenches in, but that Dragon control for Dorado and these smites from Kaido have been clutch enough. Think how important that Dragon steal was from Sushi going back into this game too, Desterux. Really was the start of the turning of the tides for Dorado between that and setting Hoarder behind. And now everything is collapsing down on Supernova. As we're looking at a game 5, a Blazolov is going to connect into Sushi, but he just tanks it with the Iron Shields.
He doesn't care. He does not care. Yeah, he'll be able to take that right on the chin. It's a toothpick to him as he walks forward. Nexus Tower's now under attack. Dorado want to take us to a game 5.
Jerry.
Scary Jerry is getting picked up. Sushi goes on a rampage and will eat him alive. Down in ADC. Super Mega Test Rocket comes through and lands onto nothing. Nexus Tower's under attack. Dorado are knocking at the door. You're down. You're Marksman. You're down in ultimate from ABO. And here come the Hounds as they bark into the night and take down Supernova, taking us to a game number 5.
What a crazy series, what a crazy game. That's one of the longest games we've had in NACL all year. That is the longest game we've had in NACL, all split for sure. As Dorado, the Ziggs, the Jinx, the Ivern, that core was so hard to break, Desterux. It's what got them over the edge in the end. And man, Sushi on the Jinx empowered, of course, by the end. I mean, there wasn't anything that they could do to match that, but holy cow, what a comeback win for Dorado.
Expletives right there, man. I got nothing I can really say right now about. I don't have the beat button like you do, dude. But oh my god, what a series that we're having right now. I mean, that Ocean Soul was so pivotal in keeping Dorado into this, and that meant that they can continue their poke. They don't have to worry about their poke wearing off because Supernova didn't get a damn Ocean Drake. You know, a lot of these fights, a lot of this pressure that came through Yorick, you said it, Cubby. You had mentioned that taking down Yorick is such a big deal. And the moment they send Shochi, excuse me, we got two with the similar names. The moment they send down Shochi as well as Ariana and claim that Yorick, suddenly that got the ball rolling. And damn, do we have a fantastic series. We're going to throw it over to short break because I need to catch my breath. We need to wipe some sweat off. We'll be right back for game number 5. Welcome back to the NACL playoffs. And we just had a banger going, somewhere around 50 minutes in this one. Ocean Soul to Dorado. They have to deal with the menace that is Yorick, and they are able to weather it all and come out ahead.
Longest game of the split, Desirux. And it was Dorado, the team that said that they had been scaling for the entire year. Team with 3 rookies. Started 0-3, got spanked in their first game of NACL versus Supernova. It managed to come back and honestly found some late-game miracles in this one, as it really was Hoarder being caught out a couple times in the side lane. That Yorick was so important. Again, the only way the Supernova could open up the map was through that Yorick lane. Once that was shut down, which it was quite a few times, we saw Dorado just create a winning play pattern of having the core 4 group mid that could not be broken by Supernova, and the draft that they had for Game 4 Fearless. So, man, chaos continues here in the NACL, Desirux, and we've been treated to 2 Game 5 bangers, and we'll see if Dorado can find the upset that Blue Water were able to find yesterday. And I got to say, I still feel like both teams, I'd say Supernova was playing a wee bit better going into Game 5 today. Yesterday, I would have said that Blue Water was actually playing better going into Game 5. I did really feel that way, but man, this series is really close to call. I feel like both teams are playing one up to win, and next game decides who gets to continue to fight for that LTA North spot, and whose split ends until sometime next year.
I don't got much to say, man. This has been breathtaking, to say the least, just how incredible the series has been and how much we've seen growth from both of these squads. Dorado especially, who, have a team filled with rookies. They don't really have a veteran on their side, Shochi being the most experienced right there, but they know what their strengths are, they know what their win conditions are, and even though Supernova were so close to actually taking this game, taking down both Nexus towers, it even felt like the teleport from Hoarder was just misused. It could have gave Supernova that win right then and there, but Dorado still come out ahead. It was an incredible game, to say the least, and now this is where the money's made, man. It is a Game 5 in Fearless, Gubby.
I'm excited. I mean, we've seen chaos. I think that we've seen a lot of Game 5s decided by draft. That said, I thought yesterday's Game 5 was decided in draft, with Dark Zero having a much more cohesive composition. And then, we dropped a few too many waves for Otacon and tried to 1v3 a Yorick, who won the 1v3, and all of a sudden the game was over. So at this point, it's chaos. One thing that has been consistent is 5 games the blue side selected, and, that Cope you said going into Game 4 is that, hey, loser of Game 4 does get to pick their side for Game 5. Will be Supernova that gets to lock in that first pick.
All right, so coming into this one, this is where things really do, where we really got to get creative with a lot of these drafts, because we saw what the Blue Otter did in Game 5. That was the first time we saw Yorick in the regular season, in Split 2 as a whole. And it's the first time we saw Morgana in the mid lane, a very random pick that came out of Samikin. So this is where you have to start going deep into the wheelhouse, because every game you're losing 10 champions. So now this is 20 champions combined that are going to be taken off. That's not including the draft bans themselves.
Yeah. Look, it's chaos. I think we've seen a lot of games decided in draft for this. I mean, I'm going back to, I mentioned the HLE versus T1 game where the Zeus's Olaf, that was one of the first Game 5 fearlesses we saw. I mean, that Olaf just decided the game because Ragnarok was too OP. A lot of the times, champs you pick early on in drafts are more consistent options, right? Like a pick like Renekton. Renekton, he is a resourceless top laner with sustain that can be strong side or the weak sided. Well, a lot of champs that give you a lot of options, give you a lot of flexibility, are off the table. So sometimes I think taking just the more cohesive composition, or sometimes just the cheesier champ that can sometimes just break what the other team does, is really powerful here. So see if Dorado can find that on the red side, or if Supernova can find that on blue, as the bans have really changed here, with both Yone and Sion being taken off the board.
All I'm going to say, Cubby, is, I'm the guy who studied math, and I keep getting my numbers wrong all day. I meant to say 40 bans coming out from the Fearless, but hey, it is what it is, and that's what happens when these games are this intense. So, as you had mentioned, a little bit of a change-up coming out from the bans from Supernova. Yone was one of those games that Shochi played very early on in playoffs that gave him a lot of success, so it does make sense to take away some of these big champions like that, especially stuff that helps the team fight and the setup that Dorado like playing towards.
Are going to stand the ban this. I know Kali's been banned a lot today. That stayed up along with that Rise. Which, Blaze Olive is probably very low in the first pick, so We'll see if that ends up getting locked in. I have seen a few target bans. I know Supernova. I was actually talking with Samikin after his win yesterday about some potential mid picks and what's being played. And I asked him about Rise falling off throughout all playoffs. He's like, you know, I think Supernova still plays it, but I'm not even sure if they are willing to pull it out on the stage or not. Well, looks like that's the call for a Blaze Olive here in this game 5. To be fair to him, a lot of the good answers to Rise are gone. Looking at the play, Victor, the Orianna. One that is up, I'm wondering if Sochi is willing to play it, is actually the Cassiopeia. More of a traditional counter to the Rise, but you do get tanky enough and just can machine gun them down. The other pick I was actually talking about that we saw Darkwings play into a Rise was a Malzahar, which is now locked in for Shochi.
All right, so as we said, Shochi has a champion Galaxy. Even when I talked to him, that's one of the things I said, like, what puts you above a lot of these other mid laners? He says, I play everything.
Okay.
And this is showing it right now.
So this will be the 4th competitive game that GOL has registered on Malzahar this year. The reason I know that is I was pitching Malzahar to mid laners in the past. This is one of the matchups that you can play him in. It's actually, I don't think, as good for Malzahar though, because the E-bounce from the Rise can take down your shield and take down your pets that you spawn. Malzahar is a very, very, very slow champion. If he gets to 2, 3, or 4 items, he is busted. His Q is one of the most OP abilities in the game. And AoE silence, it's like on a 6-second cooldown, it's filthy. So we'll see if they can scale, because with that and Senna showing, we are scaling, baby. And it's going to be about what Supernova can do to really keep the pace of the game moving, which brings us kind of back to what Game 1 was, with Dorado taking a very scaling comp of the utility bot lane, and Supernova tried to play fast. We saw them not be able to play fast enough. We'll see if that can change in this game, as Leona, they're going to have to get Malzahar's shield off to start to threaten these solar flares. But they have a lot of tools to get that shield off with both MF and Leona, so I like that. I do think that Malzahar was taken a little bit too early here. I think you got to save Malzahar for later on in draft. He needs more conditions, but we're going to have to see if that's the case or not.
Yeah, so now we have that set up for the team fight with your hard engaged Leona. Her W is always great to give her that kind of pseudo-tank feel that makes her absorb a lot more damage, but someone to hold people down all at the same time, and of course interrupt the ultimate that comes out from Malzahar. That being said, as the Gnar gets locked in, I want to ask you, Cubby, we were talking about it earlier in the previous drafts as to the pairings that you have with Senna. It feels like a very limited pool that's remaining for this Senna pairing.
Well, Mixture, historically does have quite the pool. So, again, as a support, he was popularizing support Skarner when he was first reworked. He is a support play player on the ladder. I really like the J-Span, by the way. And it looks like Supernova, they're going to attack some of the other options. Senna Yasuo, definitely something that could sneak out here in the last game. One that I actually is a little sneaky that I would like to see, Senna Set. I think this is Set specifically as a support. You can play it into Leona. It's definitely one, like the picking up Leona and throwing it into the rest of the team is quite good and could actually help create some pretty significant engage. I'm not sure if Mixture actually plays it. But I know Set is played by some supports as Gnar. 2 bans protect the Gnar, definitely targeted at Quarter. I'm curious if Quarter, I mean, he's got with Silas here. You could steal a Malzahar ult and Gnar ult, that's not bad. As they take away
Is Silas enabled right now? Because I remember we took
he is.
He is? Okay, all right.
Yeah, they fixed the bug. That's a good call. Senna Ornn, that's actually a good ban. We did see some Senna Ornn this year. So, yeah, I think Kench is about all that's left unless you want to get crazy with a Set.
That's kind of one of the tried and true combos that we saw from Senna pairings rather early on into seeing Senna.
I mean,
picked up, and
it's
a very hard bot lane to dive to.
Yeah, there is TK value here. I mean, getting like eating someone to get out of a MF bullet time or getting out of a rune prison. I mean, TK has some value. Definitely a champ that falls off is less valuable later on. As Hoarder, oh boy, we're gonna have to see what Hoarder wants to go for. I mean, there's some real value for Olaf here. Again, I think eating someone to at least get him out of the Ragnarok range is okay, but Hoarder, that's one way to get out of those Malzahar ults. So,
yeah. I believe the ult will still tether on him, and he'll get the damage, but he gets to walk around freely no matter what.
Yeah, and a lot of the damage is in the pool, too. So,
yeah.
That's you can walk out of that, which is big. As Dardoch.
Oh! Alright, so...
Special.
Yeah, the Dardoch special now getting locked in. I mean, we're talking about Dardoch fighters. This is really a throwback for Dardoch to be on this Lee Sin.
Is it Nocturne? Is it Viego? I think that he's got some options that, ooh, I don't know if I like the Kindred. I don't think your front line's big enough. You end up going for Kindred. I'd actually kind of like the Nocturne here, being able to dive MF. I know it's a buzzsaw on the front line, but okay, Lamb's Respite, this is our Game 5 draft. I favor Supernova early. I think their ability to make plays with Rise is good. Pull-off could be big later on. Lamb's Respite's going to try and stall out some of these fights. And the long fight looks like it very much is beneficial to Dorado, but the quick fight in the early game for Supernova much stronger with what it's showing on paper.
I mean, by the logic we've been doing this week, now that you favor Supernova's composition, it means things are going to go that well.
I didn't say that. I don't know if we're tanking up, though.
You did say that. You did say that.
I am worried about that. Like, Gnar can only frontline and Mega. The Kindred, of course, not a frontliner, right? Lamb's Respite is the tankiness that you get from. And then Tom Kench is, you get stat checked later on as Tom Kench. They took away a lot of his stats in his kit as the game goes on. So really just going to be there for a Devour bot. We'll see if it's enough. You can do some interesting things with the Lamb's Respite. I'm really interested to see, like, in terms of controlling terrain. Mega Gnars can push people out of Lamb's Respite. Devour, you have to decide whether or not you're going to Devour before or after. I think that a lot of the play around Lamb's Respite is saving cooldowns until it goes down, or using terrain to get people out of it. Have to mention the Lee Sin kick as well, as that's how you play the matchup.
I do think it's going to be kind of difficult to stop, engages that go on Supernova's terms. There's not much to stop the bullet time in particular, right? Other than Shochi kind of flashing in, you have the Abyssal Dive that you can try and go for, but for the most part, you're going to be depending on Ariana to try and stifle this Misfortune from being that effective, and it's not the only thing you really got to worry about, because when it's a Misfortune, when it's a Rise, when it's a Quacker, and even the Lee Sin, there's so many different threats that can really try and jump on and make it a difficult task to try and take out this backline of Supernova.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Again, I go back to that game 1 where Supernova on the red side picked such a fast comp and just didn't make the plays that they needed to really push the game forward. There are a lot of different tools that are down, and a lot of different champions in this game. I think that it's a little bit easier for them to push this one forward, but they have to play fast. I mean, Supernova's going to need to play from a lead if they want to find a win in this game. The scaling of the Kindred Malzahar Senna is definitely very real. So if Supernova makes some mistakes, they're going to be expensive early on. We'll see if they can... Supernova, I feel like when they were at their best, they rotate around the map well, and they do play good early games. So they can use that MF and the Strut and the Rise as well to make some plays early and try and get ahead of this game.
One last vote, Twitch chat. Let's go ahead and pull it up right now. Hashtag SN for Supernova. Hashtag DOG for Dorado Gaming. This is the last one right here. This is the final game. We are at Game 5. Winner improves to top 4. So it's all or nothing. If you're fans of either of these teams, let them know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a Dorado fan, you're going to hope that, Shochi does his best BDB impression, even though he did lose his Malzahar game. And then, of course, Dark Wings, NACL alum that we have here as well, played it for Disguised. I do think that Malzahar, like, in theory, his items are good right now. It's just that as a champion, he is so damn slow. We're going to have to see if he can start to scale, because this guy is not a champion until he gets 1-2 items. I know that levels, like, the ult, right, you can make plays, but we'll see if it's enough to try and find the setup with Kindred. Because Kindred takes a little bit to get that damage going as well. So I think the mid jungle 2v2 is very losing here for Dorado. And they're going to have to weather the tide and try and scale up in order to find some winning angles. Definitely expect to see Dardoch pay some attention early on in the mid lane. If Meltar doesn't have that passive shield up, a really easy empowered Rune Prison Lee Sin setup. As Rise Lee Sin, definitely a pretty consistent combo that can definitely threaten for kills in those early levels.
And this is a champion Dardoch's played so much in his past, so I expect to see some of the flashy Sin plays really come out.
He's good at it. He is good at it. Yeah.
Yeah. And we are now ready for our final game of the day. We have gone the distance. Supernova versus Dorado Gaming.
Deserux, in times of chaos, sometimes it's good to reference chaos. As we've said it a few times, with what's going on, this split of our NACL playoffs. But if I look at the bracket, we have a lot of purple teams that are pretty good.
Back to the color purple, man.
Conviction is the only team that's broken this. They did beat Blue Otter, but besides that, we have Blue Otter over Supernova. That's an animal over a purple team. We have Blue Otter over Dark Zero. That's an animal over a purple team.
We have Dorado over Dark Zero.
And now Dorado over Supernova, who are also a purple team.
You know, my favorite color is purple.
Well, that's good. You must be a Lulu fan then, as we'll see if the purple power from Shochi can be enough in this game. But well, again, Supernova for me, just all about this early game, as they need to get going. They need to set this Malzahar behind. They need to set this Kindred behind. If not, and this game's even at 15 minutes, or even at 20 minutes, again, Malzahar Q or Malzahar as a champion at 3-4 items is disgusting. So
yeah,
I think it's really important that Supernova gets this game going.
I mean, that silence goes off. That's a lot of time that a Blaze Olive doesn't have to do damage. But it's all about patience, man. It's definitely going to be about patience for Dorado. Head into this final game, I mean, this is very impactful for both of these teams. Supernova, they were first place. And, you know, first place in the regular season, they look very dominant. These scrims didn't echo the same story. But even talking with Hoarder, he said it felt like a fake first place. It felt like something that wasn't really earned by them. They didn't really show their best foot forward. They can still show this in playoffs where things really do matter the most. For Dorado and, you know, Shochi in particular, this would be a return to form from what we saw in 2023. And breaking in to the top of the pack in playoffs when they were a team that looked, you know, rather lowly coming in just because of the lack of experience.
And I think it's one thing for Blue Otter to take down Dark Zero. For Dorado to then take down Supernova as well. We've said a lot that these playoffs have been bananas. That would be, I mean, that would be some DK bonanza if that happens as well. But at the moment, gonna have mirrored clears for our junglers. I will say that benefits the Kindred, who definitely does not want to find Lee Sin early on these clears. And we'll see if we're able to, you know, just trade the crabs and go from there. I'm very much looking at that mid lane. So far, Shochi has stayed back in this lane. If I'm a Blaze Olive, I'd love to crash this early on and then put Malzahar in an awkward scenario on the bounce. Because I think on the bounce with the Lee Sin, you can really look for a gank with that Empowered Rune Prison. And if you take Malzahar's shield off, he's very vulnerable early.
It doesn't take that much to remove the shield. I mean, even if you are able to Q, you can still follow up on the Resonating Strike. The Q already, Sonic Wave part of it, already taking down the shield. So I still think we get pretty heavy with that. As
yep.
I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors. It's going to be prodiff.gg. We love our sponsors.
We
do
do
love them too.
We do love prodiff.gg. Scan the QR code to head over to prodiff.gg and get that one-on-one coaching from the pros. Pros only on that website, so you're getting advice from the people that get paid to do it. The only thing we love more than our sponsor in prodiff.gg is our NACL gameplay. So we're going to get this ad read out of the way early on so we can enjoy some of the fresh, raw gameplay later on. Thanks to Prodiff for powering us for all split, including playoffs. It's been good to have them on board. And hopefully you guys at home are checking out the website for yourself and trying to get some coaching from the people that do it best. Now, we have our first clears wrapped up, and our junglers are just waiting for the second camps to spawn. Again, we're waiting to see when that first moment of chaos emerges.
Hoarder already taking a lot of damage.
I like that.
A lot of that to be expected. As first blood, just like that from Ariana. Hoarder disrespecting the Gnar. The Mega finding its kill.
He popped the Ghost too, and it was a really clever setup from Ariana. Pop Mega used the minion to get the double hop. Threw out the wallop. It was dodged, but it did not matter. The damage was done. Hoarder is going to get most of the wave, but that's a TP down. And a first blood for Ariana on the Gnar, who has really been stepping up in the back half of this series, Desert Rugs.
Yeah, Ariana You know, even though a rookie in the NACL, Ariana's no rookie to a lot of competitive play. Understanding the situation right here, getting that first blood, beautiful stuff to definitely see. But again, a lot of experience on the European circuit, back over on Ultra Liga, playing in the Polish League, and now being able to bring that here into the NACL in the first blood in a critical Game 5.
I didn't see the W from Hoarder. I don't know if it was on or off cooldown. Of course, that is a shield and gives you that attack speed buff. Sometimes you can drain tank stuff, but that was definitely not the case there. As now Hoarder, no Ghost, and Kaido is waiting, and Ariana can have Mega up. Hoarder has no Ragnarok, so I think Kaido is waiting for Ariana to evolve. He can do the same thing again. Just double hop in and flip him back. Now, props to Hoarder. He's doing his best to stay back here, but that wave is still really tough for him. Did just ding 6, so could defend against the Mega Gnar. Does get out of that window, but still dangerous there. If that Olaf went down again, Olaf is a champion that scales off of his economy purely. If he doesn't get econ, he is not useful as a champion. So really big that Ariana finds the first blood onto that Olaf.
Dardoch putting his attention towards the bottom lane, but you can see right now, Sushi, Mixture, they're going to play defensively, knowing that Dardoch could have been down there. Especially if you don't have Dardoch invading in on Kaido, that probably means the mirrored clears as they were expecting. Now pushed out into the river. Blaze Olive going to head over to defend the Scuttle Crab that's getting taken right now. Dardoch will be able to secure that, calling down the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Shochi's way too far up. Flash traded, good reaction from Shochi, but again, that 2v2 is very winning for the Rise Lee Sin early on, just given the execute from the Lee Sin and then more base damage. So Kaido has snuck in. Still going to try and play around this Malzahar a little bit, but I don't think there's enough damage in the tank to actually find a kill here. I really don't. Shochi
and Shochi's stepping way too far forward right now. He's going to be caught down. He's going to be locked down. Shochi falls. Now Kaido looking to return fire onto Dardoch. Dardoch critically low, gets claimed by Mixture, and Kaido will have to flash over that wall to be able to stay alive. Now the Grey Health coming up for Mixture will be enough to defend him. The answer is yes, as a lot of minions are right there, but a trade of kills. Now Dardoch able to try and get something back, but still belongs to Dorado in the kill lead.
I mean, Shoshi's no TP, so that's a pretty expensive death from him, and him walking up there and then embankment rush was unwarranted for sure. I mean, he's already down Flash. You got to be very respectful as Malzahar. You have to give early on. I don't think that you can contest. I know that the R is really powerful as an ability at home, guys, but you need items to do damage as Malzahar. You have a lot of scaling in your kit, so it should be a Blackfire Torch into a Rylai's or Leandri's for Shochi. That's kind of the option, and then we'll see what he's able to do, but you need to get those you know, stacks going with the on-hit for you to really start doing work as the Malzahar, because that dot, the ability to, you know, apply that Leandri's, apply that Torch is when you really start cooking as the Mels.
I do want to say, Kaido could have been a little bit thorough with the sweeper that we saw earlier. When you said Kaido had snuck into that brush, there was a ward that was over towards the river a little bit more. And now Mixture hopping in looking for Blaze Olive. Yep. But because of that ward, that meant Kaido was discovered in the river brush.
And that's going to be the strut rotation from Scary Jerry and Breezy to get 3 grubs for Supernova. So again, important that Supernova gets off to the races in this game. 3 grubs definitely to help with that. As the tongue flash did not connect there for Mixture, it should be 3 grubs for Supernova. The 5 was on the little Twitch chatter that spawned, I believe.
It always gets me.
Yeah.
5 gold. Congratulations, Mixture. Would have been nicer if you got the grub stolen away, but pretty close to it. And yeah, that'll give some side laning power over to a Supernova. Rise definitely going to like that. Olaf definitely going to like that.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that we are seeing with this matchup, I mean, whenever a Blaze Olive wants to kill the pets, yeah, just EQ the wave, pets die. He's going to let this wave come to him because he sees Kaido. So he doesn't want to push too far up, but the W is pretty useless against the Malzahar. You kind of have to space that out around the Rise. So again, your lane is not good. You're picking this for later on when you get the Q, the Leandri's, the Rylai's, the Torch, get the slows going up against this champion. And Rise, again, he needs to be able to fire off his abilities, which the Silence can help against. And he always plays within Malzahar's range, where he can EQ W and then try and melt you down. So this is going to take a lot of time. Shochi is going to be responding to everything, and he just needs to weather the storm and make sure that he gets his items, which makes that first death so expensive because it really did set him behind significantly, and it's helping ensure that these early objectives all go to the way of the Lee Sin and Supernova.
I think one thing we haven't mentioned is the face rush that ABO does have. It does give him a bit more movement speed to get out from that silence. As the bullet time going to be used, looking to lock down Mixture. Grey Health comes out. Abyssal Dive denied by the Dragon's Rage, and Scary Jerry claims Mixture as well as the Dragon.
I mean, again, as Dorado, I just don't think that you can contest anything early. Like you got to see this stuff, and you know, if you give it and try to cross map, you might be able to get stuff elsewhere. But them playing into it is playing into the strength of Supernova's composition, and they're cashing in. Whoa. Hold on, Breezy?
Questionable early choices coming in. Breezy being chipped out right here. Sushi
TP?
looking for the chase. Dardock's coming in. Teleport
That's a
now going to
Malzahar.
be used as Malzahar is going to arrive to the fray. Looking for the ultimate to go down. It is found, and it's burning away at Scary Jerry, but it's not enough damage
TP
just
behind,
yet. Breezy will still go down. Dorado get feats of warfare, but here comes the Blaze Olive. He's 3-on-1. Now Dardock stepping in, looking for an angle to find it. Delaying the Realm Warp. It's canceled. A Blaze Olive gets dropped, and Sushi claims the kill.
DOGE was no mana. I thought a Blaze Olive might be able to make a play there, but Mixture re-entering the fight was massive. He had the Devour, was not necessary, could have saved the teammate. It turned to Blaze Olives. I thought decent TP into being one far too deep. So they dropped the Dragon, but Dorado finds 2 big kills off the back of Shochi, making a play.
Great play coming out from Dorado to even up the gold, and more importantly, get Shochi back into this. ABO going down, it's 3 assists over to Shochi, so now he's catching up. Blackfire Torch completed.
He's got a torch, he took the free booties too, so that move speed again all matters on Malzahar, as he is a very immobile champion, only has the shield to protect him. And yeah, I mean, I'm with you with everything, Desiree. That was a huge play. I think that was a bit of a pitch from Supernova. Again, their comp is so damn strong early. They've got MF, they've got Rise, they've got Lee Sin. If you miss out on these early plays, you give away a lot of scaling gold to Dorado. And we saw yesterday what happens when Senna gets a lot of gold. I know what happens when a Malzahar gets a lot of gold. I am a noob, all right? I have to play Malzahar mid if I go mid. This guy does so much damage later on. If you just get him to 2-3 items, it can be very big. So we'll see if Shochi can manage. I will say one thing dangerous about Malzahar at this point of the game. You got to keep your shield up in the side lane. If you lose your shield in the side lane, the ability for Rise to Realm Warp and make plays on you is very real. So we'll see if Shochi can manage that as the Blaze Olive is keeping this wave back.
Holding the wave back, making it hard for Shochi to approach it. Still, as we take stock of everything, gold going to be relatively even. It's Dorado who are getting a breath of fresh air back into this. Now Supernova really focusing into the mid lane. Snare is going to be found, but it's still more plates to be claimed.
Oh, no.
But look at the Olaf all by himself. Hoarder trying to drain. Take it's not happening. Kaido with the chase, looking for ABO. He'll take down ABO. Lab's respite allows him to keep his life, and 2 kills picked up at the cost of 1 and a mid lane tower.
It's going to be first brick for Supernova. They need it in order for feats because Dorado got to the first 3 kills first, so that prevents feats going over. But at what cost? Both solo laners die now for Supernova off of big plays from Dorado. I got to give an honorable mention to Mixture, who once again was involved in that play on the top side. Has made a couple of really big appearances here on the Tom Kenshin. He's so accelerated. He's going for the Heartsteel start. So those Tunglicks going to be hitting a little harder over there for the Tom Kenshin. While all this is going on, Malzahar is just farming, man. I think Dorado is in great shape right now. The fact it's even on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the mid lane tower did fall, but these kills picked up is definitely going to mean so much for Dorado Gaming. And the fact that, as you said, they're keeping even when they want multiple items for this Malzahar. And they want more dives, baby. Mixture's looking for it. Hoarder has no ultimate. Out comes the ultimate from Shochi, and Hoarder is dead. Kaido goes on a killing spree.
That no outplay button available for the real outplay button in that suppression from the Malzahar. Shochi going to continue to have a solid game here. As again, this Malzahar has really been set up for success. I like how they've played Shochi back into this game. They've gotten out of the real weakness or power trough for the Malzahar. He's now level 11, and he's going to have maybe 2 items. I would love to see him rush the Rylai's here. I think the utility of Rylai's when you pair that with Malzahar's Q is so big. He's going to go for the Leandries, get through some of the health stacking that will be on Supernova, but that Rylai's, got to believe, is going to be coming through third. And again, this Malzahar, it's gotten out of the weakest part of the game, and you get to be so useful later on with that Q. I cannot emphasize how good that Q is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wall of silence, man. And stopping that, so significant for Shochi to bring success for Dorado Gaming. Now, all that being said, Supernova are not just lying down. They are making plays on the map to grab towers and get them in their favor. We saw that top tower fall earlier, Scary Jerry being part of that. But now here comes the pressure onto Breezy. Breezy taking a good chunk of damage right there. Will get caught out by the tongue. But the rest of Supernova now crowding around the mid lane.
They're thinking about Rift Herald here. Both objectives are up. If I'm Dorado, I think I still want to trade. I'm still worried about a straight-up team fight. And I know this Ryze has kind of gotten behind now, too, which I think is a big deal. Of course, with Ryze, you get behind, you're building double scaling items, so those being late is always bad.
Yeah.
It does take away from some of the power of a Blaze Olive. He's down almost a full level to Shochi, who's had 11 for a while, so... It will be a trade of objectives as Dragon picked up for Supernova, but you're not too worried about the two Drakes being done around the 16-minute mark. In fact, you get the trade out at this point of the game. Feel like we're ahead of schedule here as Dorado with that scaling that is getting closer and closer to being, more and more online.
Yeah, we're seeing the stacks start to come through. It's 5 Kindred marks coming out so far for Kaido. You also have the stacks that are being generated by Sushi all the meanwhile. Trades really don't matter for Dorado. They'll take it any day. Now look at this. Ragnarok getting popped and looking to chase down Ariana. Dragon's Rage will kick Ariana out. Teleports being channeled. Sushi takes down Hoarder. Ariana survives. Now Shochi trying to bail out, but here comes ABO. Still creating some distance. Flash out from Shochi. Out comes the Sonic Wave, but it does not find its mark. Rift Herald's going down. Roundmore being channeled. Ariana looking to turn this one around, but there it is. The Tempest finds the kill. Ariana sidesteps, and Sushi will continue pushing.
TP was too deep from Shochi, but the time bought leads to a great Rift Herald drop from Dorado. They take the inner turret, get a lot of gold over to Sushi, who was a little bit behind the curve in this game. And while Shochi TP'd too deep and gets caught, they still were able to slow up that play and trade up overall across the map.
A little bit of alone time with that bot lane tower for ABO, but what a push over on that top side, utilizing that Rift Herald. It means more money being cashed in by Dorado. They'll keep the game relatively even with a slight lead over to Dorado Gaming, but man, it's really starting to add up right now. You talked about that heal that Dorado had to get over for those items, and you can see right now how close Shochi is to getting that second item, even pivoted out for an Oblivion Orb to stop a lot of that regen from Olaf.
I'm not a giant fan of that. I will say, though, there is a lot of healing between the Olaf, the Lee Sin, and the MF, so you can see some of the logic there, but Malzahar's core items are really strong, so I just don't like delaying that in the Rylai's, which I think Rylai is really important in this game. Like, think of the control that you get with the Rylai's when you have the range advantage between the Kindred, the Tahm Kench, the Senna. I'm just kind of surprised that that wasn't the item, because I don't think you need damage. I think you need control, which is what Malzahar brings. But regardless, we will continue to find this game. I will say that in that last, at least play pattern, we did see Sushi split a lot of that farm with Kaido. It's not bad when the Kindred does get fed. You can see Kaido taking a lot of waves, but I think it is important to note that Scary Jerry is sitting at 2 items. We haven't really seen those big bullet times connect yet, but he is ahead of the curve. And we'll see if Jerry, who has been having, I think both ADs have had a great series. We'll see if Jerry, who is much further ahead at this point, can really make a big difference, because that is the gold advantage that Supernova has on our screen.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the CS, it's a huge difference between both of these marksmen, both of their teams. That being said, I mean, I still love the scaling that Sushi's able to bring for the team, and the fact that Sushi hasn't been put completely in the dirt just yet, definitely going to give some advantage over to Dorado, as we're just getting word that there is a pause. So back to our ugly bugs.
Hey man, I think you look great over there in the Boise setup. Just going to have to hear us spurt now.
Not as good as your hair, man.
It's everywhere, Deserex, and you got the beard to match. It's fine. But yeah, Deserex, of course, from the Boise Esports Arena, Boise State Esports Arena. Pretty cool over there. It's been fun to have you join us. I know that we had the switch days with Mazel behind the scenes, but glad we get another day to the cast here, Deserex. Good to see you from the new setup, and you get to cast your boys in Dorado and Shochi. The rest of the team, I mean, they've been putting up the Shochi. Malzahar Game 5. Wouldn't expect anything less from Shochi, man. Who was, I remember him being a Trinimir enjoyer beforehand. Some of the Game 5 flair that he used to play is a player that, I think on average was averaging 20 unique picks before Fearless. Definitely someone you expect to cash in with Fearless, too.
I mean, I have players I'm fans of on both sides right now.
Oh,
I mean, Hoarder, again, most valuable prospect, who my vote for most valuable prospect, I should say, who has shown so much improvement. I really did hop on his train during the conviction days because I'm usually a fan of Chrome, Aaron Lee teams, and I didn't realize I was going to like Hoarder so much. And then Sushi, see, I keep mixing them up now. Shochi, having the run that he's having with Dorado. I think both of these teams can be very proud regardless of the results at the end of the day. I know it would hurt if Supernova do fall here just because they were first seed, but man, this has been such a banger of a series to witness between both of these two teams who are trying as best as they can to climb to that top 2 spot where you can get a chance at promotion.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of bummed. I mean, we just got to create more and more attention. We had more tech pauses yesterday. I know Sajed had a tough internet situation, which is a little bit unlucky and unfortunate. I know. I talked with him. I said, I'm like, hey, man, like, don't let that get you down, because sometimes things are in and out of your control. And he's like, you know, I don't even know if that would have made a difference. As Blue Water played a good series, so respect for him for showing definitely some class behind the scenes there. So definitely hope that we get to fair fight here between our two teams. It has been quite the fight that we've seen on our screen so far, and we'll see how much fight Supernova has left, because I feel like they're running out of time. Definitely have a lot of tools to make plays throughout the game. I think Rise, Lee Sin, Leona, I mean, it's a great setup for MF, and when we get back into the game, I think we have to really focus in on Scary Jerry, who has been having a good series and is ahead in this game, with really the only person that has a lead on paper for SN. So that's really where the tension is for me. And yeah, curious to see if he's going to be able to pull it out. Would be great. I think if he's able to carry this game against someone that's fighting to get back into the LTA North himself, I think that he's had a very good split. He was on my All-Pro ballot. I had Sajed first. I think Jerry was still snuck in on there. I think maybe at 3, because Tatko had a hell of a split too. But yeah, it's been fun to see him kind of have a bounce back, and we'll see if he can clutch up and carry this one, man. Supernova's going to need him.
I mean, it is a little bit more terrifying to be on something like the Misfortune over the fact that you don't have the mobility that you have on some of these other champions that you can play. But if anyone spaces really well and anyone puts themselves in good positions for team fights, I really do give it over to Scary Jerry, man. Fantastic player to say. I know there's a reason why he was one of the most touted players that we had in our previous seasons, especially when he won Most Improved and proceeded to really take the entirety of the NACL by storm over with Dragonsteel. So he definitely could be the clutch player if he can space well in these team fights, but there's still a lot to be desired for Supernova if they want to take down Dorado.
All right, we're back, baby. We got to lock back in Destrux. We got Otacon spawning in a minute. I think farm's still going to be very important here for Dorado. We actually have a Wits End second on Kaido. Kind of interesting to me. There's not a ton of magic damage in the game. I will say it does give tenacity, though, as well, which is quite useful as the Kindred. You can have pseudo frontline there. See if Kaido's able to use that one well. Unlucky timing and smite there from Dardoch as he misses out of the big crab. And that goes over to Kaido.
Almost. Well, now looking for the setup towards the river. Supernova start to look for an angle, potentially on Ariana, but Ariana, seeing the rest of Supernova walking off in that mid lane, will easily just back off right there. See what happens on the next dragon. Is now an angle onto Shochi. So much damage onto Shochi. He'll have to use Nettergrass. Now you're seeing the channel flashes out from the silence. Shochi goes down, but ABO is going to give his life for this one, trying to utilize as much movement speed as he can to get away, but he will fall mid laner for mid laner.
We'll say that there was a W drop from the Malzahar that did stop one of the Qs, but of course ABO able to finish that one off, and with the overcommit on the TPs, both Oriana and Mixture going up there, it's now numbers for the Otacon. This is a big play for Supernova, a huge objective to secure.
Smart move, too. They went to sacrifice ABO, knowing that there was going to be a response from Dorado, and it gives them a free Otacon. They'll claim bot lane tower, a surge of momentum going over to Supernova.
That was great. Much needed for SN. They're going to lose out on the mid-outer, but still a very positive play overall. Dragon spawning in less than 10 seconds, though, so we're going to have to see what happens there. Dardoch might get played on as Mixture try to continue this one. Has the Heartsteel on the Tom Kench.
Yeah, with the ABO down, it's going to be Shochi who comes up first.
This is a big Drake,
He will have his teleport. ABO now able to teleport back in. This Drake right now.
Shochi's
Supernova
behind.
looking to claim it, but
Shochi could get found.
Right now.
Shochi could get found.
Yeah, Shochi
Porter
looking for a way in.
Hunting.
Hoarder's
Breezy
walking
is
up.
hunting.
And you got to remember, he has the Ragnarok, so it's hard to stop him. Now claimed, it goes over to Dorado. Here comes the fight, looking to jump forward. Bullet time going to be used. It gets a lot of damage through, but Mixture will be able to absorb a lot of it. Jumping in, Dardoch doesn't find much. Gets pushed right back in by Ariana, but Dragon's Rage Ariana in. It's a claim, 2 kills, back to back, coming out from Dorado. It's a disaster for Supernova. As 4 members fall, Dorado will take the team fight.
That's so much gold to the Malzahar too. Kaido got the 3rd auto attack on his E with a smite to secure the Drake, and Shochi flashed away from the Olaf. As you take another look, there's the Dragon secure. Porter's gonna go on the Shochi, but really the bullet time is kind of neutralized. It's decent, but the Lamb's Respite's so big. Mixture survives, and these flashes from Dorado were so clutch. Ariana has a big re-engage, flashes away by some time. The suppression's so good there onto ABO, who still sat in the pool. And now this Malzahar has a finished Leandres coming out of base, going to be even bigger. And Dorado with a gold lead and a scaling advantage denied the soul point, and it feels like they have control over this game.
Huge plays, and even misplays coming out from Supernova. Dardoch using that Dragon's Rage meant that Ariana was right there to get a 2 to 3 man stun. All of this stuff, all these small missteps are giving advantages back to Dorado Gaming, and now being in the kill lead, being in the gold lead, it's everything they could ask for.
This has been, I think, like already the most ridiculous split of NACL playoffs I've covered in my 5 years of doing this. To have, again, 2 of the favorites. You ask anyone that follows this league, the 3 favorites to make it to the LTA promotion tournament. It was Luminosity,
DZ, Supernova.
And whatever order you had, Supernova or Dark Zero, it didn't matter. That was the real question, right? You had no idea that any other org would be hopping in here. We're about to have Blue Water and a team of 3 rookies in Dorado, 2 smaller orgs be pushing for an LTA spot in the top 4, waiting to at least do battle against each other, then see who drops down between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction. Another team that no one had being where they are right now, as the streamer team has been fantastic. They've been playing great this split too, so just utter chaos across the league, and it's the youngins that are really stepping up and making sure that their names are going to be the ones that are known.
Incredible game so far. It is definitely not over. The gold lead, again, 4K. It is in the favor of Dorado, but this is exactly what they want. This is the position they want to be in, and it puts Supernova's backs against the wall. Remember, this is for elimination. You fall here, you do not make the top 4. Dorado would want that more than anything. A return to form for Shochi, a return to so much more for players like Kaido, who, won the old Proving Grounds qualifiers off of Taco Gaming against 100 Thieves Next and hasn't seen success ever since. For players like Sushi, his rookie split alongside Mixture. For players like Ariana, who moved over here to North America after playing in the Polish leagues for a while, this would mean so much for them.
And Dorado, only a few steps away from making sure this one connects. QSS tax was paid by ABO. He used it in the last one, but didn't really matter. And Shochi going for the Void Staff next. You start to see that Q is going to be so damn strong. He just got ult Leona.
Suppression coming through, but Shochi has to bail out. Devour will still save on the bullet time, and now getting lower and lower as the Lamb's Respite comes through, but a great kick will take down Shochi as the Lamb's Respite times out. Supernova able to bounce back as they'll chase down Dorado and take the fight to the dogs.
Great kick, Shochi too far up, and yes, he dropped the ult on Leona, but that bullet time from Scary Jerry was huge, forced him to cancel. The eat wasn't enough. Good kick from Dardoch to the kill, and Supernova, they're not done yet.
They are not dead. They are not down. They still have some fight left in them, and if they can play the fights like that, be tight in their decision-making, kicking out from the Lamb's Respite, always going to be critical right there. Supernova still finding some breath for themselves.
Really big too. Oriana was mini Gnar for that one, did not have Mega. We saw how impactful the Mega Gnar was at that Hextech Dragon. Good timing there from SN. Again, Shochi just a little bit too far off in the Malzahar. Do have to be careful when you're down flash, down shield. You will have that flash back up for the next fight. As this Dragon, it's already close to spawning again. Baron did just spawn, but focus on the Dragon. Shochi going to fix the top wave, does have TP to get involved, but that gives full control over the bot side river to Supernova, who are looking for Soul Point, and it is a Hextech Soul, so that's an expensive one to give over. Dorado would very much like to secure this one. But unfortunately, Deserex, we're going to have to build up some more tension here. We're not. I think it's latency issues for one of our players. Not exactly sure what's going on, but we got another pause. We're gonna have to see what happens before the next dragon in a little bit.
Cubby, you've been going through it, man. I mean, even with the Blue Otter game that we had yesterday, there was a good amount of pauses coming from that because of, as you had mentioned, Sajid's internet issues.
Yeah.
So, man, a lot of break screens for you.
You know what,
brother.
Deserex? There's no place I'd rather be. So we're not too concerned or worried about that one. Excited.
Especially if it takes us to a game 5.
I mean, we're already in the game 5, so I'm already in the dream state. There's a Melzhar on my screen, and I'm a happy camper.
There was a Morgana on your screen last series as well.
Not quite as much of a happy camper about that one, but hey, it worked out really well for Sam. You know, it's interesting to see what our players go to in terms of mid picks later on. I mean, you can even get to a scenario where, you know, like a lot of these players, you're mentioning Ariana has a full-time job. Like, how much practice do you get in? Like, are you even able to practice champions that are available for Game 5 Fearless? You ask any of the teams, it's like, yeah, we're kind of fishing around to see what works for ourselves, right? We're just trying to build something coherent or something we're comfortable with. I've definitely seen a lot of different approaches in Game 5. And, yeah, it's pretty crazy to see what our teams end up with. I mean, we had Melzahar picked on R1, so see if Shochi can do what VDD and Darklings couldn't, as Dorado going to have to play a little bit cleaner than that in the last fight to find it. Supernova, again, still have a lot of veterancy on that team. They're still the favorites for a reason. They clawed their way back in, and this could easily be a Hextech Soul for them. I think that, or Soul Point, I should say, for them. Shochi's topside is going to have to TP back in, and we'll see if that's going to be enough in time for Dorado to fight, or if they even want to with their conditions not being quite as good.
I wish I brought my heart rate monitor for this right now because, man, I am...
Get out of breath in the last game, man. You were going hard.
I am shaking from this one.
Oh, yeah?
Same feeling that I had from the Blue Otter game. I mean, I'm naturally a fan of a lot of these underdog teams. Like, whoever wins, I'm going to be happy just because we've had a banger series on both days. But, man, it's been incredible to see just how far a lot of these teams have come and the quality of games they can bring for us. My goodness.
Yeah, we have had a lot of fun games. I think we said going into the split this would be a more competitive split of NACL. It's definitely felt that way with the playoff bracket. Some of the upsets we've had, and the game quality overall just being higher. So that's been really good to see. Still have to see if any of these teams are going to topple Luminosity Gaming in the brackets. Again, they look like the raw favorites.
That's a terrifying team, man.
Yeah, Conviction is the first team that we'll see if they can throw a wrench in that buzzsaw that has been LG so far. But yeah, I mean, we got to wrap up this one to see who our top 4 is. It would just be so crazy to have both Dark Zero and Supernova drop out in back-to-back days. And I mean, props to Blue Otter, who did it yesterday, and Dorado today. I think that both teams have played a decent series in terms of what we've seen today, but we're going to have to see who can continue to fight for that LTA spot. Dream of a lot of the Dorado rookies, of course. Try and find that one, and a dream for a lot of the Supernova players to return there, as the majority of their team has been on this stage.
And regardless of who wins, I'm going to be so excited to see the next matchup because if it's Supernova who takes the dub here today, that's the revenge match. Blue Otter's the team that knocked you into the lower bracket. Of course, you want to get revenge on Blue Otter. And if it's Dorado who wins here today, that's like one of the dream matches for me, just seeing Blot Girl Summer versus AVG Saturday. And what that really entails. Because it's some of our teams that have been, you know, a lot of, how do I say this? A lot of the lower end orgs, to say the least. Not to say it's lower end players, but it's not as well known as the orgs such as like Luminosity or Supernova even. So
look, behind the
that's
scenes,
what makes it exciting.
Like, who gets first say on the totem pole, right? I mean, like Supernova, they were choosing their top laner. They had first say whether they wanted Order or Oriana, and then Dorado has to kind of like respond with what's left. I mean, given pay, given where the orgs are, you know, they're standing, who they already have on the team. So yeah, I mean, I think it's 100% right and fair to say these are the underdogs, not just on paper, but also behind the scenes, right? So they're fighting to punch up, and they've been doing so damn well today. So yeah, waiting for any updates from our production team to give to you guys back at home. We don't have any yet, but hopefully going to get out of the tech pause and stop building the tension. I would like the tension to release here, Deserex, as we are in the game 5.
Tense right now, man. Yeah, so technical issues still happening right now with one of our players. We'll get more information in just a moment. It could be Shochi, as far as I know, just because we had Shochi with the disconnect.
Hey, let's not name names here, Deserex, all right? We'll wait to see who leaves the game when we get back into the pause. Classic spectator. Hey, it wasn't just Sajid yesterday. It wasn't just Sajid. It wasn't the only person having internet issues. I won't name the other one, but you know. Shout out to our team, of course, behind the scenes at League Ace, always helping us with this, putting together, you know, even the bonus stuff like the the videos before, some of the lower thirds, helping us level up the broadcast for playoffs too. So see what kind of update we have from them as we try to get our way out of this pause.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're going to be in this pause for slightly longer. We're going to throw it over a short break. When we return, hopefully we'll be able to hit the rift again. So stay tuned. It's game number 5.
All right, folks, if you're still with us after that pause, well, we just had Deserex to use the bathroom and they got 30 seconds on our screen. Honestly, we're going to see what the update is here. I'm expecting to hop back into the game, and if you guys are still sticking with us, thank you so much. We had some technical issues, some with and without of our control. We're hoping to dive back on in here in 15 seconds, and hopefully by then, we're going to have Deserex and his wonderful voice to grace us and lead us through the conclusion of what has been a very exciting best-of-5 series in this Game 5 between Dorado and Supernova, as we are just minutes away from seeing what is going to happen with, I believe, the 4th Dragon Hextech Soul on the table for Supernova, and we're just going to dive right on in there, folks. So you're stuck with me for now. Let's get back into the action between Supernova and Dorado, as it is a 3K gold lead for Dorado, and they have pulled the Baron. They don't have control over the Dragon side, trying to pull Supernova up the river. This was never going to be a real Baron pull, just trying to posture for control around this objective. Shochi going to spot out that ward, and Kaido going to take a late base. We'll see if Misfortune does decide to hit the Dragon, as she can get through it with the Bloodthirster. As Deserex, yep, we're back into the game on our screen. The pause is over. I think Dragon's
Game
dead.
at number 5.
Yeah. We've got the Dragon being taken by Supernova. That does put them on soul point as we try and get back into this one.
All right, yeah. Making that soul point. Going to be good for Supernova. As, you know, technical difficulties happen. You can see I was trying to come back to the broadcast, but I accidentally pressed the red button once again and just I keep breaking things. It's all my fault, man. But, okay, let's get the excitement back here. It still is a Game 5 Supernova versus Dorado.
Okay. I mean, look, I think Supernova securing that Hextech Soul point, guys. Hextech Soul, one of the most powerful souls in the game. We have talked a lot about the scaling of Dorado, as we do see a ward that has been snuck in by Supernova. They should be aware this is going on. That ward should give them vision. But Supernova is going to have a long way to go to try and fight their way back into this one. Shochi trying to use his Qs. I will say Meltar Baron damage very real, too. They're going to try and hold the line here.
Especially with that Blackfire and Leandri's will burn away at that health bar really quickly onto the Baron, but instead they look for the fight, and there it is! Ariana able to get in, will find the ultimate! Kaido goes on a rampage as ABO falls! And now the chase continuing as they're looking for more. Ariana goes forward, but takes a little bit too much damage. ABO falling off of the engage of Ariana.
Yeah, boys, Olive, again, they had a long way to go to try and get back into this one. And man, that was a good pick. Dorado, they don't have a lot of Baron damage, especially if Meltar is not on it. Senna can only do so much. He can kind of top off the team. Kindred with that LDR can do her best, but it's just going to be a Baron reset, and Dorado, oh, they're going right back onto the objective. This time, Meltar is going to be on it. They do have the numbers advantage. ABO has TP when it gets back up.
All right, this is going to be tough right now. There is no Ablaze Olive. He will have to teleport in, but it's going to be dead by then. So keeping Dardoch away from the camp is going to be big for Dorado, and that's exactly what they do as they'll claim the Baron. But now looking for the fight against Dorado, going forward. Scary Jerry's able to take down, make sure Ragnarok going to come out. Hoarder's looking to jump in. He claims Sushi before the Lamsra spike and drop, and Dorado get destroyed, get annihilated. The big purple worm costs them an ace.
Is that game? I mean, that's a clean wipe. Supernova might just wrap the game up right there. Dorado had the scaling, but after that, I think that's it.
Yeah, Supernova, they've done everything they can to stop this momentum. The Hounds, the Rage, it is consumed by the Cosmic Fury. That is Supernova. They will burn brighter than ever as they march into the base. Nexus Tower's under attack, and only Mixture is there. Supernova break into the top 4, and they will continue their lower bracket domination.
Wow, what a turnaround from Supernova. I thought after that Baron, but that is ballistic, the fact that the Baron goes over, but it's just a clean wipe for Supernova. I want to see a second look at that team fight, because I don't know how they found the 5-0 besides Hoarder just going crazy in the backline as that Oldoff entered the fight late and destroyed everyone.
Tried. It was a good try from Kaido to try and stop it. Lamster's bite was too late, though. Sushi got claimed by the Olaf before it could be effective. And just like that, even with that long pause, we just go right into it, and Supernova get to work. They are not eliminated just yet. They're able to fight their way into the top 4 for a date with Blue Otter.
That was crazy. I mean, I really can't believe that game. We were in a pause for so long, and then it's just a Dragon, a Baron game. And Supernova, they needed to play that game fast. I mean, they were tripping up upon themselves. There were some good plays coming out from Dorado. They were up big in terms of kills, but Supernova clutching up that last fight, clutching up the game. And this team of favorites survive a potential upset from Dorado in what was a very close 5-game series. And Supernova going to have a date with Blue Otter, the team that knocked them to the lower bracket in the first place, next week.
And that's going to be a fun one, man, because it's a revenge match for Supernova. But I still want to linger on this a little bit longer because, my God, what a series this has been thus far. I mean, for Dorado, as we say our goodbyes to them, I think we can really, appreciate what they've been able to do within the NACL and show growth consistently throughout the season to the point where they take Supernova, our first seed, to the limit, but ultimately faltering at the very end. Supernova are able to keep it together and have their moment. And just like that, here they are coming into the top 4 against Blue Otter. We have our MVP vote up. Let us know in the Twitch chat who you think should be taking this.
Yeah, look, I think my MVP in the end has to be Scary Jerry. I thought Scary Jerry had a great series. I mean, he carried the Ezreal game. Even that game 4, it was back and forth, but I thought Jerry had a good performance. Both ADs did, and man, for Dorado, that's heartbreak. They sit in the pause that long, come back, you get the Baron, you get wiped, and then that's the game. That's a crazy way to end. We had 2 crazy ends to wrap up 2 5-game series. We're ballistic this week for NACL, and man, 4 teams left now. Desirect, Supernova, they survived the test. They're going to have to find at least something a little bit more against Blue Otter, who definitely seem to have a deep bag of picks themselves. They're really tough to prep for, the way that Dorado is hard to prep for. We'll see if Supernova's up to the task next week.
Yeah, and that's really to emphasize that Blue Otter has been on a hot streak, man. I mean, knocking down Supernova into the lower bracket was already a big deal, but eliminating Dark Zero, taking out 2 of the top 3 favorites, has got to feel incredible for them. But this really does put the pressure on, Blue Otter. They're having the run of, that this org has never seen before. And Supernova, vengeance on the mind. It's incredible that we've been able to end up where we're at so far. I mean, it's been a really competitive season, to say the least. And for Supernova, their season was almost over, but this series, as we pull up some of the highlights, was showing that their heart still beats and they still burn bright.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, I mean, going back, I really want to look at this last fight, because I mean, that really snuck up on all of us. The fact that the game just ended like that. And what was, I mean, a close affair, a close bout. We're going to see some plays in the highlights as we try and get to talk to a member of Supernova before we wrap up the stream and wrap up our day. See what they think about that series themselves. But, yeah, I mean, this fight was crazy. Like, I thought that the way that Dorado played this was really good. And frankly, from here, I thought that Dorado was in a very advantageous spot to win the game. The fact that they got this Dragon, but Supernova, again, some of that experience, they really clutched up in the back half of this. And the fact that they get to win, get to continue to fight for that LTA slot, a place that a majority of the members of their team have been before, very, very significant here.
I mean, I want to take another look at some of these fights coming through. We might get that replay of the final fights that closed this one out. This was brilliantly played by Supernova. This is where we started to see that, they still have a lot of momentum on their side, and you can see right here, that's the fight that caught out ABO earlier that still looked like Dorado had the lead into their favor, and I believe we're just 1 clip away from that critical fight that brought Supernova the victory that they so desperately
This was it. I mean, Dorado is already, behind in this fight. I guess there was just not nearly enough damage. I mean, they just ripped through Dorado as Mixture fell early, and then they couldn't escape. Maybe if they escaped through top lane, that could have been a better angle there for Dorado. But, man, 1 snap decision like that. Clean wipe from Supernova. Hoarder, who had a tough game, did have a massive last fight on that Olaf and ends up coming through and stepping up big with the rest of the team. Man, That's a big win for Jerry and the rest of SN. Again, I thought both Sushi and Jerry had really good series there, but for me, I thought it was really Jerry MVP. We saw in the last couple fights. I mean, that MF, we were talking before the pause about how the econ was on him. He was the one that had the lead. Those bullet times to get Shochi out of the ultimate, and then him cleaning up that last fight around the Baron was really big. So props to Supernova and Scary Jerry. I mean, that's a tough one for both teams, being in a pause for that long and have to come back and play like that. Supernova, it's an experience, I guess, paying off, and the favorites, the #1 seed, they stay alive.
Well, they do, and just by the skin of their teeth as well. I do echo that sentiment in Scary Jerry. I think he's very clearly the MVP for this one. We'll find out what Twitch chat thinks as well. But it's not just, you know, that game where he was able to get all the economy, but in the previous games as well, his spacing on the Ezreal, knowing when to arcane shift forward, which is a high-risk thing to do, and claiming Sushi in a lot of these big fights, it was huge, and it meant so much for Supernova's success.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy. So, man, just chaos this week. 2 5-game series, 2 Game 5 pauses that built up a lot of tension the last couple of games, and man, you're just excited to see more NACL. I think it's been a banger bracket so far, and excited to see how this one continues next week and wraps up, as of course we're down to 4 teams that can compete for that LTA North spot, as we're going to send our top 2 teams to go fight Disguised and a couple of the LTA teams for that. But Deserux, I think we got an interview coming in. We're going to have to get your doppelganger in here.
My doppelganger, wow. For those who don't know, that's going to be Coach Red.
They're going to find out. They're going to find out. They're going to find out, all right?
It's too late. I already said it, man. Bring him on here. Okay. Okay.
Coach Red, good to see you, buddy.
Hello.
That was a hell of a series and a hell of a win, man. What are your thoughts about that
Damn
one?
you, Cubby.
What a banger, right? I mean, crazy series, like Dorado and Supernova played their hearts out. Both teams like were fighting like to the last team fight. It was like from the coach, and also like, you know, overall, like from a viewer perspective, I suppose it should have been, you know, like a very cool thing to see, like 2 teams just battling it out for like so many hours and actually going to Game 5. So yeah, this was like a very important win, but also like overall like a good show.
So my question here is, coming into the series, what was your outlook on Dorado Gaming? Because I talked with Hoarder, and he said they're definitely a formidable opponent, and they're someone we shouldn't look down on. It seems that showed throughout the game, but I want to know your personal perspective on that.
I mean, as you can see throughout the playoffs, a lot of the teams have been pulling off upsets, including, like, you know, we lost Blood there, Dog beat Dark Zero, so there was like a lot of teams that people didn't think that, you know, they had what it takes, but, you know, I believe a lot of the teams have good players mechanically. It just comes down to that experience, in my opinion, and when you're playing those, you know, heavy best of 5s, it usually comes down to that, you know, who is more calm, who is more collected. But overall, like, impressive showing, and like coming into this best of 5, we were prepared to have a battle. So yeah, we were ready for that.
Yeah, look, I know that rematch against Blue Otter got to be one where you guys want to get revenge. Also, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they look like a buzzsaw so far. Looking at your team, obviously a lot of grit showed today to find that win, but, you know, what are you proud of with your team? And then, like, what's your area of focus that you guys are going to prep for the next week to prep for some of the teams left in this bracket?
I mean, first of all the players are really hungry to win. You would expect from, you know, some of these players that have played a lot more splits to be more, you know, laid back and, you know, just like just playing the games and, you know, seeing what happens, but they're also invested in winning. We set the goal at the start that we wanted to, you know, win as many games as possible, as many series as possible, and if it comes to promoting, this is our end goal. So yeah, like the team has been incredible throughout split, like the scrims. Whenever we're having a bad day, you know, we're always looking to see how we can bounce back. Even when like games are going bad, no one is tilted, everyone's trying to figure out what, you know, what we can do better. So yeah, that's that. And for area of focus, I think it would mostly be our discipline in scrims, because I'm pretty sure you've heard it from other Supernova players as well. we have a tendency of, playing a bit more, like, I say skirmish heavy in our early games in the scrims, and, kind of flipping a lot. So we're trying to make it as much of a simulation so we can get good practices.
So I've asked from a player perspective before, but now that you're here as a coach, I want to talk about that original Blue Otter series that you guys got knocked into the lower bracket from. What was your role and your job to get the team back on track? What did you task the team with and try and communicate with them to get them back into shape to continue a playoffs run?
I mean, mostly it was a wake-up call, and we all understood that we can't just walk in like a best-of series and just expect to win. It comes from like preparation, like from the staff as well. I believe we could do a much better job at preparing before the series, and I believe Blue Otter came prepared into the series, and they had like very good ideas as to what they wanted to do, especially with their like niche picks. So yeah, and after that, it's just that as I said, we need to replicate the good things in practice, so we can be prepared. There's not a switch that you can just pull off and be like, okay, we're in official mode now. It needs to be consistent and starting from our scrim habits.
Yeah, well, hey, Ren, always good to hear from you, man. Best of luck moving forward. Way to stay strong with the team. I know that you guys probably going to take a deep breath after that one, but
Thank you.
Any parting words, final thoughts, or thank yous, or shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out to my team. Like as I've said many times before, this is a blessing for me and an opportunity to be, with that of a experienced roster. Like I'm learning, so much as a coach as well. And thank you to the organization, my staff, and all the people around Supernova that help us be the best version of ourselves, and also my Greek friends that watch the games. Ευχαριστώ.
It's a hell of an hour for them, so props to them for sticking with us today with the long broadcast.
Thank
and Ryan,
you.
always good to talk to you, buddy.
Thank
Congrats and best of luck this next week. Excited to see what you guys can do in that lower bracket against Blue Otter as you guys try and look for revenge.
Thanks a lot. Good night, guys.
Take care, man. Cubby, I'm mad at you. You didn't let me get to ask if we have the same dad.
Well, I don't know how Greek you are, Desrex. Ren's got you there, but yeah, I'm glad you got a good chuckle out of the doppelganger joke. Ren, I got to work on a team with him way back, with him and Bach. Good to see them back in the Supernova fold there, as that was Supernova Dark Matter. Had some players on there that actually still competing and fighting some of the OQs. So good to see Ren be back with the org and work with that team. Sees it as a privilege, and yeah, privilege for them to continue to compete here as they get to continue in that lower bracket run, look for that revenge. And I will say some things to work on as always if you're a coach and a good team. But hey, can never be disappointed in a Game 5 victory, man. Always good to hang tough, and good to hear Ren's shout out the guys there.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see Supernova prevail through what has been some pretty tough odds to come through, and knowing that they do have a system to keep everyone's heads pretty much aligned and not tilting off the face of the earth, because games like that, the Blue Otter game and even some of the games that we had here in this series can definitely take you into a pretty negative headspace, and that can definitely show in a lot of games. But it seems that this team does have a lot of confidence and a lot of willpower to get through a lot of that adversity. So let's go ahead and find out who our MVP is going to be for this 5-game banger of a series. None other than Scary Jerry. We called it Cubby, and well deserved for him. He definitely was a big factor in this victory.
Yeah, that's a pretty fat KDA throughout. Again, I thought that Sushi had a lot of really nice fights too, as Dorado definitely deserves honorable mentions for how they played in this 5-game series. But Jerry, he was really solid. The Ezreal game was huge. He had the lead in the MF game, and to find that victory where, again, I think they really were on the clock. That's such a big fight for them to win and take, and just to end the game like that. Pretty electric finish for Supernova as they tried to wrap things up and did so successfully. Shout out to Jerry, who continues to show good play here in the NACL with his return.
And it's still going to be quite the gauntlet to have to go through for Supernova. Once you do end up in that lower bracket, it's not the express route. Eventually, Conviction, Luminosity Gaming, they'll have a victor decided. We'll see that next week. But then you're pretty much over there in grand finals through that. For Supernova, they still have to go through 2 more series before they can even sniff that grand finals. So it's definitely going to be a big thing. In fact, let's pull up the bracket so we can see it in a little bit better detail.
All right, yep, that's the rematch. You can see Blue Otter versus Supernova, round 1 in the upper bracket. Now L5 in the lower bracket as we have 4 teams left. Next week, first order of business, though, will be to return to that upper bracket as the first of our 4 teams left and the first of our 2 teams that can qualify for the LTA North Finals. Well, we're going to decide that. Is Luminosity Gaming going to look to take down Conviction? I think no surprise that LG is in that position, but the start of the split, Conviction being there is a bit of a surprise, but man, has that streamer team really played well as a team of 5. I think Evolved has had a great split. Viper has been uniquely one of the most exciting ADs that we've seen with the aggression that he has, and that stunt with the Enchantresses he's willing to pull out in the back pocket too has been really sound. He's definitely, I mean, some of my Moonstone propaganda has actually come from seeing him and how he's played the Shan and the Karma to great success. So we'll see if Luminosity Gaming is up to the challenge, and frankly, Conviction's up to the challenge of LG, who have looked dominant in what has been a very chaotic bracket outside of series that Luminosity Gaming have played in.
So you had mentioned it earlier, but let's see the schedule for the next day. That is going to be next week, September 3rd. Conviction versus Luminosity. I think one of the teams that has the best chances of taking down Luminosity is Conviction. They're kind of this wildfire of chaos that take over the Rift, and sometimes you're not expecting what they do. I always mention how Viper still plays like he's a top laner, even though he's an ADC. He's running in your face with Vayne, not caring that there's 5 members in front of him. So this is going to be a real exciting one, especially the one that follows on the next day with the Supernova Blue Otter revenge match. But man, it has been an incredible week, Hubby. 10 games from these last 2 days.
I'm going to be enjoying, let's see, my throat coat tea. X, you asked what's the tea during the pause. It's traditional medicinals and a throat coat. Highly recommend for anyone talking. Also, the other specialty here, as you can see, they're both within reach when I work. Fisherman's Friends Cough Drops. We're not sponsored by either, but if you want to sponsor me or the stream, we could always use more partners here. I'm definitely going to be enjoying those as I rest. I will be co-streaming OQs this weekend, though. I will say that for OQs, we will decide the first couple of slots that will be competing for qualifying for NACL for next year and next split, because of course we have promotion relegation there still. So definitely excited to tune in, and I'm CubbyXX on Twitch if anyone wants to catch some red zone action. I'm not Scott Hansen, but I'll do my best while you're in the most Scott Hansen-like setup over there at Boise Esports.
Hey, I'm going to be trying to co-stream as well, so...
Oh yeah, maybe we can link up, buddy. Yeah.
Shout out to our sponsors one more time. If you suck at League of Legends, guess what? We got the cure for you. Prodiff.gg, where you can get one-on-one coaching from LTA North players, from NACL players. You can learn directly from the pros. Just be able to scan that QR code right down there. I'm learning the direction very slowly. There we go. See, I got my camera control now.
There you go.
So go ahead, give a shout out to our sponsors. You know, it will help you out improve in the league, and maybe one day we'll see you.
Well, Desrex, I know that was a rather chaotic finish, but I did have a lot of fun today. So I'm sorry that the dogs couldn't keep barking for you, but at least they went out with honor, as that was a fun series between both of our teams. If anyone's still sticking around with us on the stream, thank you so much for sticking with us through everything. Some things within and out of our control. And of course, if you guys want to control how to see all the action outside of the Twitch channel or the YouTube channel, however you're watching NACL, follow us on our social media at WatchNACL/NACL, of course, on Twitch and YouTube. And use the hashtag NACL to join the conversation anywhere and everywhere. I was excited to see how our playoffs wrap up next week.
Yeah. By the way, you were getting DMs about asking about your team. You know what I got DMs saying? That the lunar moon landing is right here on my head. So yes, it is looking big today.
Yeah, they faked the moon landing right behind you. You know, that's the background they used. We found it. All right, I don't want to get removed off Twitch. Yeah. You know.
No, we're still going, man. There's also Bully who messaged me and saying, who are you calling a low-tier org? Baldy. So I'm just going through it today, bro.
The beard looks great, Desrex. As always.
But we do got to start closing out now. So we want to give thanks, as always, to our producers for putting on this show, for all the players, all the staff, all the coaches who give us a league to cover in the first place. And, of course, to all of you for tuning in to our ugly mugs. Well, thank you so much. And we'll see you next week. Top 4 teams doing battle on the NACL. Deadly Flourish. Stardock is just getting punished outright. He will fall. Ejective bounty picked up by Supernova. Dorado just barely escapes now, but here comes the counterattack as Shochi gets a triple. Shochi gets a quadra kill. He's the whole
They're gonna get it.
damn Shochi pentakill.
Another fight?
Yeah, Kaido
Sushi's
looking for this one.
bad.
Here it comes, and you don't have Sushi doing damage right now. Heroic Entrance comes in. Mixer's still able to tank up quite a bit. Cataclysm goes out, looking to protect this backline, but Blaze Olive is right on top of it, and the dogs are getting put down. One more kill for Sushi, but you're not escaping. Horde now able to rejoin the fray. Dardock over the wall, looking for the wind becomes lightning. Will dash in with the audacious charge, and Blaze Olive goes unstoppable. And now the dogs on retreat as Supernova will run for the long chase right here. Ariana trying to find the outplay, will step away from the Coliseum, still looking to get down Hoarder, but Hoarder's Q's is healing, and he's killing, and now Dorado are forced to take the fight as Mixture falls. Scary Terry claims the kill. Oh my god, Elder Drake belongs to Super. Claimed, it goes over to Dorado. Here comes the fight, looking to jump forward. Bullet time going to be used. It gets a lot of damage through, but Mixture will be able to absorb a lot of it. Jumping in, Dardock doesn't find much, gets pushed right back in by Ariana, but Dragon's Rage Ariana in. It's a claim. 2 kills back to back coming out from Dorado. It's a disaster for Supernova as 4 members fall. Mixture is there. Supernova break into the top 4, and